our election coverage.
I am Doreen Ampopo. It's been an eventful electioneering journey for all the candidates with its fair share of controversies.
My name is Malti Tisaida Sadek, and with all that has gone down in the lead up to this election, the EC still promises a free and fair exercise.
Unfortunately, one of the presidential candidates, Madame Ikuya Donko of the Ghana Freedom Party, passed away on October 28th, leading to the disqualification of her party from the election. My name is Sarah Furi.
So this morning we are here, we'll be holding the Electoral Commission to its word. Many more Ghanaians are very much optimistic about the future of Ghana's democracy. My name is Morris Ogbete.
So this is GBC's team of anchors, and we are sure that you are eager to get into next week, to get back into the regular rhythm. But before that happens, we must settle this question once and for all. Who's Ghana's next president? GBC returns after this break.
Free Gempa and a Bremwe. Sabre Yamia Adumwa Yeba Betuaba, Yeden Creba, say a best saying in a near Cambum, na Yedie, Enidie, and near Hobrasie, and then Cambum Edu Jumaya, a Bebwa, Amayina, Akoyenim. Yes, Rese, Sabria Yebetuaba, Yenina, Ye Kanyawabum, Yen Yedi bit me be a Sebeya, Asumbre. And then Coswan de Bebre, Metin, Macau, Ninginano, MY, the Ebesra, say, Sadanesu, Yenina, Yanko Tuaba, Yatua Baby and Swa, Yamasum J, any Nimukai, Yanko Fee, Nayanya de Besibiano, and Fanchina Mensa. And tis the Adencre free game Pabremo, near Stresse, Yam Chasse, Asumbre and the Bedikain, and will be Bia, Yebe Sadan, Tia Damasi. Nyame Israel, o Israel Ghana, no more in our
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Sheikh Armiya Shuaib. I'm the spokesman for the Chief Imam and a member of the National Peace Council Governing Board. Peace is a gift of God to us. It's a universal principle. This has kept our nation since our return to democracy in this country. It's something that we must all preserve. We need a peace now, before, during, and post-election period, so we can keep the unity and harmony of our country. I, Sheikh Armiya, pledge for peace.
I, Joseph Little, Commissioner for the Commission of Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Ghana, I pledge for peace. And I encourage all well-meaning Ghanaians, particularly as we run into the election period, to stand up for peace. Because we have only one country, and without peace, then we would. I encourage everyone, children, women, men, public servants, private citizens, civil society organizations, to pledge for peace.
Peace.
It's a word that means different things to different people. For me, it is what unites and bonds us. Working as a communication professional, I craft various messages to reach different audiences. I work for brands that thrive only in a stable environment. To aid my work, I need our society to be free of conflict come election 2024. That is why I am calling on all stakeholders, government organizations, political parties, civil society groups, and the youth, particularly you and I, to ensure that there is peace before, during, and after election 2024. I am Jacqueline Johnson Kwe. I pledge to choose peace.
Fellow Ghanaians, I've come into your homes again this evening because tomorrow, Saturday, December the 7th, we shall be going to the polls to elect a new president of the Republic and members of the 9th Parliament to run the affairs of the country, since I have come to the end of my constitutionally sanctioned tenure of office as president, as has also the 8th Parliament. This will be the 9th successive time we shall be discharging this sacred civic duty of voting to choose our leaders since the onset of the Fourth Republic 32 years ago. It gives me great joy that we now have generations of young Ghanaians who take elections and voting to choose our leaders as a regular, commonplace part of life. Indeed, they take it for granted. That surely is a sign of a nation that has attained maturity and self-confidence and should give us reason to be proud. It gives me great personal satisfaction to have been part of those who fought of us to achieve this right. But we should never forget that the flame of freedom needs to be protected and constantly refueled. Elections are at the heart of a democracy, and we qualify to be counted amongst mature democracies after 8 successful elections. It is not surprising that our country is held up as a beacon of democratic stability in Africa. We should be justly proud of this and do everything we can to protect and uphold this status. As is usual with us, the campaign period has been characterized by colorful, loud, and intense activities all over the country. But that period is over, and I believe the arguments have been made and the messages have been delivered. We've also had a last quiet day of reflection before the polls open tomorrow morning. We have good reason to be proud of the Electoral Commission, the body that is charged with running our elections. Today, it is a much more efficient and transparent institution that we are all ready to entrust with the responsibility of delivering a free, fair, and transparent election that will truly reflect the will of the people. I urge all of us to cooperate with the electoral officials to do their work and ensure that we can all be proud of having added another notch to the list of successful elections we have held. The security agencies, led by the police, have also made all the relevant deployments and preparations that will guarantee the peace, law, and order of the nation prior to, during, and after the election. Let us all cooperate with them to ensure that the election is conducted in an atmosphere devoid of intimidation and violence. Let us go and cast our ballots in peace and dignity and in an environment of tolerance and mutual respect. Please remember that we have a reputation to maintain as a nation of peaceful elections and to cement our ranking as a developed democracy. Each one of us should go out and do his or her duty to ensure a peaceful and prosperous Ghana and vote freely for your preferred candidate. Do this in peace and dignity. It is an individual and collective responsibility. Go and vote. You owe it to Ghana and to yourself. I thank you for your attention, and may God bless us all and our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong.
Okay, welcome back. That was the president's address to the nation last night ahead of this big exercise that we're all going to conduct today, is to go out there to the various polling centers to vote to select a president for the next 4 years and select a member of parliament for the various constituencies that we have, the 276 constituencies that we have across the country. And it's an exercise that we all need to be part and ensure that we go out there and be part of this civic responsibility. As stated earlier, my name is George Sapo, and we're going to be with you from now till everything is said and done when the Electoral Commission announces who actually is our next president.
And I am Doreen Ampofo. I'll be here with George, talking to our correspondents across the country, bringing you up to speed on whatever is happening at all the polling stations. This is where the decision will be made. This is where we get to know who is voting for who, and then find out who becomes our next president in this country, as well as your members of parliament in the various constituencies. Now, George, remember that in this election, you are voting for 276 members of parliament. And I'm wondering, how are we going to manage that in parliament? Should there be like a split, everyone having 138?
Well, that would be very interesting, though. But talking to analysts and all that, some are saying that, well, the hung parliament helped us in a way. Some are saying that, well, it did not help us. As to what Ghanaians think, I think that will determine the outcome of this particular election in terms of the parliamentary seats that they're going to get. If it's going to be equal, or we're going to have some bits of an even balance in there. Yeah.
Now, we would also be discussing the first-time voters, because you know that they play a critical role in this election. In the 2020 election, we had about 17 million voters in the electoral voters register. Normally we get about 10% of that number to be first-time voters. This time we have around 18 million voters registered to take part in this election, and as usual there will be that 10% of the first-time voters. They play a critical role because they come in with a different perspective. They also have sort of a different mindset of what they want and the issues that matter to them. What do you think will be the main issues for them in this election?
Well, it depends. And if you look at those within the brackets for the first-time voters, majority of them find themselves within a specific age brackets, which we might describe as the Gen Zs or the millennials and all that. Their thinking is different. What they actually want to see is also different compared to others within certain generations and certain brackets too. So for them, listening to them, it's quite interesting. You raise issues concerning the economy. They raise issues concerning employment too, and mainly issues that will take care of their well-being. And these are the kind of people that we're going to look at in terms of the first-time voters. Majority of them, though, we have over 700,000 of them being part of this first-time voters bracket. So it's going to be a very interesting time, especially for them, and what decisions they will take, and that will influence their decision, of course, to vote for who to lead us the next 4 years.
I've heard many say that even the free SHS would be an issue for these first-time voters, because for many of them, they would have benefited from the free SHS policy. So would that be a determining factor, especially for people who would have benefited, who will be coming from homes where they would otherwise not have benefited from any education at the secondary level? They would say, well, I mean, this must have been a good policy, and so yes, I would be voting for the government in power. But for those who could have afforded, and considering the challenges that bedevil the free SHS policy, now you're wondering, is this something that they would be happy about? Would they be voting because of maybe the hardship they might have experienced while in school because of the free SHS? Because we've heard people say that, well, the free SHS should have been targeted in a way so that the students derive the maximum benefits from it. Others also say that, well, everybody must enjoy. So many say that the free SHS will be a major deciding factor in this election.
I'll come to that aspect of the free senior high school and whether that's going to play any major role in this particular election. But our coverage is going to be holistic. We're cutting across the 16 regions of this country on our various voting centers that we have. We have over 40,000 of these voting centers that we are going to focus on today in terms of what's going to happen. 40,976 polling stations that we have according to the Electoral Commission. I will take it off here in the Greater Accra region. I'm taking you over to Lejokuku, where we're going to talk to our correspondent who is standing by, Nuto Bibini Nuto. Nuto, good morning to you. Bibini, good morning to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to our cherished viewers on GTV and then GBC News. You are welcome to Lejokuku constituency, which is arguably by landmass the third largest within Greater Accra. And here is Gloria Daycare Polling Center within the Ashite Akonfran electoral area of the Lejokuku constituency. Now, let me give you a little update. As at 4:30 a.m., the 5-member team from the Electoral Commission, led by Mr. George Alomele, were here and they were setting up. As I speak with you, we have more than 10 would-be voters who are already here. And today, from the books of the Electoral Commission, we are expecting 350 would-be voters who are expected to come and decide where Teshi should go, which direction Ghana should go. And we are here by the crack of dawn, and we have seen that all is set for the elections to take place. It is not yet 7, so the electoral officers are still entering their data. They are putting bits and pieces together. They are tying the knots so that when it takes off, it will be so smooth. We are expecting that entire Lejokuku area, which is the seat, the traditional seat of the good people of Teshi, will be peaceful today. It will be decorous and it will be free and fair. I would speak with the presiding officer at the Gloria Daycare Polling Center, Mr. George Alomele, and I'll ask him a couple of questions and we'll take it out from there. Just stay with me. Hi, George.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
And good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. You're live on GTV and GBC News.
That's great.
Today is the day that we are expecting you to do due diligence and to do service to this country. Are you ready?
Yeah, we are much ready. We are very ready for the job.
When were you here today?
I came here almost 4 a.m. Yes, please.
Wow. Why that early? Why? Is it that the materials are kept far from here?
You know, we are not far from the collation center, so the distribution starts from the collation centers closer to the collation center, so we have to come as early as 4. Yes, please.
Okay, so the distribution from the collation center started at 4, if you like.
I can't say it started at 4, but I'm here at 4 because we are told we have to be here by 4.
Okay.
All right.
So when your materials were being brought here, did you have any escorts from any security official or something?
Yes, please.
With the party agents?
I haven't seen any party agent at that time. Yes, please.
Okay. George, how many voters are we expecting today?
350 voters.
At Gloria Daycare?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. Do we have all the reps from the political parties here?
For now, there are only 2. For now, but I'm sure more will be coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think I have seen the NDC reps. I have also seen the MPP reps. I have also seen a lady from the New Force, a young lady from the New Force. So I think they are 3. And have you had any interaction with them to tell them the rules of the game? Maybe they may know already, but whether you have educated them some more?
Not yet. You see, us, we are still working with our people, so I'll do that in no time. Okay.
As the boss for the day here at Gloria Daycare, do you have any message for the would-be voters, how they should conduct themselves and all of those?
Yeah. We are all here for the betterment of Ghana. So I will plead with those who will be coming here to vote. After voting, please, if you don't have anything to do, just go. When it is 5:30, you come back and listen to the result. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Welcome. So that was Mr. George Alomele, the presiding officer at the Gloria Daycare Polling Center of the Ashitia Akonfran electoral area of the Lejokuku constituency, which is promising to be cool, smooth, fair, and credible. I will speak with one or two of the reps to gauge their readiness or preparedness for today's job. Can I have you close? My brother, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Can you tell us your name and which of the parties you represent?
All right, Enoch, and I'm one of the agents around.
Okay. So you represent which party? You don't want to say?
Yes, I think I'll keep that.
That's fine. So I saw you making an observation. Can you brief us on what you saw and what you make of it?
All right, so when the EC officials came around, I went around to inspect some of the materials that they brought, and what I found out was that with their parliamentary stamp, I think the serial numbers are intact. But when I got to the presidential stamp, I realized that some of the gums which contain some of the serial numbers are taken off, which I drew their attention to that. So I think the PO for Gloria Daycare Center called one of their workers to confirm, but I think I don't know whether it's their boss, it's not answering. So we are waiting for them to confirm if the serial number for the presidential stamp is intact or if there's any adjustments so that we can begin today's election.
Okay. So if I get you right, one of the stamps do not have or does not have all the numbers that you are expecting. It means that a new stamp, but it has some of the serial numbers worn out. Yes. And so you have raised the alarm bell, and you expect that the bosses out there will react before you take off, isn't it?
Sure, exactly. So as of now, we are just waiting for them to confirm if what we are seeing is what is supposed to be, and if it's not so, then we are waiting for them to see whether they are going to make changes or whatever they'll tell us so that we proceed with that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Enoch.
Thank you.
So that is it. At the Gloria Daycare, everything is smooth. That young man who just spoke with us made an observation that one of the stamps, precisely the stamp for the presidential papers that will be stamped at the end of the day to certify the results, has I think 2 or 3 of the numbers worn out. A new stamp, but with worn out numbers, the serial numbers, and he feels that they have to be told whether it is correct and for them to start or not. But other than that, all is well, all is good, all is set for Gloria Daycare Polling Center of the Ashanti Conference electoral area of the Lejokuku constituency. Back to you, studios. We are here to serve God and country.
All right, thank you very much, Nuto Bibinu. Nuto came away live from Lejokuku, getting ready, of course, for voting to start. We have about 9 more minutes to hit the hour 7. When it's 7 o'clock, everything is really going to start across the country. And we take you over to various voting centers to get to understand whether the materials are in and how prepared the Electoral Commission is to carry out this particular exercise. And obviously, letting know whether voters are also ready to move out there to vote. But Bibinin reported from Lejokuku, where it's a very interesting constituency. It's one of the constituencies noted for changing members of parliament every 4 years and described as a swing constituency. In 1992 and then 1996, there was actually one member of parliament who continued from 92 to 96. That's Ni Eje Boy. Subsequently, in 2000, he was changed, and we had Edith Kita. And then in 2004, there was Dr. Gladys Note Ashite. And then in 2008, a new member of parliament, Nino Tidria, formerly of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, the sports department. And then in 2012, Sena Okitidria also took over from Nino Tidria. And then in 2016, Dr. Bernard Okoboy. And then in 2020, we have Benjamin Ayuku Nate, who is the current member of parliament for Lejokuku. So, Doreen, this is a very interesting constituency, this swing nature.
It's swing, but if you look at 2008 and 2012,
2012, yeah.
we had a handover from an NDC member of parliament to an NDC member of parliament. And if you look at the figures that the NPP have gotten over the years, yes, from 1996, they had 31% of the votes. 2000, they had 34% of the votes. But from then, there was a considerable increase in the votes they were having in the constituency. So there was one Dr. Gladys Norte Ashite, who won in 2004, and she had 43%. That's a shift from 34% before, or in fact, that's 48% for the NPP in 2000. So they moved, in 2000, they had 48%, that's Eddie Akita for the NPP. And then in 2004, in fact, that was also a handover from an NPP member of parliament to another NPP member of parliament, just that it wasn't the same person. So, I mean, there's that, what you would say, they don't really maintain a member of parliament in that constituency, similar to what happens in the Adentan constituency. So, in 2008, Nino Tudua comes in from the NDC. He gets 57% of the votes. Then to Benita Sena Okitudua, she had 55% of the votes in 2012. That's a reduction of the NDC's vote in the constituency when it comes to the parliamentary elections, go from 57% to 55%. And then Bernard Okuboy comes in 2016. He gets 51% of the votes and wins the seats from the NDC for the NPP. Now, in 2020, he loses the seats, and like he said, he handed over to Benjamin Nate. Now, in this election, it's tricky because this is a constituency that does not really maintain a member of parliament. Yet we have Bernard Okuboy, one-time member of parliament for the constituency, staging a comeback. And then we also have the current or incumbent member of parliament for the constituency also contesting. So they either go for one who is there or one who has been there before. And so either way, there's going to be someone, a repetition of a candidate, unlike before where they would not repeat a candidate in the parliamentary elections.
All right, that's very interesting. We'll be taking you across the other voting centers too when we get our correspondents ready. We'll take you over to Tema West when Michael is also ready. We'll also take you to the Bono region and take you to the Ashanti region, basically taking you across the entire voting centers, all the regions, to get to know exactly what the preparation is like and when we are ready to start voting. We have 5 more minutes for voting to start. And then, Doreen, back to the free SHS issue you talked about before we went over to
Before we talk about the free SHS, I'm told Michael is on the line. He's in one of the constituencies. Hello, Michael, can you hear me?
Thank you so much, Doreen and your team. Thank you so much, all the team up there. A very good morning to you. And like you are aware, GBC, we are always on the ground giving you up to date of whatever is happening here in Tema and across the country. Currently, I'm at Tema West constituency, and at one of the polling stations where I am is the Star Basic School, Tema West constituency, and this is the Star Basic School. But at this particular polling station, there are about 6 centers that would be participating in the elections. And so I'm told that as early as 5 a.m., some people had come to queue. But I got here somewhere around 5:30, 6 o'clock, and materials just arrived some 30 minutes ago, and the electoral officers are sorting out their items. This particular constituency is where Honorable Carlos Ahinkra is coming from, and over the years, it's been an NPP-dominated area over the years. But with time, the gap has been closing because the constituency continue to see a number of growth and has been seeing a number of expansion. So we are talking about areas like Community 2. We are looking at areas like Community 5, Sakumono, Lashibi, Ajekojo. That is the areas that comprises of Tema West. And so today, as we are here at Community 5, Star Basic School, a number of voters have lined up and they are ready to vote. What is happening here is that a number of the young men are their vote. We want to get closer to the presiding officer, to the presiding officer to tell us, okay, the voting is just about starting the box. Let's see it. Yeah, so let's see it quickly. He's showing us the empty box, showing all the people before they put their seals on it and kickstart the elections. Let's quickly engage them, although very busy. They are putting the EC seal. Sir, good morning to you, and you are live on GTV.
Okay, morning, sir.
Yeah, so are we all set to begin the process? I just saw you showing everybody the empty box. Are we set to begin?
We are almost done. Not that set, but very soon we will start the process.
Okay, but it's almost. Tell me the numbers. For how many people are we expecting? How many people are we expecting here?
We have the number.
$498. Oh, okay. 298. So that is for this particular just for this particular center. But there are other centers in this particular school, which is the Star Basic School. But for the entire constituency, this is the number. We are expecting 134,611. That is for the Tema West constituency total. And so that is what we are expecting for the entire constituency here in Tema West. Amfo Sefa, popularly known as Nana Boache. So that is for the particular the contest for the all 13 are voting been like over the years. It's been a stronghold for the NPP, but with time, especially the last time in 2020, Mr. Raf Safo tried closing the gap a bit by pulling 47.90%. That is in 2020, and Carlos Ahinkra winning this particular seat by 50.66%. So that has been the statistics when you come to Tema West. Various issues are playing a key role in deciding this particular election, especially when it comes to new areas like Ajay Kojo. It's a developing community and they have issues with roads. That is also going to be factored in when it comes to taking their decision. In Tema Community 2, Community 5, around Lashibi and part of Spintex area are all part of this constituency. And these areas, you would agree with me, that are a bit developed. And so when it comes to those developmental issues, they are not in the Lashibi area and also somewhere in the somewhere around Ajay Kojo. They have issues with roads, and it's very key. Sir, you are an assemblyman for the community and you are also an observer. Please tell us your name and which electoral area. We know that there are about 11 electoral areas in this particular constituency. Which electoral area are you representing? And your observation, what can you see so far? We've seen that it's 7 already, but the process have not really started. They are really sorting out things. What is your view?
This is a Kaiser electoral area, and we have 2 centers here. One is at Community 5 number 3, and this one that we are standing here, which is the Star Basic School. Things are slow, but I know that they will pick up. Also, my observation is that previously, most of the times when we come for these elections as
it was in 2016 and 2020. This time, the numbers are not that huge this morning. But it is because, I believe it's because it's a Saturday and there are other activities. But I believe they will be coming to vote. They will be coming out to vote after they go on all their errands and stuff. I believe they will be coming to vote. Yes, please. Okay. Yeah. So that's the atmosphere here. They are waiting patiently for the process to begin. And we are hoping that if there are any other incidentals, we would bring that to you, our viewers and all our. It's here is 7, but it has not really yet started. I want to. Okay, so let's get closer to the very first person and find out from her what time she got here. Pacho obet mi actually. Una any period kind time ben na obedu has
3 a.m.
Hey, 3 a.m. Oh wow. So this voter got here at 3 a.m. I didn't know about that early.
Say me person me twin. Na me back ko ejuma kwa ya dey nti was say me bedroom nti be me ba 3 no still I will be ampo ni nti me sansan me chiko ejuma mu ansa na me ba.
Oh okay. Yeah, so Doreen, you could see that the enthusiasm is really high. Some voter coming here at 3 a.m. Means that yes, he really wants to cast his ballot and go and do other things. He said he would have to go to work, but he's still here and he's 7. But no, yeah, Pacho time ben also ubedu has it.
But do at 3.
Also 3 a.m. sir. Hey, ubedu now.
Daughter, yeah, change. I'm with you, Asta.
Okay. Oh wow.
1 a.m.
1 a.m. Obe share na usankoya na oba.
Obe share na me share obi a me dinechi na makoya na masaba.
Oh okay. So that's the level of enthusiasm and response that these voters here are really keen on casting their ballot. As I speak to you, the AC officials together with other party agents are still sorting out their things and sorting out their item to begin the process. It's part 7, but we are certain and sure that this particular center. So this is okay. So this is one of the centers here at the polling station, and we are told there are 6. This is one of them, and the process will begin soon, they tell me. And so at this point, I would hand over to you in studio and also stand by and for you to come back to me anytime there are any incidentals to report on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael, for that update reporting from the Tema West constituency. And it's quite amazing hearing that we've had people queuing from around 1 a.m., 3 a.m. What exactly are you looking for at the polling center?
Well, I'm sure they want to just get it done with and move around to do whatever they
voting starts at 7. It doesn't matter when you get there. Voting will start at 7. So 1 a.m.
I'm not surprised though, because this election is a very interesting election. It's got a lot of interest based on the dynamics in play here. There's a party that still wants to be in government, that wants to break the 8 years usual change in government that we have in Ghana. There's an opposition party that is also bent on actually getting back to power. So it's very interesting. You have candidates that are not so much new, if I put it as such. There's a former president contesting, and of course there's also a vice president contesting as a flag bearer for the NPP. So these are the dynamics in there, and it's gotten a lot of people talking. This campaign has been very interesting too, especially based on developments in the country too. So a lot of people have interest in this election. So I'm not surprised that people are going out there to the centers to that early. I won't be surprised that voter turnout will be very high.
That's actually what I'm hoping for, because even from the special voting, you see that there was a high turnout, around 75, 80, 85, thereabouts, 85% thereabouts. So, I mean, I'm hoping that it translates into the what we are going to experience today. Hopefully we get a high number of people going to vote, because like you say, the stakes are high. And if you look at the final rallies of the two candidates or the two parties, I mean, I was in the house, I was like, I mean, so if all of these people are showing up for both parties, I mean, is that to say that there's a possibility of a runoff? Because all the venues were fully packed.
I'm reminded of the U.S. elections when Donald Trump made a lot of noise about the crowd, and Kamala also made a lot of noise about the crowd at the various rallies. And Barack Obama, during one of the rallies, says that what's the obsession with Donald Trump's crowd, and keeps talking about the crowd. Well, that's the American situation. But when you come to Ghana, as to whether those crowds translate into votes is another issue. We've seen videos and we've seen other pictures of people who are supposed to be members of a particular party at a rally, but then pushing the slogan of another political party that they're actually not at their rally. So when it comes to crowd, it will be a bit tricky for you to conclude.
For people like that, what message are they exactly trying to send? That's what.
They're just having fun. they're just having fun.
So imagine you are from that party and then you feel that you've given your all to this person to vote for you, and then they even make the effort to come to your rally, and all they say is that they are chanting the slogan of
another political party. They're just having fun, and also talks about the whole idea of vote buying, because if you're actually paying someone to be at your rally, you don't actually know where the person is going to vote for you or not. And if the person wants the money, the person will be present at your rally. But as to whether the person is going to vote for you or not is another situation. Yes, crowds can tell a lot, but you can't actually put all your hope on what happens with your crowds that turn up for your rally. So we wait exactly to see how things will pan out. But Michael was from Tema West, and as he said, Tema West is mainly an NPP-dominated constituency. They've actually won almost the elections held there in that particular constituency. The current member of parliament is Carlos Ahinkwa,
known for the famous...
the famous, I know, who had over 50% of the votes in 2020, although the NDC candidate there performed a bit better by closing the gap in there. We wait to know exactly what the outcome will be in Tema West at the end of the day, but that's the report coming from Tema West. We'll try as much as possible to quickly take you out of the Greater Accra region. We're taking you to other regions to get reports and updates as what's happening there. If you check with your time now, it's 10 minutes past 7, and voting, we're sure by now, per the Electoral Commission's rule, has actually started across all the voting centers that we have in this country. We have 40,976 polling stations, 40,976 polling stations that have started voting as we speak per the Electoral Commission's rule, and we're expecting 18,774,159 valid voters. 18,774,159 valid voters who are expected to vote today. The expectation is that we'll have a higher voter turnout. We can't say 100% though, because that might not be realistic. But at least from what happened in the special voting, we went a bit above 80%. The expectation is that if that's something we should hold on to, the voter turnout for this particular exercise is going to be that high. And if you look at the figures that we have, a breakdown of the valid voters, so that's 18,774,159. The number of them that are female happens to be the majority of that particular number, and male also representing 9,082,264. And first-time voters, that's 708,280 first-time voters. Story.
Well, George, now many have spoken about the strongholds of these two parties. Now, NPP, we all know that it has a stronghold in the Ashanti region. But currently, we have 22 independent candidates contesting in that region. Do you think that will in any way affect the party's fortunes in the region? Because most of these candidates seem to come from the camp of the NPP.
Independent candidates from any of these major parties, be it the NDC or the NPP, will always cause problem and cause trouble. So, yes, they are actually going to take some votes away. Now, they are constant voters for both parties. Now, if someone is coming from one of these parties, obviously it's taking his members away, which is going to cause an effect to the number of votes that are going to get there. So, yes, it will create problems for whichever party has got its members out representing as an independent candidate for these constituencies. As you talk about in the Ashanti region, about 22 of them going for independent candidates in that particular region. Yes, it's going to affect because they will also take some votes away from them. And we wait to see.
And for many in those in that part of the country, one major issue is illegal mining. Illegal mining, which has become really topical in the country. Do you think that will in any way affect the party's fortunes? Because we know that in 2020, just after the elections, we had the current Minister of Works and Housing, Kujo Ponkuma, indicate that the party lost a number of votes in the mining areas because of their stance against illegal mining. But in fact, research has shown that that is not really the case. But now, is that a possibility?
They lost some seats, but not all the seats in the mining area. Whether they're going to lose more seats or gain the seats back, it's another issue. Depends on how the whole conversation of Galamsey went during the period before the elections. Now we got to know that there was some bit of relaxed rules in there, and the argument of the government was that, well, listen, we lost. Based on the decisions we took in 2020, we lost some seats in there. Not all the seats, though. We lost some seats in there, and we have to do something about it. So we wait to, again, see what's going to happen. It's going to be very interesting. I am sure this election will produce a lot of surprises.
I'm really looking forward to those surprises.
I'm 100% sure it's going to produce a lot of surprises, but we wait to know exactly what's going to happen, because the human being is very dynamic. Although some people have actually taken their decisions earlier, some are yet to even take or make a decision as to who to vote for and who not to vote for. So that's obviously is going to play a major role in there. I am actually waiting for the outcome in the Western region. It's going to be a very interesting outcome in the Western region, because the dynamics there are very interesting. The dynamics in here being illegal mining, Galamsey, that's one.
Judge, before we talk about the Western region, let's go to Mutala Isa, who is our correspondent in the Northern region. He has been visiting some polling stations to find out if indeed the process has started. So Mutala, if you can hear me, please take it away.
Thank you very much, and we live at the Kadewu Center 1. This is in the Bole constituency in the Savannah region. The flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, is expected to cast his vote in this constituency. He's been an MP here on 3 occasions, that's 3 terms, 1996, 2000, 2004, before he moved on to become running mate to Professor Ivan Satamel, and then later as president. We have been covering him here live from 2016, and my understanding is that he is already in the Savannah region and will likely cast his vote at about 10 a.m. this morning. But at this polling station, voting has started. I think about the 5th or 6th person has just cast their vote. I have one of them here who happens to be the assemblyman, Honorable Alasan. Thank you very much. Good morning. You live on Ghana television. You have just cast your vote. You are the first person. Yes. Tell me how the process went.
Good morning, and then I want to greet everybody, including my constituents. Voting started very early at exactly 7 o'clock. The EC officers and then other security officials, they reported very early, including the observers. And actually, there's a relatively calm and then peaceful atmosphere here. The queue is ongoing, and then the biometric machine actually has not developed any fault as at now. So things are moving on smoothly.
Now, despite the calm atmosphere you are seeing here, he was telling me off air that Bole is generally a very calm place on election day, but he says this polling station in particular is a flashpoint. Why so?
So, like I said, it's a flashpoint because this is Zongo community, and then actually certain things are there people should easily understand, and then we find it difficult to understand. But looking at the situation today, there were 2 polling stations here. Normally, when the people are crowded, it brings about some of these things. So we decided to move one of the polling stations 100 meters away from here, so that to reduce the congestion, in order to bring this peace, so that we can vote in a very peaceful atmosphere.
All right. Thank you very much. And he says that the crowded nature of this polling station in the past usually resulted in some chaos, and it's marked out as a flashpoint in the community. Boss, if you can join me here, I must also indicate that there are 605 voters on the ballot paper, and so we are expecting about 605 if turnout should go 100%. Thank you very much. What's your name?
My name is Abubakar Zakaria.
How did it go with the voting process?
Okay, actually, the voting has begun. You can see the people have already queued.
Have you cast your vote?
Not yet.
Okay.
So,
have not yet cast
yes,
your vote.
yes.
What are your expectations between now and sunset?
Oh, this community, the people normally come out to vote.
Okay.
So we are expecting by the time of 1 o'clock going, you see a lot of people coming out to cast their votes.
A lot of people coming out to cast their votes, and this will be happening across more than 800 polling stations. That is across the Savannah region, and we are told there are over 300,000 voters again in the Savannah region. It happens, this constituency, like I indicated earlier, happens to be the stronghold of the NDC. They have ruled in terms of parliamentary seats from 1992. No other party has ever won the parliamentary seat in this constituency, and even before the Savannah region was created, this was part of the northern region, but in 2018 in a referendum they created the Savannah region, and Bole happens to be one of these constituencies. Hajia, if you can join me here, have you voted already?
Not yet.
You have not yet voted. So what are your expectations even as you join the queue to vote?
I'm expecting that Ghanaians, our area people will come out and vote massively for change. We want to vote for change because we are suffering. Ghana, we are suffering, not only Bole. We are really suffering. And we want someone who will come and do whatever is good for people of Ghana.
Right. Well, you heard Hajia's concern there. She wants to see a change. Let's see what happens by close of day today. I want to hand over back to you in the studio, Accra, and to indicate the flag bearer of the NDC will be voting in this constituency about a kilometer from where we are now. That's his polling station up there, and so keep your dial locked on GTV as we bring you more updates from the Savannah region, including the voting of flag bearer John Dramani Mahama.
Very much. That's Mutala Issa from the Bole district of the Savannah region. And voting has started there. Check with the time, 20 minutes past 7. So we are into 20 minutes of voting as we speak. And of course, that particular constituency mainly dominated by the NDC. That's where the presidential candidate for the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, who's a former president, that's his constituency, was a former member of parliament for that particular constituency. And as we speak, the current member of parliament is Yusuf Suleiman, who is a current member of parliament. Let's take you to Ododo Diodio and talk to Theophilus Sampa, who's standing by. Theo, good morning to you.
We are here to bring Ghanaians up to speed on everything happening at Ododo Diodio. So trust the team here at Ododo Diodio as we bring you everything that you need to know. We've been around for some time now, and I'll just speak a minute or two from my colleagues here and on what they've seen so far. Then we'll bring in the electoral officer, presiding officer, who is in charge of this electoral area, to really tell us how ready they are, because they just started some minutes back after 7, so that we really know exactly whether everything is in control. So Isaac, what have you seen and observed so far?
Okay, actually we got here on time. We even got here before 6, but then some of the ballot boxes were already in place for distribution, and now the vehicle came to pick these ballot boxes to be distributed to the various police stations. I understand we have 253 police stations across the Ododo constituency. So far, this place being a collation center, there's no problem here, but we will have the opportunity to visit other polling centers to also know what is going on there.
Great. So, thank you. What have you observed?
Yeah. From what I have observed, we came here very early in the morning, and from what we are seeing, there's likely to be a very nice turnout this time, as we are told that in the Ododo constituency, there are about 109,000 registered voters. So we are expecting to see high numbers, but we are having some police presence here. As you know, Ododo is one of the flashpoints in the Greater Accra region, and the entire country is well known for election violence and some other issues. So today you can see police form unit, their vehicle over here, and this is supposed to be a clear security is over here. The security presence is very clear, visible around here, as people are trying to curb election violence over here in this constituency. So that's what I've observed. I've seen that the place is very calm and quiet. and there seemed to be a smooth process in the voting.
So we also have Ayla here. Ayla has been on the grounds. She has been to some centers so far. Ayla, so what have you observed so far?
Okay, so from the center, I went before getting here. When I went there, people had already queued with stones and other things. Other people slept there the previous night before this morning, and then they are waiting to also cast their vote. Currently, before coming here, I realized that the ballots were getting ready. They were getting ready for everything to take place. So we are waiting to hear from them too.
Okay. So trust the team down here. So now I have the officer in charge here. He'll walk us through a little bit what we should be expecting today. So good to have you, and you are live on GTV and all its affiliates.
Thank you very much.
Please share with Ghanaians your name and your actual role here.
Okay, so my name is Dominic Ando, and I'm the returning officer for Ododo constituency.
Now, just give us a little bit of a breakdown. It's 7, and we just saw voting starting. What really kept us a little bit?
Okay, so thank you. We came here about 4 a.m. and then we started the distribution of the materials to the various police stations. And then we also make sure that all the presiding officers leave here and move on to their various police stations. That has been done. In terms of logistics materials, the logistics materials, they are all in terms of the voting processes. If you could look around, you could see that we have all of them setting up. And I think everything is properly done here.
How many centers are we looking at for Dododio?
We have 252 polling stations here.
Great. And if you look at the numbers we are expecting to come out here, can you give us an estimate?
It's almost about 10,000 plus. Yeah, I cannot get because there were some transfers here, but at least almost about 10,009 or so. Yeah.
For the 7 electoral areas.
Yeah, for the 7 electoral areas. We have Kinkan, we have Mudo, we have Kinkan, we have Ingleshi. We also have Amamumu and the rest. We have 7 electoral area in the constituency.
At the end of the day, for your officers here, how ready are they for any quote-unquote unforeseen, maybe somebody coming not understanding party agents trying to do this? How ready are they in terms of psyching themselves up to calm down?
Yeah, we really talked to our presiding officers and we told them if there's any problem in the area, they should call in the police. And I have to say, police have done very well. They are all around the area. You could see most of the police people, they are all over the place. And I think we are psyched. I mean, any of them who comes with any problems, we will know how to solve them because we have informed the police. If anyone does anything wrong, you should call the police. And also, I want to tell my Ododo people, please don't go to the police stations and then be taking pictures. In terms of you going to vote, it is wrong. No vote on electoral law say how one can be. Or make pan fan fight. If one she can if one me so that you go and come back after 5 and then the counting is being done.
Ojoba na ni owiegane be ani okegamuna. Owiake ameka kwani ameba shamfu ni keni ebiene. She party se kume. Wonu aga meke ame se plan yake. Kame fun shiki ametabie. Meaning wo ame.
Yeah, no oba ke chagishi. Wo okeke ufo shiki ogbena 5 o'clock oba yen oba. Esa no oba yen jeme. I mean, for quite a long time because Kevin Akaucho, many Baba vote egbe. Agbe no ba no look emuku we was small no kulakan. We won pa mu fia mu fai. Ko fon shiki ogbena na 5 o'clock eba. Aba kane no boy ngbe mi no kwa money ba ye ni money ba ye wo we ne no.
Ewo na bi no ke ha game ni nkwe wo bie na ni wo yo. Bie na ni wo yo. Bie Antony no ni wo yo. Bie na ni wo yo. Bie un aba bu afen na ye na ba kane.
That be Warrior Coalition Center. That is city engineers. Okay. They will put up all measures in places where coalition center is sitting there. Fiamu, okay, presiding officer, fiamu, okay, a paper about city engineers. And we have also demarcated another place where they could send the other voting materials. Though a bani be an city engineer say fake degree to mofe say beni woyale pina can be an city engineer say only presiding officer Baba Jeme ni is a Beniji Gamada, Jena Mikame Wujin, can be a fan by an all. In fact, we're peaceful processes here, city engineers, or all presiding officers, I'm coming to be my city engineers, KG Collation Center. When you are done, my job.
So viewers, that's just so we've got some update here, and trust the team here on the ground. We are moving to every center here. 272. We're moving to all the centers here to bring you up to speed on whatever will be happening at Ododo. And this place, once again, is a hotbed. Somebody says it's a flashpoint. And this is a cosmopolitan area. And so everything is possible here. The turnout have started at all the centers. We've seen people there, and we'll be giving you up to speed whatever will be happening from now till voting ends here today at Ododo. I am Theophilus Sampa with my team here. We will be moving and bringing you up to speed. So take over from the studios.
Okay, thank you very much, Theophilus Sampa. That's Theophilus Sampa from the Ododo constituency. It's, of course, one of the flashpoints there, and it's a seat that has predominantly been occupied by the NDC. So, I mean, in 2004, the NDC recaptured the seats with 52.4% of the votes against that of the NPP and with 46.4%. And Sings has actually maintained that particular seat. So somewhere in 2020, the NDC's, that's John Dramani Mahama, secured 55.38% of the votes there. And the current president, that's Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, pulled 44.03% of the votes. And for the parliamentary candidates in the 2020 elections, Nila Tivandapoy, who's no more going for that particular seat, had 53.83% of the valid vote cast in 2020. And then Nila Ntebanaman had 45.31% for the NPP in the 2020 election. So that's what actually happened in there. So as we speak, those contesting for that particular constituency for the NDC is Alfred Kotai Ashi. And then for the NPP is Abdul Manaf Soa. Yeah.
And these are all new people, new faces in the constituency. So like the dynamics are not the same as what happened in 2020 because in 2020 these are people who had contested against each other a couple of times, and so they knew themselves, they knew each other, they knew their strengths, they knew their weaknesses. And so if you look at the results, although there was some gap, just a gap of around 10,000, 9,000, no, I think it was just around a little below, yes, a little below 10,000. And so, yes, it sort of showed that they really knew each other. But these are new faces. They've not contested against each other before. And we wait to see how all of this pans out, because Ododo is one constituency that we all look out for in every election, because like you was mentioned earlier, it's a flashpoint. It's noted for as a constituency where tensions are always high, because everybody feels that they have a good possibility of winning the seat. Seeing that the NPP, although it's an NDC stronghold, they've won most of the time. The NPP at some point had snatched the seat from the NDC. So there's that like hope that there's a possibility that we can do it again. And knowing that these are all new faces, then I mean, there's all to fight for in that election. So wait to see what happens. But one constituency I'm also looking out for in the Greater Accra region is Ablekuma Central constituency. That is a constituency that, at this point, I cannot tell who is going to win, Jefferson Saki or Abdul Latif Dan. Because Jefferson is a new face. Abdul Latif Dan is the incumbent member of parliament. But, I mean, speaking to constituencies, there is some issues. But you don't know whether, indeed, he's going to, because he has the incumbency advantage. So, as whether Jefferson Saki, with his background as a journalist working at the presidency and all of that, doing some international relations work, whether that is going to, at some point, influence the electorate. And he's lived in that constituency all his life. So wait to see if his background will in any way impact the outcome of the election.
All right, we'll talk more about these two constituencies that Doreen touched on. The first one that Theo came away live, that's Ododo and then Ablekuma Central. But let's take you over to the Ashanti region. We're going to talk to Nicholas Sowusu in Asawase. Nicholas, good morning to you.
Centers, lower primary, the lower primary A,
lower primary B, and then we also have the upper primary A. That is where I am now. But before I give details about the voting centers where I'm located and reporting to you live, I want to give a brief overview of the situation in Ashanti region as we are going to expect from now till everything is set and done. The Ashanti region, George, you are aware that it has the largest number of constituencies in the country, 47. I don't know which other administrative region has any number closer to the 47 in the country. I think the one with the closest number is about 33 or so in the Greater Accra region. But here we have 47 of them. And the total number of voters on the electoral roll is 3,295,274. That's 3,295,272 here at in the Ashanti region. And then we have a total of 7,048 polling centers across the region. You see me, turning here and there. There's something happening here. They have accosted somebody they claim to be an armed robber, and they, yes, that is what is happening. I wish I could take you there. Yes. So there's something that is happening here, but that is not the crux of the matter. But if you are not able to handle this matter well, that is where it could eat deep into the election processes as we have already begun. There's no police or security officer that is now available to handle this situation. All the security officers who are here are taking position in respect of the voting exercise that is happening. Now they are putting this man alleged to be a thief in a tricycle. I'm sure they are driving him to the nearby police station for the law to take its course. So that is why you saw me turning here and there. And so that is what we are having in your shot. They just accosted him not too long ago, and they were beating him. But for now, let's get back to business as we have already started, George. Okay, so here in the Asawase constituency, you know, it is one of the one of the centers we are going to have eyes here, and the Asawase constituency has a total of 109,089 voters on the electoral roll, 109,089. And this area is one of the 4 constituencies that are being held by the opposition National Democratic Congress. And so all eyes are going to be here because now it's in contention. The ruling MPP has determined to snatch it. The opposition NDC has also determined to hold firm this particular seat as one of their own. And so for Ashanti region, yes, today is going to be the epicenter. Ashanti is going to be the epicenter of the entirety of the election in Ghana because both MPP and NDC believe that their fate hang on their performance in this particular region. So if you ask me, George, that is so far. The first person to cast the ballot here did at exactly 7:17 a.m. And he's a political party agent by name Mr. Kwashi. And so that is it for now. The processes, all the 3 centers here have started the voting process, quite a number of them already having gone through successfully. The numbers here in terms of those in the queue are not as long or as many as we used to see in previous years. Previously, you could have quite a number of people in the queue, but this time it's a bit different.
So that's Nicholas Sowusu from the Ashanti region. Of course, he said it. The biggest constituencies that we have there, 47 of that. And he's reporting from Asawase, where the member of parliament there is Mutaka Mohammed Mubarak, and as a stronghold of the NDC in the Ashanti region. Now, let me take you quickly to Tema West to talk to Michael Dewonu. I understand that there's a development there in Tema West. Michael, what can you share with us? Okay, we don't have Michael yet, so when we do, we'll put him on the line and get his thoughts on that. So you heard from Nicholas from the Ashanti region, mainly reporting from the Asawasi constituency, where the current member of parliament is Mutaka Mohammed Mubarak, and that is a seat for the NDC in the Ashanti region. Mutaka has actually held onto this seat for a while now. Let's talk to Michael. Let's go back to Tema West and talk to Michael. Michael, good morning to you. Hello, Michael.
And the process did not start exactly. Yeah, hello. George, I can hear you. Hello.
Okay, please go on.
Okay, yeah, so this is Star Basic School. Like I said earlier on, there are about 6 polling stations here, and one of the centers are having an issue. The BVD machine that is supposed to be used for the verification has not been working. I'm just been told that it's just been fixed, but still the process have not started because some of the party executive and party agents are saying that the place where they are pool agents are, it's not the very best. And so we want to find out from him what exactly the issues.
That where the presiding officer wants them to sit. Fine. But where they are sitting far away from the verification machine and then taking, how would they take? Okay. You understand? So, and the law says that you observe, all my agents are having eyesight problems, and then their ears are disturbing them. They cannot hear, they cannot see. So if you are telling them they should be far away from, how do they verify? The ballot issuer is also there. How would they see that the ballots are stamped when it's far away from you? How would they even see that you are even issuing multiple ballots? So they need to be close to you for them to be able to observe the process. That's what the law says. They should observe the process. So they are only observing, but they cannot be observed from far, and that's our challenge. So the PO knows he should do the right thing, and that's the point. We want a peace.
Right, welcome back, and that was Michael Dowonu there. We're having challenges with his line. We'll work on it and get back to him. Of course, there are some concerns that's been expressed there by some polling agents. But before Michael, we spoke to Nicholas Osewusu, reaching us from the Ashanti region in the Asawasi constituency. Before Nicholas, we went to Ododo to talk to Theophilus Sampa. And Doreen talked about very interesting dynamics in Ododo, where the current members of parliament, mainly for the NDC and the NPP, are new. For the NDC is Alfred Kotai Ashi, and then for the MTP is Abdul Manab. So the interesting thing, Doreen, with the deal is that the NPP is hoping to win that seat because of the projects that they've actually been able to roll out in that particular constituency. And that's going to be the harbour. Yes, so that's going to be the trump card in there. But the other challenge for the NPP, which happens to be an advantage for the NDC, is that the NDC has a very strong hold on the grassroots there. The DOD. I think that's one work that the Nante did over the period that he was a member of parliament there. And he took charge of that grassroots. So as to whether the grassroots will be convinced enough to say that, well, because of these particular projects, let's give it to Abdul Manav, or for that matter, let's give it to the NPP, is another issue. But mainly, the NDC has actually expressed its dominance in that particular constituency of the DOD since 2004. with Nilante Vanderpoy in there winning, and then the current one that we also have. Again, that the NDC had some internal challenges during election to really elect who is going to represent them at the parliamentary level. Well, according to the party, those things have been resolved, but we wait to see whether it will have any influence at all in the outcome today of the election. So that's going to be the dynamics in there in Ododo. Similar one is also in Asawasi, where Nicholas reported from, where Mutaka is the member of parliament there. Mutaka also have a very strong hold.
He seems to have a strong hold in Asawase.
In Asawase, in the constituency. I mean, some people describe him as the godfather for that particular area. and he's able to get a lot of votes for the NDC in Asawase. If NDC gets any significant vote at all in the Ashanti region, it's because of Asawase, where Mutaka is the member of parliament there over the years. And of course, we know that Ashanti region is a stronghold of the NPP. But
they've not been able to do anything about Asawase.
Yes, they've not been able to do anything about Asawase. I guess we all know why. So it's also going to be very interesting. The NPP hope that this time around they can do something in that particular constituency to take the seat from Mutaka. As to whether that's going to be possible, we can only tell that at the end of the day here, Doreen.
If you look at the NDC's votes in Asawase over the years, in fact, we'll talk about 2020, where the party had 57.14, or when it comes to the presidential elections, and the NPP had 42.40 in that constituency. Now, if you look at 2016, now in the presidential elections, the NDC had 53.56, NPP had 45.61. So that means that, well, it seems the NPP made some gains in 2016, but in 2020, they seem to have dropped those figures. So in the presidential, we wait to see if today, being sort of a decider, they get to either increase their votes in the constituency or maybe see a reduction, and how that will affect the overall results this year. Now,
and even how that is going to affect the overall result for both parties, especially for the NDC, because, like I stated earlier, I mean, most of their significant votes in the Ashanti region for the NDC comes from this Asawase constituency. So, as to what's really going to happen this time around, because, I mean, from what has happened so far, we all know projections made by both parties, the NDC and the NPP, as to the percentage of votes that they want from the Ashanti region specifically. That is actually going to help them either to win the election or not to win the election. So that's going to be a very interesting place to look out for, the Ashanti region, Asawase, for that matter too, together with other constituencies too. So check with the time. We're just into 44 minutes of voting. Voting started 44 minutes ago. As a matter of fact, it's the 45th minute now that voting has started across the country. We're getting reports from the various voting centers. So far, we've gotten one from the Ashanti region. We've gotten one coming from Tema, and then there's one coming from Lojokuku and Odododiodio. We have a number of more constituencies to move on to and to find out exactly what's happening there, how voting is going, because as we speak, voting has started. Doreen.
Now, we have Lennox on the line. He's been reporting or monitoring the situation in some polling stations. I think that should be in Accra. So we'll go over to Lennox, hear what he has to say, and then maybe we'll come back to the studio and get some more insight about the updates he'll be giving us. Hello, Lennox, can you hear me? Hello, Lennox.
Yes, hello. I can hear you.
Lennox, please take it away.
Okay. So I am at the Tansuma police station, the divisional police station. That is where I came. I got here around 5 a.m. When I got here, there were quite a number of people already waiting for the electoral materials to arrive. But unfortunately, the materials didn't arrive on time. Exactly 7:01 was when the electoral materials arrived, and then they are still sorting out. But the people have been sent into booths, and then there are about 5 booths here. So even though the number is quite large, because there are 5 voting centers at this place, so the process is just about to start. But I mean, they promised me that there will be speed, and then people will start voting very soon.
So, Lennox, have you been given any explanations why the materials arrived late?
The electoral official said he will speak to me when the people start voting. Now, he's too busy and he won't be able to speak to me and give me the reasons why the materials arrived late.
We'll wait to hear some further explanation on why these materials arrived late. But have you been able to speak to some of the voters? Now, in some polling stations, we are told that people started queuing very early in the morning. In fact, some around 1 a.m., 3 a.m., and all of that. In your polling station, do we have a similar situation? And what have voters been telling you?
Well, all that they've been saying is that this election is different to them. it affects their lives, and then therefore the decision they are making is based on what they think, who they think can rescue them from the financial problems they are facing. So, but from here, I'll move to I've identified 2 or 3 other police stations. So when the voting starts here, and I'm able to get the videos and send to the office, I'll move to the other places to observe, and then give you the report from that.
So, Lennox, exactly which part of Dansoman? Because we also want to know who the candidates are when it comes to the parliamentary elections. Is it Eslowusu's constituency?
This is Madam Eslowusu's constituency, and then this is one of the 45 constituencies that were created before the 2012 general elections in Ghana, and since then she's been the one who had won. 2012 she won with about 58.22%, and then it dropped to 57% in the 2016 elections, and then the 2020 election it dropped to 54%. So, but the electorates are saying that, well, they can't tell me who they are voting for, but all looks set for victory for Madam Eslowusu, because this has been the stronghold of the NPP since this constituency was carved out of the Ablekuma South constituency.
Well, that's Lennox reporting from Dansoman area, Eslowusu's constituency. That's the Ablekuma West constituency. We'll be touching base with more of our correspondents who are scattered across the country. We do not go anywhere. We'll be bringing you further details about some of the issues that have been coming up, the swing constituencies. We'll be giving you further figures and some more information about those constituencies where we know that they are flashpoints, areas where we consider strongholds of both parties, and more also on the parliamentary results and voting patterns in some of these constituencies. Please stay.
All right. So about the Ablekuma West constituency, just as Lennox said, it's one of the 45 constituencies actually created in 2012 out of the Ablekuma South constituency. So it has communities like Dansoman, I think parts of Choko. That's my area.
Just around the Glife area.
Glife is part of it. There's Opitikwe, there's Big Base, and then I think there's Shaibu too, being part of that particular Shiabu. Okay, that's the word, Shiabu, being part of that particular constituency. And since the creation in 2012, the current member of parliament, that's Ursula Owusu-Okufo, has actually won that seat. In 2012 she won, in 2016 she won, in 2020 she also won the seat in there. But if you look at the votes, and just as so from 58% in 2012 to 57% in 2016, and then in 2020 to about 54%. As to what the dynamics is going to be this time around, we wait to see. But following Ursula during the campaign period in that particular constituency, she has really been pushing very hard. And I mean, you should see her campaigning at dawn, at night, and making sure that she holds on to that particular seat. But the NDC is also trying and pushing, if not to take the seat from her, but to actually reduce the percentage at which she wins most of the time in that particular constituency.
So wait to see what happens in the Ablekuma West constituency. But there's another constituency, that should be the Okovanda Poise constituency. That's Ablekuma South.
Okay, all right. Before we get to that constituency, let's go to Medina and talk to Gifty Eje, who is our correspondent standing by at the Medina constituency. Another interesting place, because that's where the NDC held their final rally. Gifty, good morning to you.
Good morning, my brother.
I hope you're well.
Oh, by God's grace, I'm good. Hope you're fine also.
Good day. All right, thank you. Tell us, what can you share with us at the constituency that you find yourself in this morning?
Yes, like you rightly said, currently in Medina constituency, specifically DC Primary School part-time. And for this center, we have about 6 polling stations. And as I talk to you, voting is yet to begin. And the reason is that the ballot boxes that arrived for both the presidential and parliamentary elections, the presidential ballot boxes do not have the EC's seal attached to all the 6 polling stations. And so it became a very heated issue here. Agents of, especially the NDC, were declining to let the process begin, because per standard practice, the boxes should have 3 seals: the NDC seal, the NPPs, and then the EC seal. So if it comes and we have only 2, excluding the ECs for the presidential ballot boxes, then it means that, according to what they are saying, the materials are not actually coming from the EC, or it's coming from the EC, but it has been compromised. And as I speak to you now, there's been backup security. We've seen a number of police people here, so I think we've come to a compromise where the whole thing has been resolved. And so I think I can see about 3 of the polling centers beginning to let the electorates cast their ballot. But before that, it was really a heated argument, because for especially the NDC party, they think the materials might have been compromised.
Okay, and has the Electoral Commission said anything to that effect?
Well, for the Electoral Commission, they were insisting that the materials were coming from the EC, but it is unfortunate that it does not have their seal attached to the boxes. Hold on, I think I've seen one of the officials. Let me quickly go to him, and then he can tell us more concerning this issue. Hi, sir. Just a quick one. Just a quick one. Just 1 second. Please explain to us what happened this morning, or the confusion that's really observed. Yes, I on GBC. Your name, please, and explain.
I'm Freeman. Freeman David.
Okay. And you are there?
I'm the presiding officer for one of the stations in Panther Hospital. When the ballot boxes came in, we didn't have certain seals for the top seal, especially. We didn't have the top seal for one of the ballot boxes. That is what causes it.
No, but unless it runs through all the 6 polling stations with a convention.
That I can't confirm. I'm speaking for my police station.
But I've made my initial
so you are saying
investigation.
You are saying it for all the other stations. You are saying for the other. I can speak for my station.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me quickly go to one of the agents to get his perspective. Hold on. We are live on GBC. Kindly explain to us all that we observed this morning. Your name, please, and then your position.
Yeah, my name is Mr. Ibu. Yeah, I'm here representing the party, National Democratic Congress, that is NDC. Okay. Yeah. At the arrival of the ballot materials for the election to start, we realized there is no seals for the presidential box. That is the middle seal. So we complained, but the EC is trying to make things difficult by saying we should continue because maybe they are short of seals. The presidential and the parliamentary candidate, maybe they don't provide the seals. And we said, no, even if the parties do not provide the seals, all 6 polling stations. And I said, okay, if the party was not willing to provide a seal, what about the Electoral Commission? Because they are the body mandated to conduct this election. Because already at NBC, we are even having problems with the EC. So when it comes like this, we find things difficult to understand things easily like that. So at the end of the day, we all agree that, okay, let us put something down in a written document so that the electoral officer in charge of the polling station should put a document down, we'll sign, and then at the end of the day, we'll open the ballot box, and then we count all the materials that are in it. If everything is intact, then we proceed. If there is any distance, then we can protest. So for now, we've all agreed, and then we are going through the process, inspecting the electoral materials in the ballot box. Yes.
With this center, how many people are expected to cast their ballot?
This Pantan Hospital, that is DC Primary School Pantan Hospital, 2,511 registered voters are expected to cast their ballot today, in this general election today. Yes, 2,511 registered voters. Yes. All the 6 polling stations. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Grateful. Yeah, so my brother, that's the latest from DC Primary School Pantine here in the Medina constituency.
Okay, so they've managed to resolve the challenge?
Sure.
Okay.
I've seen about 2-3 polling centers beginning to conduct the process.
All right. Just for a quick clarification, Gifty, it means that there was no presidential seal on the ballot box. That's what they were saying.
Sure.
Okay.
Ideally,
Yes.
the parties have their seal, two from the parties, NDC and DP, and then there's a third one from the EC. So the boxes arrive, and for the parliamentary boxes, they had all three seals. But for the presidential boxes, it had only two, excluding the EC seal. And the people were saying that they won't agree because the standard practice, even if the parties do not provide their seals, for the EC seal, it must be there. It is a must. Well, that allows the process to begin.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think we get it now. All right. Gifty, thank you very much for joining us. We'll quickly join Melissa Otin. But Doreen, that's an interesting development coming from Medina.
Very interesting developments, because I'm wondering how it's possible that the parties will have their seals on there, and then the EC would not have their seal. And I'm surprised that they may have been able to resolve it so calmly and quietly, because in other circumstances, they wouldn't have been taken lightly. So in this case, if at some point a particular party is not satisfied with the results, now that they have accepted that the process goes on like this, are they going to be happy when the results come in? Are they going to be satisfied? How do they handle it?
Does it actually change anything at all?
Because, well, you can never tell. This is an election.
You have both parties still on it.
So many things. So many things have happened during elections, and so you would want to be sure that everything that is supposed to be there is there, so that in the end you do not come back with any excuses or any reasons why you do not want to accept the results.
Let's go to Winneba and talk to Melissa. Melissa, good morning to you. Hello, Melissa. Melissa, good morning. Melissa, you're live.
They told me to drop the phone because they can see I'm holding the phone, so they told me to drop it. And so right now we are in the Futu constituency. If you can hear me, we are in the Futu constituency. That is the one of the hotspots here in Ghana, which is for the Honorable Majority Leader. This is actually the parliamentary seat of the Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Alexander Afenyo Kwame Namakin. And also, if you come to the Futu constituency, the people here are fisher folks, okay? About the majority of the people here are fisher folks. And also you can see the University of Education, whatever. Today we are looking at some 59,134 voters to vote. That is what we are expecting. We are expecting 59,134 voters to vote today. And also in 18 electoral areas in the Futu constituency. And we have 151 polling stations here in the Futu constituency. 151 polling stations. About touring a few of the polling stations, I am here at the Kojobedu polling station. And here in this Kojobedu polling station, we have 7 polling centers here. And one of the polling center, which is polling center A, Kojobedu polling center A, we are looking at some 367 polling people to vote. 376 people to vote today. We have 9 transfers in this particular polling center. We have 2 proxies. We have 35 absent. And also multiple votes is 0. So that is what I can report here. And actually, this morning, exactly 7 a.m., the honorable majority leader of parliament came here to cast a vote. Actually, he came here this morning to inspect the area. I think he has been touring all polling stations to see if election has started. And so when he came here, he decided to cast his vote. This is the exact place that the honorable majority leader votes. And so he came here to cast his vote this morning. This is what I can tell you from the year 1992 to today. Any presidential candidate that the people of Efutu decide to vote for, when they decide to go the straight way, which is the straight way and not the skirt and blouse, that particular presidential candidate wins. Also, from the year 1992 to 2004, it was for the MPP. Now, from 2004 to 2000, it was for the NDC, sorry. Now, from 2004 to 2008, the MPP took over, which is Honorable Olusueje. He took over. Now, for the last 12 years, it's been Honorable Afenyo-Markin. He has maintained his seat. Now, I want you to know that Honorable Afenyo-Markin took over from Honorable Mike Allen Ama. Mike Allen Ama was from 2008 to 2012. He was the Honorable Majority Member of Parliament here, the MP for the Efutu constituency. From 2008 to 2012, it was NDC. And also, when it comes to presidential, NDC also won here in Efutu from 2008 to 2012. Now, the Honorable Majority Leader of Parliament, Alexander Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, took over from 2012 to 2020. And all the time that he stood as the MP, he contested as an MP, the MPP also won. And so currently in Efutu for the past 12 years, I can tell you that Efutu has been a stronghold for MPP, both for presidential and for parliamentary. Efutu has taken over. This time around, as we are speaking to some people, which I'm going to talk to someone now for you, people are calling for change. Right now, I want to tell you that the Honorable Majority Leader is not the only person contesting in this year's parliamentary elections. We have Honorable Majority Leader for the MPP. We have James Kofi Annan for the NDC. He is a social entrepreneur. And also you have Louisa Wabe for independence. She is also a social worker. And so we are here with Freeman, and I want to speak to Freeman and ask him what he is expecting here. Freeman. Hello, sir. Yeah. Please. Yes, Mr. Freeman, this is BBC. You are live on BBC, Ghana Television, and I'm asking what you are expecting today.
Today, what I'm expecting that I want the turnout to be more, so that the change that we need in Ghana, how Ghana is going now. When we see what we are going, because we are this Efutu, we need change here because there's no work in Efutu. When it comes to Efutu, we depend on only this university, but there's no development yet. Winnipeg people say this year they will vote massively for Dr. James Kofi Annan because we want job. We cannot go to school and stay at home without job.
All right, welcome back. That's Melissa Otinda in the Central Region and Winnipeg specifically in the Futu, and that's the seat where Alexander Afenyo-Markin is actually representing in Parliament as the majority leader. We all know what happened with the whole parliamentary issue there concerning who is minority and majority and all that. But I guess by the end of today, we'll get to know exactly who's going to represent the majority side and the minority side in the next parliament. But that's Afenyomakin's constituency. And it's been a stronghold of the NPP for some years now. And Dr. Annan, who is representing the NDC, is also contesting this time around. And the expectation is that he will give Afenyomakin quite a very tough run for this particular race. He did same in 2020. Whether that's really going to happen in 2024, we're yet to see. But Afenyomakin won the 2020 parliamentary seat there in Futu, and we're actually standing for this time around, and we'll see exactly what is going to happen. If you're just joining us, this is our coverage of the 2024 general election, live on GBC News. We're also live on Facebook, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. On the internet is gbcghanaonline.com. We are 1 hour already into voting across all the voting centers that we have for you today. And according to the Electoral Commission, we have about 40,976 polling stations and 18,774,159 valid voters that are expected to vote today. And now this is there's been an increase from that of the 2020 valid voters. For the 2020, we had 27,641 for the 2020, and there's been an increase of about 10.25%, moving to 18,774,159 valid voters that are expected to vote in this particular exercise. And at the end of the day, Ghana is going to elect a new president and also elect members of parliament for the 276 constituencies. Sorry, you heard from Ifutu, Alexander Afenyomakin.
King's constituency. Yes, now, I'm just reading a bit more about James Kofi, and I'm seeing that he's the founder of Winneba is King movement in that constituency. So he seems to have some relationship with the youth in that community, and I'm sure that is likely to maybe help him in this election. But if you look at the results in the Ifutu constituency, you see that Afenyomakin has been gaining since 2016. I think in 2016 he got around 51 point something % of the votes in the constituency. But in 2016 he got around 61 or 53. I'm not too sure, but he got rid of the figures. So even if it's 53, let's just say it's 53. I mean, he would have gained in the constituency. So it seems that people in the constituency appreciate what he does in the constituency, and also maybe his role in parliament as the leader of business and or a leader in the house maybe would have contributed to majority in the house. I mean, he was not until recently. I mean, well, he only became majority leader recently. So I mean, that did not reflect in the 2020 election. So you can't use that as a basis for which he might have been voted for. But at the time, he was still a leader in the House. And so maybe that would have, in a way, played a role in maybe some developments or projects he may have brought into that constituency, for which reason the people feel that he deserves to be voted for. So today being election day, let's see, maybe he may be at the same level as he got in. He's
still strong in the constituency.
Yeah, Afenyomakin is a strong politician. You cannot take that away from him. Even if you're on the opposing side, you would appreciate the level of intellect he has, his contributions to Parliament and everything. So you cannot take that away from him. And I'm sure that the people know this. They know what he brings to the table, and also what Dr. James Kofi Annan also brings to the table. And so today they are torn between voting for the one who is already in Parliament, the one who you know has the intellect, the one who you know can speak for you because he's already a leader, and someone who comes in with fresh energy into the constituency. So, I mean, either ways, I mean, there's something the people will be having, or there's something that people will be gaining in the constituency. But if you look at the trends, from 2016 to 2020, it's likely he may gain a bit, or even if he loses, just a little bit.
All right. But James is predicting about 55% victory for him. Yes, that's James' prediction. I mean, over the period, looking at his campaign and all that, he hopes that this time around he can get 55% and then just pushing off Alexander Afenyomakin. But we wait to see how that
He has every right to. That's the central region. We know what the central region can do. I mean, today they vote for you, the next day, I mean, they can be voting for the other political party. So, I mean, it's everybody's game. It's actually anybody's game. So we wait to see what happens in a Futu.
All right, so we'll be taking you to other constituencies too to get reports as to voting has already started. Like I mentioned earlier, we are over 1 hour, 12 minutes into voting now across the country. Of course, some voting centers started that late because of the late arrival of the voting materials. We had some concerns also expressed from Medina, where Gifty reported that they didn't have the EC seal on the presidential ballot box, of which the parties raised issues, saying that no, that it's not the right way to go. But finally, that was actually resolved, and then the voting has actually started in that particular constituency in Medina. So we've taken you over to the Ashanti region, gotten reports coming from Masawase. We've spent some time here in the Greater Accra region, also gone to the Central region, where we just returned from with Melissa Oten's report. We'll be taking you over to other aspects of the country, the various voting centers, and get to know exactly what's happening there. But Doreen, earlier when we started this whole, you talked about the free senior high school and whether it was actually going to have any impact at all, especially when we're talking about the due time, the first-time voters, over 700,000 of those first-time voters, whether that's really going to be a deciding point for them on that. In 2020 August, September 2020, that was when we had the first free senior high school students graduating. Did that have a telling on the 2020 election?
Well, because in 2020, you see that the NPP lost some votes, just around 500. In fact, a significant number, 500,000 votes. That's half.
2016,
yes, so that makes it a bit dicey because you cannot tell. Because if these people really are happy with this policy, you would expect that 1 million would have voted for the NPP, and they would have, even if those who had voted for the NPP in 2016, that's extra 1 million that they made in 2016, for which they beat the NDC. If they had lost that, you would expect that these 1 million students who would have benefited from the free senior high school would have voted for the party, and I mean, they would have still gained in any way. But we didn't see that. They rather lost some votes. So we cannot specifically conclude that indeed maybe that number or the number of people who benefited from this free senior high school would reflect in this the outcome of this election. I mean, the NPP had made this free senior high school a major campaign a mantra in this election. If you look at most of their adverts, most of their campaign messages, free senior high school has been topical in everything that they've said. And I mean, people have said that indeed they've benefited from the policy. I was on campaign with the First Lady, and I mean, if you look at some people say, indeed it's benefited them, but you cannot use that as a basis to say that yes, you are going to, that is going to reflect in the votes. You cannot use that. People have different perceptions about the free senior high school. So the only thing that can tell us what is going to happen is when we are done with the election today, we get the outcome. And then that would give us some more evidence as to whether or not, yes.
But I mean, if you scan, I mean, this year has been very interesting because there have been various elections held across the world. I mean, talk about of the US, Namibia also had their election. Other countries have also had their election. Even an interesting one has got to do with what even happened in France a couple of days ago, where the Prime Minister had a vote of no confidence and all that. But if you scan, I mean, throughout all the elections held this year, not only in Africa but around the world, you notice one particular trend. The trend is that voters are focusing on certain key things that usually the politician is detached from. If you scan, because usually the politician focuses much, especially when you come to Africa, much on projects and all those
Even in the US, you see when Kamala Harris was campaigning, she was so focused on abortion rights.
Policies,
but from the votes and the reports, you see that people are really looking up for the economic bread and butter issues.
That has always been the argument. That has always been the conversation in here. So I don't know if Ghana's situation this time around, it's going to be different. But again, if you look at the way Ghana votes and Ghanaians vote over the years, it's mainly got to do with issues concerning bread and butter. I mean, over the years, from former President Rawlings, Socialist President Rawlings, to former President Kufuor, to the late President John Evans Atta Mills, to John Dramani Mahama and the current president too. So mainly these are some of the issues that people look out for. So maybe this one is going to be very different compared to what has been experienced over the period. So we wait to see the outcome of this particular election, whether it still follows the same trend as to what's happening on the ground and what people think is happening on the ground and what politicians also think that they've been able to actually offer the people.
Yes, let me just remind our viewers that we know that the Electoral Commission and the police or the Election Security Task Force is expected to have some press conferences this morning. So as and when they're ready, we'll take you there and then get an update on what they've seen so far in the first few hours of the election. So do not go away. The Election Security Task Force is likely to have a press conference this morning. If you look at their schedule, they're saying that their first press conference is going to happen around 9 a.m. this morning. And, I mean, we have just about 45 minutes to 9 a.m. So as and when you get the signal, we'll take you over there and then listen to what the Election Security Task Force has been saying. Now, George, if you look at from yesterday, talk about security, there's been a number of issues that have been coming up. The military had said that they were not going to deploy any personnel. Then yesterday received a statement that they were deploying not really to the centers, but close to the centers, so that in case there's anything, they can easily come in to help the police.
Was that the earlier communication?
Well, I mean, earlier we were told that they were not going to, but I mean, just for security reasons, you know that we have some flashpoints in the country, and they would want to be on hand so that in case there's any mishap, they are readily available to support the police to call the situation.
Okay, let's quickly go to Ablikuma Central and talk to our correspondent who's standing by. Good morning to you. Hello, Humu, good morning.
Station here at Abotokai, Ablikuma Central constituency. The news team arrived here a few minutes after 7. We're expecting to see voting in progress, but unfortunately when we arrived here earlier on, there were a lot of voters who had gathered here to cast their vote. Unfortunately, there were no signs of voting materials, there were no signs of voting process beginning. We did cite a few of the Electoral Commission officials who admitted that they were here at around 6 a.m. But unfortunately...
All right, so that's Humu there. We'll get back to her with that particular report. She's reporting from Ablikuma Central, which is one of the constituencies in Accra. It was created in 1992, and it covers community including Abosokai, where Humu is, Matayeko, Latebio Koshi, and then Shukura, and the member of parliament there who won the 2016 election. It's been a very interesting seat because in 1996 it was an NPP seat. And then in 2000, it moved to an NPP seat still. In 2004, an NPP seat. And then in 2008, NDC took over. That's Theophilus Tetechai. And then in 2012, the NDC. And then in 2016, Skilbert Ni-Na. Yes.
Ebenezer Nati.
Ebenezer, yeah. So that's actually what's actually happening in Ablikuma Central. Whether he's going to maintain that seat or not is another conversation.
I've told you that constituency is an interesting constituency because you know it's a constituency where you have just of an elite class in a particular area, and you have those you'd say are lower middle income, lower income communities or households in also at a particular part of the constituency. Normally, when the votes coming from sort of what we would call the elite communities, the NPP is always in the lead. Ablikuma Central. But when you begin getting results from the has always been closed. And we wait to see what happens because, like I said, Abdul Latif Dan is the incumbent now. I covered the party, the NDC's primaries in 20, I think, well, that was in 20 elections. And if you listen to some of the voters, they had wanted one, Alidu. Okay. John, you know Alidu? Yes, used to come for some programs on GT.
Yes. Just hold on. Let's go back to Humu. Humu, back to you there with your reports.
So we are currently at polling station here at Abosoka in Ablekuma Central Constituency. The news team arrived earlier on, a few minutes after 7. We were expecting a voting process to be ongoing when we arrived there. Unfortunately, when we got here, there were long queues of voters who were ready to cast their votes. Some of them did mention that they were here at 8 a.m. Unfortunately, at the time we got here, some few minutes after 7, voting had not started. There were no signs of voting materials. There was no signs of voting processes beginning. We did cite a few of the Electoral Commission officials who admitted to us that they had been here at around 6 a.m. But that was no concern to the voters because they were here. Some were here as early as 3 a.m., some at 12 midnight, but voting had not started. As we went to some few places, and now we are back at this same polling station. We've seen that voting materials this time around has arrived. Some of the electoral officials are trying to sort out the voting materials. There are long queues of voters ready to cast their vote. Unfortunately, voting is still not started. I want to believe there are a few other polling stations grouped here together. Behind us is one polling station where I think voting has started. But this particular one, the electoral officials are still sorting out the materials. They are trying to put everything together. The voters have formed their long queues, and if we can be allowed to come a bit closer to the electoral officials trying to sort out the materials, this is the site that you will see. They are still sorting out. We have long queues of voters. We have a lot of them ready. Some are even trying to peep in, but voting is yet to start. I haven't checked my time. I'm sure it's almost 8 or a few minutes after 8, but unfortunately voting has not started. We don't know what's going to happen when voting starts. I mean, when voting closes at 5, will these people be allowed extra more hours to cast their vote because they didn't start early? We are not sure. We have just not been told. But all we can tell for now are the electoral officials are still sorting out some of the materials, and some of the polling stations we've seen that voting has gradually taken off finally. Voting has gradually taken off finally. So that's all we can report from here at Zana polling station at Abosoka, Ablekuma Central Constituency. We visited some few other constituencies like the Christ Apostolic Church polling station, where we had 4 polling stations at the same premises. Luckily for us, we got there and then voting has started. But the issue with that place is that there were 4 polling stations at one particular premises, and then the voters had 4 long queues. They had refused to be separated into the different polling stations. So voting had started at that place also, but the process went a bit slower because it needs to get your turn, and then the electoral officials will now tell you based on what is on your voter ID card on which particular polling station to go to. So that is it from Christ Apostolic Church polling station, also here at Abosoka, but we are currently located at Zana polling station, where voting has gradually started.
Okay, welcome back. That was Humu there, and the Abosoka constituency there. That's part of the Ablekuma Central constituency. Of course, voting started not long ago based on some challenges they had there, and fortunately it has started. And just to quickly give you an update, understanding is that the vice president has actually voted in the Wale constituency. That's the vice president who is the flag bearer for the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He's actually cast his vote in the Wale constituency of the Savannah region in the northern part of this country, and he's very much confident and positive of winning this particular process. So that's a quick update coming in there. I mean, the expectation is that at least since the commission said that everything is starting at 7 o'clock, we can have the entire country starting at 7 o'clock. But if you have some not starting at 7 and all that, I mean, the challenge, somebody will say it's usual, but we shouldn't continue.
We shouldn't continue
with the usual, which is unusual.
We should, if everybody is starting at 7, let's all start at 7. And unfortunately, we didn't get to hear exactly why they started late. I would have loved to understand why they started late, why the electoral materials did not get to the polling stations very early. Because on my way here, at around 3:30, 4 thereabouts, I saw some officials trying to set up, which means they were ready to start the process. And I'm sure that for those centers, they would have started the process a long time ago. So I'm wondering why we would wait and not get the materials to the centers early, and then some stations would have to start late. I don't know if the Electoral Commission would make way for such stations to have an extra hour or two, because I mean, if it's expected to start at 7, it's almost 8:30 now. That's 1.5 hours late. Are they going to make provisions for constituencies or polling stations where the process started late to make up for that time that they would have lost? And the argument is that because there are so many polling stations, people don't even have to wait for that long. But if you look at the shots from whose polling station she showed right now, there were lots of people there. So let's hope that, in fact, this number is able to register. Everybody who wants to vote is able to vote. Else, I hope that the EC would make some provision for such constituencies to have some few minutes to round up their voting, because they didn't get the opportunity to start early.
Is that where you vote?
That's not why I vote, actually. I used to vote in Ablekuma Central, but I moved it to Esojaman constituency.
Esojaman, where's that?
Oh, that's in the Akusumbu area.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so that's where I vote. So my current MP is one Ampem Dakon. He's an NDC candidate. And now the NPP candidates... I actually... No, that's Pius Hajide. That's Pius Hajide, yes. That's the NPP candidate, parliamentary candidate for the constituency.
All right, so that's Ablekuma Central report there coming from Humu, and hopefully everything has actually been sorted out and voting has started. And like I stated earlier, the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is the flag bearer for the NPP, has actually cast his ballot at this constituency in the northern region, specifically in the Savannah region in Owaliwali, and he did that some hours ago. The expectation, according to him, is that he hopes to also he hopes to win at the end of the day. Not forgetting when we picked the report coming from Mutala in Bolibamboy, also in the Savannah region, saying that the presidential candidate for the NDC, that's John Dramani Mahama, is expected to also cast his ballots in Bolibamboy. He's expected to do that this morning. We'll get back to Mutala and get further updates on that, whether that has already happened. But according to Mutala, when we spoke to him earlier, the former president is already in the constituency where he's going to cast his ballot. Not forgetting that Bolibamboy is the same constituency that he represented in Parliament for a number of terms before the new NDC Member of Parliament for Bolibamboy. That's Honorable Yusuf Suleimana, who's also representing there and still standing for this particular election. Should we expect any major changes in this whole process that we're having so far?
As in...
mainly the parliamentary.
Changes in Parliament?
Yes.
Obviously, there's an election. I'm sure we'll see. I'm sure we'll see some changes because, you know, in the last election, we saw some really major changes, especially when it comes to the NPP, where it lost almost... I mean, I think about 40, a significant number of their seats in Parliament, from around 160 to 138. That's a huge loss. And this is an election. If you do not perform in your constituency, your constituents would want you out. So they come in with a new member of parliament. So we know today, in this current dispensation, the electorate is more enlightened. There's social media where they can read. There's and not just reading. People create video content where you don't even have to worry your head reading. So if you don't know how to read, there's always content that gives you information on what is happening in your constituency. You also live in the constituency. You see what happens in the constituency. So if your member of parliament is not performing, you know. And for both sides, I feel there's going to be a major change.
All right. You feel there will be surprises too?
Surprises. I'm sure there will be surprises.
Okay. All right. It's our election coverage here on GTV, also live on GBC News. We're live on Facebook, which is Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. On the internet at gbcghanaonline.com. We're also live on GTV Ghana. Let's go for a quick break. We'll return. We'll get more reports. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Back, it's our coverage of the 2024 elections, which it's currently ongoing. Started about 1 hour 34 minutes ago. And some centers actually did not start exactly at 7. Some centers started later after 7. But as we speak, majority of the voting centers across the country, it's actually voting to elect a president, the next president for the next 4 years, and also elect members of parliament for the 276 constituencies. So far, we've taken you across some voting centers in the country, and we'll be doing more. There are about 40,976 polling stations that we have that voting is taking place, with valid voters being 18,774,159. Now, out of this number, we have 9,689,987 being females, and then 9,082,264 being males. And for the first-time voters, we have 708,280 first-time voters. And this is the data we are working with coming from the Electoral Commission, expecting all these people, if possible, which it's not likely to have 100% turnout though, but at least from what we got from the special voting, with an over 80% voter turnout, the expectation for this particular exercise being the general election itself will have that good turnout. Now, the figure in terms of the valid voters, there's an increase of 10.25% compared to the figure for 2020. That of 2020, the valid voters actually, we had 17,027,641. And there's been an increase of 10.25%, which is 18,774,159 valid voters expected to cast their ballot today. Let's move over to Doreen, and we'll pick some bit of reports again coming from Ewutu Senya. But before we go to our correspondent who is at Ewutu Senya, let's pick some dynamics in there coming from Ewutu Senya. Doreen, what can you
This is the Ewutu Senya East constituency, and we know it's in the central region. The current member of parliament is the NPP's Mavis Hawakumse. Now, the constituency has 316 polling stations. It also has 173,995 registered voters in that constituency. Now, let's look at the 2016 parliamentary elections. Now, Mavis Hawakumse won, and let me say that constituency has been a major stronghold of the NPP. Many have said that it doesn't matter who you place there, the party is going to win. So in 2016, Mavis Hawakumse at the parliamentary level won the the election with 58.10% of the votes. That's around 34,656 votes in the constituency. Now, the second person was the NDC that won with 40. That followed with 40.86% of the votes in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. Now, the candidate of the NDC was Adams Nuhu. CPP came third with 0.21% of the vote, and we had another candidate, Adi Ishmael. He came in with just in fact, the PPP came in third with 0.83, and CPP came in with 0.21% of the votes. That's for the parliamentary in Ewutu Senya East constituency. Now, let's go to the presidential elections in Ewutu Senya East. The NPP sort of won the constituency. That's the current president, Nadu Danko Akufo-Addo. He won with 56.91% of the votes. John Mahama won 42.35. Now, you see the wide margin. Yeah. That's around let's just say more than 14%, around 14% of the votes. That's the difference between the two candidates. The President Akufo-Addo had 333,793 votes. John Mahama had 25,143. So you see the difference between the two candidates in the 2016 elections. Now let's go to 2020. In 2020, Mavis Hawakumse won 51.93% of the votes. The NDC candidate had 46.88% of the votes, followed by the GUM, CPP, UPP, and then GCPP, whose votes were nothing to write home about, indeed, in the constituency. In the presidential, President Akufo-Addo won 57 57,555 votes in the constituency, representing around 52.62% of the votes in the constituency. NDC came in, that's John Mahama came in with 46.68% of the votes. Still, there was that gap. It seems that it's just around the same 14% for 2016. So obviously, like I mentioned, it's an NPP stronghold, and for most of the people there, they would always vote NPP. It doesn't matter what happens or who you place there as the parliamentary candidate or even for the presidential. That constituency has consistently voted for the NPP.
And what does it say moving into, I think, 2020?
Well, we are in 2020, actually. That's 2020. And we see that, yes, it's still, the NPP has a very strong hold, the hold of the constituency.
But it looks like the current parliamentary candidate for the NDC, that's Phyllis Koyu, it's actually giving Hawa Kumsin a very tough time this time around.
Yes, she's given her a tough time this time around, and I've seen her sort of debate Hawa Kumsin in some programs, and you see that she's very forceful. She speaks her mind. She makes sure that she tells Hawa Kumsin what she wants to say, and she seems to be getting a lot of support from people in the constituency. But maybe that we cannot tell you that would translate into votes, because you know that Hawa Kumsin is a very strong lady in the constituency. She doesn't back down. She goes for what she's looking for. And we cannot discount her influence in the constituency. So, I mean, the NDC candidates may be giving her a tough time. Maybe she would only be successful in reducing her vote, Hawa Kumsin's vote in the constituency, but it doesn't look like she is likely to win that constituency.
That's Phyllis?
Yes.
All right, because talking to some watchers are saying that, well, not likely though, but she's actually will end up making an impact, and it will not come out as a surprise if she actually wins that particular constituency.
I mean, today's election day, let's wait. People already in the queues voting. Everybody is anxious at the polling centers, so we'll have to wait till everything is done and then we can tell. But I believe that she would be able to make an impact, but not necessarily be able to close this gap and then take over from Hawa Kumsin.
It's a perception that if you have a very, how do I describe this? I use this word advisedly, very aggressive candidate. You get an aggressive person to actually match her up. You don't know maybe it's Hawa Kumsin and how aggressive she is, how forceful she is to get her things done. It looks like Phyllis has that kind of attribute.
They seem to have that similar energies.
Similar energies.
Let's go to Ewutu East. We have Mavis. She's in the constituency. She'll be telling us more. So Mavis, we are in Ewutu East. What is happening? Hello, Mavis, can you hear me? Mavis, can you hear me? Well, I see.
Okay, so we are currently at the St. Martha's Catholic School.
All right, welcome back. We'll get back to Mavis, who is going to report to us from Ewutu Senya East. But before that, the chairperson of the Commonwealth Observers Group, that's Dr. Eric Masisi, has described the electoral process so far as orderly and peaceful. He spoke to GBC News and he said that calling on the media to be very circumspect and accurate in their reportage. Dr. Masisi was also the former president of Botswana. Let's take a listen to him. We'll get back shortly.
So Ghanaians are at the polls today to elect the next president of the Republic of Ghana and 276 members of parliament who will be constituting the 9th parliament come 2025. And very crucial to this process is observer mission groups. One such observer mission is the Commonwealth Observer Group, and I have with me the chairperson of the group, who is also the former president of Botswana, His Excellency Dr. Mokweti Eric Masisi. Good morning and welcome to GBC News.
Very good morning and thank you for the welcome.
All right. So as an observer mission, you've been going around the polling stations to observe what is going on there. What have you observed so far?
Well, we began our observation this morning. We arrived at 6 at the first observation station, which is the Ghana Accra Technical University. And we witnessed a preparatory process for the beginning of the poll by the electoral organizing officials, commission officials, and the party agents. And clearly the voters who were in queue, very orderly. It seemed a seamless process. We witnessed a first voting after the voting party agents had sealed the boxes. You know, prior to that they were displayed to be empty by the Electoral Commission official, and the whole process from the determination of the identification of the persons who are voting and their role to the verification with the machine and the issuing of the poll and first the presidential vote followed by the parliamentary vote. I would say from what I've observed, it's gone according to the book. I would say what I've observed, the people have been peaceful, calm, willing to participate in a peaceful electoral process. We as a Commonwealth bring here the benefit of observing a process and its consistency and alignment with the principles as outlined, which Ghana is subscribed to. We come as a mission of goodwill, wishing the very best for Ghana, wishing for a peaceful, credible, transparent election. And so far what we've seen, it's moving along the right directions. I wish to encourage for that to be, because we want to be here, we want to see the collation, we want to see the declarations and an acceptance of those to the extent that these will come out in the same manner as we've watched the voting. And in the event that anything is amiss, we are confident that the institutions are ready and in place to deal with any settlement or any dispute. So yes, we're very confident and hopeful.
So as an observer mission, you must be following probably events as they unfold during the run-up to this election. What would you say about our democratic process? Have we grown as a country?
Well, I would say, judging from the transitions you've had, because this is your 9th election following your adoption of multi-partyism, a democratic dispensation, it's been growing every time. Even the establishment of the institutions, the settlement of the institutions, the capacity of the institutions has grown. There's a lot more confidence in the institutions themselves, and clearly in the jostling for power by the political actors, it's a rich display of contestation, which is good for a democracy, as long as this contestation is supported by a deep embracement of the process, and that it must yield a winner, and that those who participate in it submit to that process.
What would be your advice to the media as we are also covering this election from dusk to dawn?
Well, as in any democracy, healthy, thriving democracy, the media is a very important variable, a very important ingredient to a democratic practice and dispensation. So my advice to the media is to remain true to the criteria attributes of media: freedom, impartiality, sensitivity, and a commitment to educate and inform. And so if the media plays its part, it should really play a part of building democracy rather than breaking it apart, breaking it up. And so it's important for the media to also negate, false narratives, to negate hostility and negative statements and sentiments, hate speech, etc. And so in reporting, in generating a flow of information, it's not only to the Ghanaians, it's to the international community. It's not only for Ghanaians, it's for us too in the Commonwealth. It's for democracy. So stick to it, and you're on the right path.
So as we end this conversation, what would you like to say as your final words?
My final words are really one of an expression of pride, an expression of goodwill, an expression of confidence, an expression of deep expectation that Ghana, despite the neighborhood challenges of the region, where we're seeing a backslide to democracy, stands out like the black star it is, shines forever.
Thank you so much. We've just been talking to the chairperson of the Commonwealth Observer Group, His Excellency Dr. Mokweti Eric Masisi, who is also the former president of Botswana, and he says that he expects that at the end of the day, Ghana would shine like the black star it is.
So that was Sarah Forrest there with her report, talking to the chairperson of the Commonwealth Observers Group, Dr. Eric Masisi. I mentioned to you earlier that the vice president, who is also the flag bearer for the New Patriotic Party, has actually cast his ballots in the northern part of this country, specifically in the Wale Wale constituency. And that particular constituency, the member of parliament there is an MPP member of parliament, but she is actually not representing the party this time around the 2024 elections. Dr. Mahama, who I don't know whether he's still a special aide to the vice president, who's actually represented the party in the 2024 election this time around. So let's go for that video. When we are done, we'll take you to the Ashanti region, where the running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Pempe, also did same together with his wife. Let's get these two videos. We'll be back. Stay with us. All right, so that's you have it there, the vice president and the flag bearer for the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, there casting his ballot. It's done with that of okay.
Good morning, all of you, members of the press. I've come in and I have voted both in the presidential and the parliamentary election. The process has been smooth. The lines I can see are very orderly, and we are expecting a very peaceful election. And I'm encouraging all Ghanaians to get up and get to the polling stations, queue peacefully and vote and exercise their right to vote, and let this be a very peaceful election. Yes.
Sir, are you hopeful of winning?
I must say, by the grace of God, I am very hopeful of winning this election. I think that we have done a lot of work. We have put our message to the people. I think the message has been well received, and I believe that by the grace of God, when all the ballots are counted, the MPP, myself and our parliamentary candidates will emerge victorious in this election.
How do you see the election so far?
So far, what I'm hearing in terms of reports around the country, there is calm. There's very little tension that I can see around the country. People are going to queue. In fact, I gather that people were queuing from midnight last night across the country. It shows enthusiasm, and I believe that that portends well for the democracy of Ghana.
Any figure of margin of victory?
Stephen, you're going to set a trap for me. I'm not going to fall in that trap. A victory is a victory. We just want to win. So, by the grace of God, we will win.
Can you say again what you expect for this election exactly?
Well, I expect a peaceful process. I believe that we will see a democracy in Ghana entrenched. And I want to thank all of you very much.
Thank you.
To the Ashanti region now, where the running mate to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that's Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, is also out there to vote, and he is casting his ballot now as we speak. And he's doing this in the Menchia South constituency. And this will be the last time that Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh will be voting as a member of parliament for that particular constituency, Menchia South constituency. So that there you have him there in your shots, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, and that's his wife, Pokua Adai the Prempeh.
Talk to me.
The presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Bawumia, has actually cast his ballot. The running mate for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, has also done the same. Both of them doing that in their various constituencies in the northern part of this country and there in the Ashanti region, which is in the middle stretch of this country. So basically mainly in Wale for the presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party and for his running mate in Menchia South. Let's move back to Senya East, where Mavis is standing by with some report. Mavis, good morning to you, and please go on.
We are currently at Ewutu Senya East constituency with the incumbent MP, Hawa Kumsin. Mavis Hawa Kumsin. She has been, or she has served the constituency for the past 12 years. I guess she did from 2012, she did 2016, she did 2020, and she's coming back again 2024. So we just want to find out the preparation when she came. This center has about 8 polling stations, a whole lot of people here. So we just want to find out her impression about this morning's election and then her margins, what she's expecting in 2024.
Thank you so much. My regards to you, your viewers and listeners. At this polling center, so far so good. You know, mostly the beginning of every activity, we will have some pitches. So it has been resolved. Because they were all in the same queue. Meanwhile, we have 8 polling centers, and the people didn't know which of the queue they should join. Fortunately, the electoral officers have resolved it, and it's moving very smoothly. By the end of the day, my opponent pushed me to do in 2020. No matter what, I'm not.
Welcome back to our studios, and apologies, we seem to be having some challenges connecting with Mavis at the Wutusinya East constituency. We saw she was talking to the Member of Parliament for the constituency. We'll try and then re-establish contact with her and bring you some more on what the Member of Parliament, the incumbent Member of Parliament, has been saying about the process so far. But before we do that, let's head to Okaikwe South and speak to Hajia Ramatu. She's been monitoring the process over there. Hello, Hajia. Hello, Hajia, can you hear me?
Yes, Doreen, how are you? Good morning.
Good. I'm doing well by His grace. Yourself?
I'm doing good.
So, Hajia, you've been monitoring the process at Okaikwe South constituency. We've been speaking to some of our correspondents across the country. What we are gathering is that, yes, some started early, but in other constituencies and other polling stations, the process delayed. What are you gathering at the polling station where you are?
With Okaikwe South this morning, I would say the work started at exactly 7 a.m. with some hitches here and there around the Bishop School. But then, I would say, this constituency is located in some most vibrant and bustling areas of Accra. Notable the neighborhoods include Kaneshi, North Kaneshi, Bubuashi, and Awudome. These areas are also known for their strong community presence, active markets, and proximity to key landmarks such as Kaneshi Market. And it also serves as a commercial hub for the region. Also, the voting is underway, and so far, so good. But don't forget that it also has a socially disadvantaged center there. And the amazing thing is that these people have come out in their numbers to cast their votes this morning. And I have engaged some of them. They've given me reasons. I mean, they've been so happy having cast their votes. But what hello?
Ed, what have they been telling you?
Yes, this time around, the most polling stations that I have visited aren't busy as compared to last 4 years. Well, the door today is so young. The presiding officers are telling me they're hoping they're going to come out in their numbers to cast their votes. So we're still here to see happenings so far.
Were enthusiastic. They've been in the queue for some time. In some constituencies, we know that, people started queuing at dawn. Was that the same thing in the Ablikuma South constituency?
In the Okaikwe South constituency, there was one lady I met. She was here as far as 12 a.m. to put stones down as symbols of queue. And she came back around 3:30, waited for a while. When the Fajr prayer was called, she's a Muslim, so she had to go back home, pray, come back. So she was the first person to cast her vote, and she was so happy. There was no confusion. Everybody understood each other. Everybody respected one another. So, but this constituency it shares boundaries with Okaikwe Central, Ablikuma North, Ayawaso Central, and Ablikuma Central. Well, the constituency is also a stronghold for the New Patriotic Party, dominating the constituency since its creation. The NPP has claimed victory in 7 out of the 8 general elections held since Ghana's return to constitutional rule in 1992. And this time around, we are hoping, we can't tell who
the winner might be.
For that update, she's been reporting from the Okaikwe South constituency in the Greater Accra region. Now, this is the constituency where, which has the Member of Parliament being the Gender Minister, Dakwa Newman George. And this is the second time she's contesting as MP. The first time she contested was in 2020. She won that seat. And I think during the primaries, she went unopposed. I'm quite sure she went unopposed. And she's contesting now. You feel that she's still going to get a nod from the people?
Well, we wait to see. We have, if we look at the polling stations, there's about 209, and the number of registered voters is around 97,109. She was able to win with about 57.05% of the vote cast come 2020, or that actually came 2020. And the NDC candidate there won with 42.23%. So if you look at the difference in there, it was quite a bigger margin, close to over 10,000 votes. Of course, if you put that percentage into the number of votes, 57.05% represent about 38,117 votes. And then that of the NDC, 42.23% represents 28,217 votes. So there's a strong bit of bigger gap in there. As to whether the NDC candidate can actually close that gap, it will tell at the end of the day. But she looks quite confident and quite strong coming into the 2024 election itself. And we get to know exactly what's going to happen. Like we said, and Doreen and I have agreed to that bit of it, that we should expect some bit of surprises this morning and today, actually. At the end of the entire process, we should expect some surprises, because we might have some shockers. Who knows what's really going to happen? Yes, sorry.
Now, if you look at the NDC candidate, and it's Domako, now we hear that he's been pledging to the people that he's going to prioritize development projects, including road improvement, a comprehensive renovation of the Kaneshi market, and initiatives focused on youth development and job creation. You think these are issues that really matter to the people? And you know, in fact, if you look at that constituency, like Ajaramatu said, that's where it has the Kaneshi market.
Yes.
And so the market women play a major role in the decision making when it comes to who becomes a Member of Parliament in that constituency.
Yes. Again, we stated earlier, projects are very important. Policies are also very key. But as to whether that's what the people want is another issue. Because sometimes we can provide them with all the projects that you think that they want, but if the people think otherwise, they're actually going to vote based on what they think, what they feel. So, yes, you're promising projects, yes, you're promising things to do, but as to whether the issues in there that goes deep into the person's heart, stomach, and pocket have been resolved is another whole conversation. And
let's hold on to that. You have Betty Atta from Anyasu. Hello, Betty. If you can hear me, what can you report on the process at Anyasu? Betty, can you hear me?
No, 310.
Hello, Betty, can you hear me? If you can hear me, you are live on air. Hello, Betty, can you hear me? Well, it seems that Betty cannot hear me. We'll still try and then reach out to her, and she would give us an update on the process at Anyasu. Now, George, in fact, before we even come to you, let me remind our viewers that we're expecting the Election Security Task Force to have a press conference this morning about the process so far. That's the schedule that we were given by the Election Security Task Force. So we wait to see what happens. If they're going to have the press conference, we'll take you live to that press conference for some updates. But you can share your comments with us on 026-4000-996. The number again is 026-4000-996. Share your comments with us. If you have any videos on what's happening in your constituency, please feel free to share all those videos with us. We are here, we'll take them, we'll go through them. If we have to use them, definitely we'll try to use them. But share your comments with us, and let your voices heard. Get your voices heard by the people of this country. George, we're talking about
we talked about the Electoral Commission. That they said will be putting together. I mean, just by the minute for us to know what's happening. Let's take you over to the Electoral Commission's head office, where Soyoko is standing by to get our reports, and I'm sure the EC getting ready for the press conference. Also, to remind you, we are 2 hours into voting. All right, Soyoko, good morning to you. Hello, Soyoko.
Well, I'm currently at the Electoral Commission's headquarters where a press briefing has been scheduled. Well, the time was to be 9 o'clock, but it's a few minutes past 9, and we're still waiting for the officials of the Electoral Commission to address us. We have a number of media houses around, and as you can hear, there's this patriotic music at the background. I'm sure that we'll have the officials coming out very soon to address us. And this is going to be the first of a series of press briefings to be held today. On my right-hand side, we have the dome. That is going to be the collation center. So that place, we will have to go to that place after the end of polls. And as you can see, my cameraman is zooming. This is how the collation center is going to be like. It's been structured in a dome-like. And before we go to the Electoral Commission, you could see the high presence of security personnel. Security is so high over here. We had to go through a number of checks before we were even allowed, and making sure that we have the appropriate accreditations. So when the press briefing begins, then we'll get back to you. Thank you very much.
At the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, and the Commission issued a statement as by way of transparency and also to ensure that everybody is on board and keep everybody informed and ensure that everything happens smooth as planned. We'll be putting together a series of press conferences, which is going to start this morning, and then it will run throughout the day until everything is said and done. And the final one being the Electoral Commission itself announcing who won the presidential election, because the chairperson is the returning officer for that particular election. So Soyoko is actually positioned live at the Commission's head office here in Accra. And when the Commission is ready, we'll get to you exactly what updates they have for us in terms of the press briefing. Doreen.
So while we wait for the Electoral Commission to begin that press briefing, let's head to Anyaso Tom again. Betty Yatha is ready to speak to us. Hello, Betty. Hello, Betty, can you hear me?
Yes, Doreen, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning, Betty. What can you report on?
Okay, I'm reporting from the Anyaso Tom constituency. And so far, I have visited 3 polling stations. My first stop was at the Anya polling center A and B, around 6:21 a.m. There were people already in the queue waiting for the official voting time to start. Waiting for the official voting time to start and for them to cast their ballot. And according to the electoral officer I spoke to earlier, he said around 7 a.m. the first person cast his ballot, and there were no any issue with the casting of the ballot. My second stop was also, I went to the Agape Gold, the polling station, lorry station, sorry. And there are 6 centers at that police station. We have the A and B. After 7:45, voting had not started as a result of faulty biometric. The faulty biometric machine at the first police station A. At about 8 a.m., only 2 persons have cast their ballots, but they brought in a new biometric machine to resolve the issue. I also visited the Ebibimai School at Farmok Junction, Ablekuma, which also have 6 polling centers. As at 8:20 a.m., no one had cast his ballot, his or a ballot, as a result of the same issue, faulty biometric This brought about confusion and agitation among the voters, but the security personnel came in to resolve the issue. As at 8:30 a.m. this morning at the same center, GBC News witnessed the first person to cast the ballot at 8:30 a.m. At the moment, I'm situated at the Sotom police station polling center, and voting is ongoing. But one polling center is having issue with one person came in with a national identification card, and another person also came in with an old voter registration card to cast their vote, but they were not allowed. Their reasons were they weren't aware that EC opened an exhibition center for them to be able to get new ID cards. So they are not even aware they opened an exhibition center for them to cast for them to have a new voter ID card for this exercise. But unfortunately for them, they weren't allowed to vote.
Betty, let me ask a question about this particular instance. Is it that they didn't have their names on the voters' roll at all, for which reason they were not allowed to vote? Because the Electoral Commission has said that if you have your name on the voters' register, you can still come ahead and vote, even if you cannot find your voters' ID card. So let's get that clarity. Is it that they did not have their names on the voters' register at all?
They were met with other, I don't know whether they were party agents causing that agitation. They didn't, they approached the party agents first. So it was between one party agent and the other party agent trying to, create a confusion. One party agent said they will be allowed to vote. The other party agent also said no, it wasn't possible. So the woman was very confused, and later a prison officer came in to direct her to one of the electoral officers for her issue to be resolved. But according to her, she said she wasn't aware EC opened an exhibition center for them to, get the new voter ID card. She didn't hear of any such thing, so she still have her old ID card. And the other person who came in with the national identification card also said he traveled. He wasn't. He was out of Accra, so he wasn't able to get his new voter ID card. So all the same, there were one of the security people came in to resolve that issue. But I left that polling station. I had to move and come to another polling, so I couldn't get the final resolution out of that.
So much. Betty would still be coming over to you subsequently, so you can update us on the other polling stations that you've visited. Maybe we'll get some more clarity on this issue, because I know that this year the Electoral Commission did not change any ID cards. We're still using those from 2020. And so I'm wondering how this woman, in fact, which ID card she brought and how she was not allowed to vote. I would like to know more about exactly which ID card she brought. Yes, Betty?
Yeah, she brought in the old ID card, the 2012 ID card. She brought in the first very one, the old one. She said she's not aware. She doesn't even know there has been any exercise for so long. She doesn't even know. So the old one, the one, I think the 2012 one, that was what I saw with my eyes, not the 2020 ID card. It's the old ID card.
Betty, thank you. I think that brings a lot more clarity. Now we understand why she was not allowed to vote. I mean, George, this is interesting.
She didn't know there was something happening. I mean, so she still had a 2012 ID card with her. And
It's sad anyway how she would have joined the queue since this dawn to have been able to vote, and then she gets there and she's not allowed to vote.
Sorry. So Anya Sotum looks at, of course, Sotum, Israel, Tabura, and then Santa Maria. That's a very interesting constituency because that's the Foreign Affairs Minister's constituency, and then the Secretary General for the Commonwealth now. That's Sheila Yokobufi. She won in 2012, she won in 2016. And then in 2020, she didn't actually contest for the 2020 election. But that 2020 election, it was Dixon, Dr. Dixon Adumaku-Kesi, who
and
won.
He lost the primaries.
Yes, he won the seat in the 2020 elections, but in the primaries he lost. He lost to Elder Emmanuel Tobu. Yes, so so the current member of parliament for Anyaso Otum, that's Dr. Dixon Adumaku-Kesi, is not the one representing the party, that's the MPP party, this time around in the 2024 election. He represented the NPP in the 2020 elections, and he actually won that seat for them in the 2020 election, but he lost during the NPP primaries to Elder Tobin of the NPP. And so the expectation actually is that he could win that seat because that's a stronghold.
And that's a stronghold of the
NPP. And the NDC candidate there is Mr. Alote of the NDC, now pulled earlier based on certain polls conducted, especially coming from Global Info Analytics, puts Elder Toby ahead of Mr. Alote. Yes, which doesn't come as a surprise.
It just follows the trend that's been happening in the constituency.
But the constituency have got key issues, actually, and key concern. Road is a major issue for them there.
Now, I'm told that, that road it was constructed some few years ago between Anyaso Otum, and it's at some point joins Pokwase. That road, many people had complained about that road. It was a major issue for the people in that community. So I don't know if now that it's been constructed, sort of, because I mean, you can go through that route to Pokwase, Amatsaman and all. I don't know if there are other road projects in the constituency that they want dealt with. So, I mean,
those in the constituency are not satisfied.
They're not satisfied
with what have been done so far, although the constituency is also going to have one of the agenda 111
hospitals.
There are some challenges that the people that are complaining about, drainage issues. Some are also saying that, well, they still have challenges with road, because I know that Dixon has had a lot of problems concerning that particular, the roads in that particular constituency. And if you've been to his constituency, the roads, it's a bit challenging actually, to actually
the inner roads.
The inner roads in there. And the drainage challenges exposes the constituency a lot anytime it rains. Coupled with some roads being bad, you realize that you have these floods, just pockets of that on some sections of road, which makes it difficult for vehicles to actually use that particular road. It was one of the challenges Dixon had during the primaries for the NPP, and the fear is that maybe the people in Anyaso Otum might not votes for him come 2024, but he lost the primaries to one Elder Emmanuel Tobin. But since it's a stronghold of the NPP, who knows what's really going to happen next? The NDC candidate there is Mr. Alote. So that's by way of what's happening in Anyaso Otum, where we had that report coming in.
Well, let me also still remind you that we're still waiting for the Electoral Commission to begin that all-important press conference. That's the first in the series of what they're going to be having throughout the day to update us on the process. So far, we heard from Soyoko, who is at the Electoral Commission's sort of a press center, where she says that it seems everything is actually set up. You're just waiting for either the Electoral Commissioner or any of the commissioners will be addressing the press conference to tell us what they have for us or what they've observed in the last few hours. That's just about a little over 2 hours into the process now.
I mean, we've done 2 hours, 23 minutes into the process now.
There have been issues about some delays in some constituencies. No major issues about hitches with the biometric devices. The issues have largely been.
In saying yes doesn't mean that you're expecting that though, but we've not had such. We've not had such reports.
Them in previous elections where people go to their centers and then the machines will just be messing up. But it seems that we are not having them largely this year. So it seems that has been resolved. What we are having now is some late arrival of electoral materials, and which has affected the process in some polling stations. So maybe the Electoral Commission will try and then address those issues. But what other issues are you expecting the Commission to be dealing with just a few hours after the process started?
But even before that, just for our viewers and listeners to also know that this election coverage is brought to you by Verna Water, the official water brand for the 2024 general election. Verna Water wishes all Ghanaians a peaceful election. Now, of course, to address some of the materials arrival and all that, I think the Electoral Commission has, I'm glad with the press conference that they're going to organize throughout the period. It puts the whole process in a very good perspective to expect a lot of things coming from the Commission so that we can do away with misinformation, we can do away with disinformation, so that the Commission can keep us updated, because the Commission has had challenges, before this particular exercise, challenges with obviously the main opposition and challenges in getting certain things done, and the issues concerning trust is a key part of the Commission's work. So if some of these things is what the Commission is putting in place to ensure that there's transparency, to ensure that there's fairness, and to ensure that there's that kind of trust, I think it's good, and it will help a lot to make this process very much fair for all of us. One of those issues that the Commission came out with earlier, which got to do with the media, limiting the media's access to these coalition centers and all that. And finally, I think that the Commission had to relax on that.
I think I saw a press statement by the media coalition yesterday, and I was wondering, is that the issue had not been addressed? Because I thought that had been resolved. So I'm wondering why
the media is having full access to these coalitions. Only if you have the accreditation to do that. Only if you have the accreditation to do that. So we are with the Commission's press conference, and just as Doreen said, they'll be keeping us up to date, telling us exactly what's happening, why that is happening. If there are some questions, and that's some things for them to actually answer. The media is also present there to give us that kind of response to. And our correspondent is also at the Electoral Commission's head office. That's so you got to get us that particular report. But we'll still move on with our coverage of the 2024 general election. Coming your way live here at the studios in Kanda of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. And we are scattered across the entire country. We're live on GBC News, live on GTV, live on the Facebook is Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. On the internet is gbcghanaonline.com. And my name is George Sapodori.
We were talking about what we would expect the Electoral Commission to be dealing with. I would love to hear them about the military deployments. They may not be directly responsible for those decisions, but I'm sure they would have an idea why, even though we were told that the military may not be there, they decided to deploy close to the area in case there's an issue that they need to resolve. And also the latest seizure of some dummy ballot papers. I would like to know what the Commission, any updates from the Commission on that.
Let's go to Ayawaso West Wogan. Very interesting constituency. Let's talk to our correspondent who's there, Godfred. Godfred, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kapi.
I hope you're well, Godfred.
Yes, I'm very well. And Ayawaso West is also very calm here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so we started our coverage as early as 7:30. That's when most of the polling stations started with the process. So we first visited the Opunglo electoral area. There we have the University Staff Primary B. We also have the University Staff Market. So for University Staff Primary, we have A and B polling stations there. When I visited there, they are expecting for the A, they are expecting about 485 people to cast their votes there. As at the time 8, then we've already had 45 people who have already cast their votes. If you look at the B, they have the same number of people, which is 485, being expected to vote there. We know that this constituency, we have 3 people vying for the parliamentary seat, the NDC, John DeMello, and then the MPP, Madam Lydia Seriam Al-Hassan, and 1 independent candidate, Abdul Rauf. All these polling stations that I visited from the Oponglo electoral area, security is very tight. You see 2 or more police personnel there, and they are really comporting themselves. You can see that there is a queue, people in line waiting to vote. There was no issue, probably there was no issue recorded there. Everybody, any electorate in the line or in queue was come waiting to be verified to vote. They were using the verification machine. If you come and then your name, or you come without a card, you just mention your name and they verify your name in the register, and then you are asked to vote. One thing that I found out at the primary University of Legon primary B was that some people were coming without knowing where their polling stations were. So they will come and find out, am I voting here? They will take their card and check the serial number, and they will redirect them to where they need to vote. So about 3 or 4 people came to the polling station B without knowing that is where they were supposed to vote. Others have been to different places not knowing that they were not supposed to vote there. So when they get there, the presiding officers, they direct them. From there, we move straight to the university campus itself. So far, we've been able to cover 2 halls, that is the Commonwealth and then the Legon Hall. For Commonwealth, the Commonwealth Hall, we have Commonwealth Hall 1 polling station, we have 1A, we have the 1B, we have 2, we have Commonwealth Hall 2B, and then at Legon Hall, we have Legon Hall 1, Legon Hall 2, Legon Hall 3, Legon Hall 4. So for Commonwealth 1A, we have expected number of voters to be 620, and for the B, we are expecting 603. As at 10, we had only 55 people. Campus is very, very quiet. I was just told that school is on break, so a lot of people have just left campus. This place is very quiet. We are seeing more cars than human beings. It tells you that it should tell you the nature of what is happening here. The campus is very quiet, but then there are queues that people are lined up trying to vote. It's moving smoothly. If you come to Commonwealth Hall 2A, the expected number is 570. Patricia Champon is the presiding officer there. I spoke to her, and so far we have 37 people that have already cast their vote. If you come to the 2B, we are expecting 569, and Agboshi Joseph is the presiding officer there. As of now, only 38 have also cast their vote. If you come to the Legon Hall, we have Legon Hall 1A. We are expecting 592 people to vote, and Daniel Shadow is also the presiding officer there. If you go to Legon Hall 2, we are expecting 525 people to cast their vote. Ibrahim Yakubu is also the presiding officer there. Legon Hall 3, we are expecting 467 people to cast their vote. And then Ernest Ekwa Kumsin is the presiding officer at that very polling station as well. But then let me say that they all started on time, 7 a.m. They all started on time. That's what all the polling agents have confirmed to us, that as of 7 a.m., the electoral materials were ready and they have started the process. So far, Legon Hall 5B is also expecting 438 people to cast their vote. Priscilla Kafui is the presiding officer there. And then Legon Hall 6 is also expecting 384 to cast their votes. I am currently at the Ikwafu Hall. You'll be taking the data there, and then whatever that pans up, we'll let you know.
Prophet, thank you very much. We know the whole history of Ayawaso West Wogon, but does it look calm? I mean, based on your scan so far, where you visited so far, how calm does it look based on the history of Ayawaso West Wogon, even especially with what happened recently during the special voting?
If you are not told that the election is going on here, you might not know. The place is so quiet and calm. In fact, like I said, you are seeing even more vehicles or cars than human beings. It tells you how quiet the place is. If nobody tells you that there's a polling station at this place, you wouldn't know. So the place is calm, it's cool, security is very tight. Like I said earlier, every polling station that I have visited, we have not less than 2 police personnel available. So for now, the place is quiet. I know the mobilization exercise is ongoing. People are gathering, going house to house and room to room to call the electorate to come and vote. So maybe with time, we are not expecting any chaos, but I know that the place will be filled up with electorates coming to vote. But for now, the place is very quiet and cool.
Very much for joining us. So that's Godfred reaching us from Ayawaso West Wuogon, a very interesting constituency. It's been described as a swing constituency, but if you look at its political history, the NPP has had majority of its time there in terms of winning that particular stretch. From 1992 was the NDC that won the first seat in Ayawaso West Wuogon by Francis Napoleon Kuma. And then in 96, Rebecca Adote of the NDC also won that seat. And then in 2000, it moved straight to the MPP. That's George Isaac Kamu. And then in 2004, guess who won that seat? The Chief of Staff. That's Akosia Frema Oseo-Pari. Won in 2004, and she maintained it in 2008. And then in 2012, we had Emmanuel Tremantin of the NPP winning. And then in 2016, he also maintained that. But unfortunately, we lost him. And then there was a by-election there represented by Lydia Al-Hassan, and subsequently Lydia Al-Hassan won the 2020 election. She's still the current member of parliament in that particular constituency, and she's going again. It was quite interesting in that constituency, but Dori will give us the figures breakdown for that of 2016 and 2020 for Ayawaso West Wuogon. Yes,
this Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, we know that the member of parliament, like he said, is Lydia Seram Al-Hassan. Yeah. The constituency has 246 polling stations. It also has 120,588 voters. That's those registered voters who are expected to cast their ballot in this year's election. Now, let's look at how both parties, that's the NDC and NPP, have fared in that constituency. We'll first look at the parliamentary elections. We'll start with 2016. If you look at 2016, that we had Emmanuel Tremantin, who unfortunately passed. He won that contest in 2016, and he won with 57.32 in 2016. Now, the NDC got 39.63 in 2016. And so you see that there was a wide margin between those parties. Now, let's look at 2020 and look at the parliamentary elections. We had Lydia Seram Al-Hassan taking over from Mr. Emmanuel Tremantin. Now, when she contested in 2016, the NPP had 51.16% of the votes. That's a drop in the votes. That's from 57 in 2016 to 51. So they had lost just around between 5 to 6% of the vote in the constituency. But the NDC gained in the constituency. And it had 48.50 of the votes in the constituency. So from 39.6 in 2016, it went up to 48.50 in 2020. So the NDC won, gained some more in the constituency at the time. Now let's look at the presidential elections in 2016. And in 2016, that's the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, had 55.56% of the vote in Ayawaso West Wuogon in 2016. The NDC's John Mahama had 42.91 in 2016. Now look at what the parties, what they gained in 2020. NPP still stayed around, in fact, they dropped. They actually dropped. From 55.56, they dropped around 4% to have 51.16% in the presidential elections in 2020. I think that's a mistake, rather. That's rather the parliamentary. But even if you look at the presidential, you still see that they had 51.6% in the presidential elections in 2020. So you see that from 55.56% in 2016, the NPP lost some grounds in the constituency to 51.60 in Ayawaso West Wuogon. Again, the NDC gained in 2020 from 42.91 in 2016. They gained, and then they had 47.58 in the constituency in 2020. So it seems the NDC is gaining ground in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. So that's why you see that stakes are high. If you look at what happened at the special voting, everybody was alert.
That was when the food was shared.
That was when the food was shared.
Okay.
Everybody was alert in the
rice and chicken.
Were you there? You were not there. All we know is that something was shared. We cannot tell exactly what was shared, but it tells you how and why everyone feels that they have a good chance of winning in that constituency, because the NDC over the years has gained ground in the constituency. And listening to Godfred, he says that the students are not on campus, so everywhere seems quiet.
It seems quiet. Okay.
We are not sure if that would affect.
Let's just hold on. Let me quickly go to Adenta and we'll talk to Maureen Apreku, who is standing by for us. Maureen, good morning to you. Hello, Maureen.
Over and so far 91 have voted. According to that finding, then there are the presiding officer and everything has gone on well.
And get back to you. She's reporting from Adenta, but let's continue with Ayawaso West Ogun and what to actually look out for. That's where the food was shared, because I'm much interested in that bit. I'm not happy because not necessarily so, but I was thinking that that one was just
we all agree that
it was a not. I'll put it as such. Yeah, it was a not.
We're yet to vote. I mean, you don't do that when people are queuing to vote. I mean, when the process is done, you can even do that, fetch them outside the polling area, maybe somewhere where you would want to, but not when they are in the queue to vote. Okay. I saw bags. You cannot tell exactly what are in the bags. It could be food, it could be something else. Yes, it could be food, it could be something else. So you don't even start that conversation so that you get some reactions. No, you know the rules, you stick by the rules. After people have voted, you can do whatever you want. That's up to you. Even though you are trying to stop this whole thing about monetizing our politics by giving people something because they voted for you or anything. I mean, but if you don't do that when people are in the queue, I think that...
You think John Dumelo will make a significant impact this time around compared to what he did in 2020?
It's likely, but I've also heard people say that Lydia has been quite influential in the constituency, especially when it comes to students at the University of Ghana campus, that she supports them in paying their fees if you're students. In fact, she actually has a desk where she supports students who are unable to pay their school fees. You don't have money to pay your fees. Exams time is due. If you don't write, you either you are not allowed to write the examination.
Those are the duties of a member of parliament.
Well, I mean, you cannot. She's not the only one doing it.
I know, but we need not continue. Actually.
We definitely need not continue, but that is what is prevailing. And the truth of the matter is that in this country now, if you are going to vie for the position of a member of parliament, the truth is that's not the ideal situation. But if you do not give up something, I tell you, you will lose. Because people are looking out for people who can be giving them some money. I've heard people say that if you don't give, in fact, I'm selling my vote. That's what people say. I'm selling my vote. If you don't pay me, I'm not voting. But that's what happened. That's not the ideal situation, but that's what is prevailing. And I mean, with where we've gotten to, it seems it will take a while before we are able to reorient people that is not the responsibility of a member of parliament. But also, if you're a member of parliament and you see someone in your constituency in need, you cannot, if you have the means, would you say that you're not going to support because that's not your duty? You will not be supporting because you need the...
If there are thousands of people in that constituency, I mean, how can you take care of all of them within that particular time? Well, I get that, though. It's not supposed to be the ideal situation, though, but that's what is really happening. But if you also talk to people within that particular constituency, they have some challenges, developmental challenges. Roads happens to be one. And then issues concerning socio-economic challenges, too, is one thing, too, that they're also experiencing. So as to whether John Dumelo will close the gap further, or overtake, it's much determined on what's really happening in the constituency and what the people are saying. And as to whether Lydia Al-Hassan will still hold on to that seat too, we'll get to know that at the end of the day. But it's one constituency that we have to look at closely.
Definitely.
Let's go back to Adenta. It's another interesting constituency to look at. Let's talk to Maureen, who is at Adenta. Maureen, good morning to you. You can continue with the report.
Yeah, good morning. I am coming to you live from Adenta. I am at the Adenta Community School, polling station 2A, where 401 people are expected to vote. They got here bright and early, and voting also started on time. So far, 91 people, have voted so far, and the line is moving smoothly. I spoke to Presiding Officer Francis Denzel, who says everything arrived on time and they were able to start on time. So far, 91 people have voted out of the 401 who are supposed to vote here today.
Maureen? Okay, so that's...
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, what's the turnout so far?
Well, turnout, it looks good from where I am standing, but so far 91 people have voted, 401 are supposed to vote here today, but there are 2 other polling stations. But the polling station that I am at currently at the Adenta Community School Complex 2A, 401 are expected to vote, and 91 people have voted so far. That is according to Presiding Officer Francis Denzel. Everything is going on smoothly, except there have been few complaints about the slowness of the queue, and he explained that they tried to separate the 70 and aboves from those lower ages. So, and they take a bit of a time to vote, and so standing in the sun, some of them are complaining, but so far everything is going on smoothly. There hasn't been any issue here, and everything is going on well so far.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Maureen. We quickly have to take you over to the offices of the Electoral Commission. I understand that the chairperson of the commission is about to address the press. So let's quickly pick the press conference. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Good morning to all of you as distinguished media partners. Indeed, to God alone be the glory. Great things he has done and greater things he will do. We thank God for making this day possible. And as Reverend said, this is indeed the day that the Lord has made. We rejoice and we are glad in it. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, I warmly welcome all of you, our media partners, and all Ghanaians listening to us in the comforts of their homes, to the National Collation Center at the head office of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. This is a historic moment in our country, as this is the first time we are opening up our collation center at the national level to our media partners. And we are doing this right from the start of the elections, which took place a few hours ago. As you are aware, all elections since the inception of the Fourth Republic in 1992, in all elections since the Fourth Republic, that is since 1992, the media have been granted access only when the declaration is being made at the National Collation Center. And so in the past, although some media may have had access to our polling stations, it was only when the declaration was about to take place that the media were invited to the National Collation Center. Today, this has changed, and hence my discussion and my declaration that this is a historic moment. Going forward, as like today, the media will have access to all our centers across the country. As you are well aware, the Commission has today granted access to all our polling stations at all our constituency collation centers, all our regional collation centers, and our national collation center to the media. We have to date accredited some 10,000 media men and women to cover activities in the field. The media will have first-hand verified information on all aspects of our work. This is a testament of the values that the Commission holds dear. Values of transparency, values of accountability, values of integrity, values of inclusiveness, and values of responsiveness. We believe that by enabling our media partners to cover all aspects of our work, we will inject the needed transparency into all aspects of our work. This would provide the citizenry with vital information and help eliminate and reduce completely the suspicions that had hitherto characterized our work. Ultimately, we have no doubt that this would help to cement the peace and stability of our country. Our media partners, over the next 3 days, and to the citizens of Ghana, over the next 3 days, we will provide you with up-to-date situation reports and address the concerns of citizens. We are aware that you have your teams in the field, and so if there are any issues, we urge that you bring them up for the Commission to address those issues in a timely manner. In the spirit of responsiveness, we have a toll-free number that will be made available by our Deputy Chairman for Operations when he takes up the stage. And this is a number that has been put out in the media. We encourage our citizens to call that number. We have able men and women behind the telephones, and they are willing and ready to take any issues or concerns you have to enable us address this in a timely manner. We encourage you, the citizens of this nation, to walk this journey with us. A journey of transparency, a journey of responsiveness, a journey of accountability to you, the citizenry, and a journey of inclusiveness. We are keen to ensure that we include you in all aspects of our work, and that any interested citizen will, in the comfort of their homes, be able to follow our processes. You are our stakeholders, and it is in that spirit that we provide you with the details and all aspects of our work. We thank the good Lord for what he has started. Indeed, reports reaching us indicate that the elections are proceeding well across the length and breadth of this country. And we are confident that the good Lord who has started this process, this good process, will bring it to a good and expected end in Jesus' name. Amen. We declare the National Collation Center opened in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. We thank all of you. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, the Deputy Chair in charge of operations will give us the first 3-hour update on the polling process. Thank you very much. Mr. Tete, you are welcome to the podium.
Good morning once again to you all. And on behalf of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who happens to be the returning officer for the 2024 presidential elections, the head of his directors, and the entire staff of the commission, presents to you the first briefing on the 2024 general elections. We all know that polls are expected to start at 7 and end at 5 p.m. Reports indicates that as at 7 a.m., all polling centers, almost all polling centers, have opened across the nation. About 99% of all our polling stations have opened and working. With respect to our equipment, the main one, which is the biometric verification devices, most all the devices were functioning perfectly, with the exception of 1 or 2 police stations where we had reports of problem with starting the BVDs. However, we know that we have technicians who put those things or fix them. They quickly went there and rebooted BVDs. Apart from that, we also have spare BVDs. So in case a BVD is not able to start, we fall on the spare. So currently, as we are speaking, all the BVDs at the polling stations are effectively working. We also deployed all our election materials to the polling stations before the start of poll. All election materials were deployed to the polling stations before of polls, and all officials were also present at their polling stations. At each polling station, we have the presiding officer, we have the name reference list officer, the verification officer, the ballot issuer for the presidential, and the ballot issuer for the parliamentary. We have also noted that at all the police stations, we have the presence of the security personnel. And you can also attest to the fact that this is one of the main reasons why we have very peaceful environment. We haven't actually had any reported incidents of either violence or quarreling or whatever. With respect to agents at the polling stations, the 2 main political parties have their agents at all the polling stations. However, the other parties either have some of them, some of the polling stations, others also not there. But we have agents on the average for Mr. Alan Chematin, Nana Kwame Bidiako, the LPG, we have the GCPP, and then the APC. We also have reported cases of the presence of election observers, both local and international. We have the INEC, we also have CODIO, we have ECOWAS, we have the presence of the EU, as well as the Commonwealth. So basically, this is a brief report from the start of polls at 7 till this time. We will give you the next updates when the time is due. That's at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Yes, sorry. The toll-free number is 0800 324 324. I repeat, 0800 324 324. Thank you. So, voters can still check their names to find out where they are expected to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Teti. At this point, we'd like to invite a few questions, maximum 5 questions, if you do have, for the Deputy Chair to respond.
There is some machine, I don't know, generator. The sun, it's just going up.
Check. Media, any question? Please, your question should relate to the first 3 hours of polling. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kokwalo Maso. I work with Pan-African TV. I want to find out from the commissioner, has she received any reported cases of the military being involved in the elections already? Because we have received reports that there are some men in uniform at some polling centers, and we do know for a fact that this is not allowed. Under whose purview does this fall, and then what's she going to do about it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Fauzuma Saudu. I work with CTFM and Channel 1 TV. I just want the Commission to clarify really quickly, what are the arrangements the Commission has made as regards the certain distance of party agents to the polling station? Because I know, for instance, Kankri Central, a pocket of, chaotic incident nearly marred the process to a point where voting even had to grind to a halt. So I just want to find out really quickly, what are the arrangements, the distance between, and then because this is the first press, I thought the Electoral Commission would take this as an opportunity to also address concerns by the NDC about the exposure of some validating stamps by your staff. Thank you.
Okay, I am Araba Edu with GH1 TV, Star FM, EIB Network for short. Now, in the Wejagbawe constituency, we understand that parliamentary pick sheets are yet to arrive, delaying the commencement of voting. What does the EC have to say about that?
My name is Samuel Adoba. I work with TV Africa. A report coming from New Wejagbawe, which is polling station code and pre-sheet is different, which is Wejagbawe voting on hold now. Voting on hold, New Weja, over differences in polling station code and pre-sheet. I don't know whether the Commission is aware of this issue.
Finally, on Mawina with TV3, I want to find out from the Commission what the directive on the use of indelible ink is, because I visited some polling stations as at this morning where some voters did not use the indelible ink before they left the voting centers. It caused a cause for concern for others who were in the queue, why persons were not being allowed or insisting on the use of the indelible ink.
Thank you very much.
I find the issue of indelible ink difficult to believe, and I think that it's important that you provide the commission with the actual place where this incident happened, the actual polling station where this incident happened, because indelible ink is very much part of our system. And so to ensure the accuracy of this information, it's important that you provide details. I would ask, I think I'll answer one more question, and that has to do with the presence of the military. That has not been brought to our attention. And it's important for all Ghanaians to know that the Electoral Commission of Ghana has one role, and that role is to conduct free, fair, transparent, and credible elections. Security is not part of our functions. And I think when you look at our laws, whether it is the CIs, CI 91, CI 127, and the Constitution of Ghana, you recognize that security is not part of our functions. And we do not know the security strategy of the security agencies. Granted, the Electoral Commission has a seat at the Election Security Task Force at the national, regional, and district levels, but it is limited to the provision of security agencies, policemen in our printing houses, working with us to transport the ballot papers to the armories, protecting our equipment in the armories, protecting our offices as well. But as to the deployment, who goes where and who is deployed, we are not privy to that. What we know is that on the National Election Security Task Force, and I believe this runs through, it is headed by the Inspector General of Police, but you have at the national level, you have the Director General of the Immigration, the head of the Customs, the head of the Fire Service, the head of the Army, the head of the Army, and I believe the head of the Immigration. And as the Electoral Commission also sits there. But we, as we mentioned, our involvement is really restricted to the movement of our activities, the protection of our installations by the police, the supervision or the observation of the printing, and so on and so forth. As to the security deployment, we are not aware, and we are not privy to it. So we would, we would investigate these issues that you have made. It's important that when you make these, you raise these issues, you are very direct and you provide information as to where those things are. But in terms of security, we have no hand in it, and we do not make security arrangements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, the returning officer. So we have two other questions. The first one is the distance, the sitting distance. And I will not say that we have maybe 100 meters, 200 or 3. The rule is that the agents are to sit at a place where they can observe the process. It is only in this part, or let's say this place, that you have agents sitting on the neck of election officials. This should not be so. You find agents very close and then sitting on the neck. They don't even have a space to breathe. They are expected to sit at a distance that they can observe the process. Then this issue of exposure of some validating stamp. What we do is very simple. What is in the public domain is wrong. When we are packaging the election materials, we put them in an envelope and put it into the ballot box. It is only the indelible ink that we put into a rubber because of a possible spillage. So the assertion that we have exposed validating stamps is not correct.
Then, which other question? Yes. Yeah, the Weja Bawe, that one, it hasn't actually come to our attention. So we will investigate and then give you a report on it. Thank you.
Hello.
We can update them in the subsequent one.
That was a stamp on the usual parliamentary and
Yes. Okay. So, reports, yes, indicates that there hasn't been any delay. The issue is just a swap of the pin sheets for 2 polling stations. So it's just a matter of sending the swapped pin sheets to the correct polling station. So it's just a swap. That is the update that we have. Thank you. So voting is still ongoing.
Thank you very much. As you've been told, we're going to give you 3 hourly updates on the voting process and how things are faring in the field. Our next press briefing will be at 12 noon. We'll follow it up with 3 p.m., 6 p.m., and then we'll end at 9 p.m. for today. So thank you, members of the press. You are welcome. Stay with us as we share the situation on the ground with voters and the Ghanaian public. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. That was the Electoral Commission's first press conference for the day. And as you heard them say, it's going to be between every 3 hours. The Commission is going to come us with a press conference to know exactly what's happening. And according to the Electoral Commission by the Deputy Commissioner there, well, they are very much okay with what has happened so far. About 99% smooth sail of the entire process, but for pockets of hitches here and there, and of course answering questions concerning what's also happening in some polling station. One key issue has got to do with indelible ink. The NDC raised the issue about that one before even this exercise itself, and according to the chairperson of the commission, she says that, well, this comes to her as a surprise, and she has her own doubts to that until she actually gets some bit of evidence to that effect. The other one has got to do with the deployment of the military, a question which actually posed to that effect concerning some military men seen at some polling station, which obviously is against the statement issued by the Ghana Armed Forces. Well, she responded, that's the chairperson responding, saying that, well, the commission is only responsible for one thing and one thing only, which is to conduct a free, fair, transparent election. And that aspect of it goes beyond certain members of the commission. But let me pick your thoughts here, Doreen, from what has happened so far in terms of the press conference, and then we can continue.
I think that the ECA has sort of tried to address some of the issues that have been raised. Now, about the involvement of the military, it said that it's not privy, but it's going to investigate. So I want to see what they're able to come up with as to why there's that involvement of the military. We've not seen them like, we've not had reports that they are actually at the inner perimeter of the voting or polling stations, but from the city we are told that they are close by. So we'd want to know how far the EC goes and what they find out about this. So, I mean, we are assured that after every 3 hours we are going to get an update. So hopefully in the next 3 hours we get that update that we are looking for, and then we can move on with the process.
And of course, concerning the media and accreditation, understand that some number of people will be given, if they have that accreditation, into the strong room itself of the Electoral Commission. My understanding is that there's a coalition that is planning a press conference in response to that particular.
That's the media coalition. Made up of the GJA, the Independent Broadcasters Association, PREMPAG, I think the Media Foundation for West Africa. That press conference should be happening in the next 45 minutes, 11 a.m. So would want to hear what the issues are that they will be raising. We know that they had, yesterday, they issued a statement on the EC's directive on a number of people or media houses given accreditation to go to the coalition centers. So would want to know what more they have to tell us after that press release yesterday.
Okay. Now, if you've traveled before and you've really used the airplane or the aeroplane to travel, you will notice that when the plane takes off from the airport, it tries as much as possible to stabilize in the air before you are asked to just loosen your seatbelt. Then you can enjoy the sail through to the end. So now that is that kind of stability, let's move over to Doris and, did I say Doris? To Morris. Morris and then Gloria. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I hope you're good.
Right, so you've been on since 6 a.m.
Since 6 a.m. We've done about 3 hours, 16 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
You get to depart. I envy you at this point. I mean, it's been a very wonderful journey since 6 a.m. We've been monitoring how the process has been so far. Few hitches here and there, but I can't say that the beauty of the whole process still intact. We've seen a couple of people being arrested for trying to vote illegally, even though their names are not on the voters register, somewhere in the Techiman South constituency, and a few people not finding their names on the voters register. But by far, monitoring from where I sit, the process has been smooth. We've been hearing from the Electoral Commission, they've been talking about security, and they are saying that security is not part of their mandate. That's the mandate of the Ghana Police Service. And
there's an election task force that's actually supposed to handle that.
But you know, in Ablekuma South, a van full of food was sent to one of the polling centers.
Yes,
and the voters hooted at the vehicle, and he had to drive out. And so I think that people are beginning to understand that you can't buy our votes with food or
jollof rice and chicken.
Yes.
And I need jollof rice and chicken.
Right. And George, coming into this election or starting this election yesterday, from the Minister for Interior, our borders were closed. And so for people who are along the border lines, if you are in Togo, as yesterday evening, you are unable to make it back to Ghana to vote, even if you are a Ghanaian and you find yourself outside the borders of Ghana. If you are in Ghana, you find yourself maybe in Ivory Coast, even though you are a legally registered voter, you may be unable to vote. And for me, as a country, we should start looking at this particular arrangement, because really, if we have a biometric register, right, and I have come to register, it means that you've captured my name biometrically.
Yes.
And so at any point in time, wherever I am, I should be able to come and say, this is my card, verify me, so I am able to vote. But of course, they'll say we're doing this for security.
But my issue is that, you see, these borders that are closed, these may be the approved routes. What about the unapproved routes? How do you check those coming in? And I mean, to be sure if really they are the ones you want into the country.
I know that in previous elections, security has been very tight, even at the unapproved routes. Especially in 2020, at the peak of COVID. I mean, the political parties, the political parties who felt that, opening a particular border was going to be detrimental to them, make sure that they manned the borders and ensure that people didn't come in to vote. And even during the limited registration exercise, some borders, were closed. And so if you're a business person, you are coming into Ghana to do your business, because of the limited registration exercise, you were not allowed to come in. As a country, I think we should be looking at some of these things. This is a biometric register. We are saying that is one of the best registers we've had so far. And so it should allow people to come. If I come and my name is not captured, I should go back.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll now be discussing the major issues that are shaping the 2024 elections. We'll be looking at what the electorate, the over 18.7 million voters, what they've been talking about, the issues they are considering in this particular election. If you monitor all the surveys, the Afrobarometer survey, if you monitor the NCC survey, if you monitor the Global Info Analytics survey, education has come top as the topmost priority for the voter, which is for me quite surprising because if you talk to the ordinary man on the street, we're talking about cost of living. Even though the economy comes second, but I thought that the economy, cost of living, inflation, fuel prices should be at the top. But if you monitor all the surveys over, education has come to the top. That's because of the level of attention that especially the ruling government has paid to free senior high school and the issues therein. Also, the opposition party, the NDC, is having realized that free senior high school has come to stay. They're also looking at how to make the whole process a better one. So they are saying, one will extend free senior high school to the private schools, because those guys in the private schools are also Ghanaians, and so they should be given the opportunity to also benefit from the free senior high school and also make the whole process better. I do not want to go into...
I also think that the issue about the no fees for first-year students in the university is also a major point and a major reason why education has come tops in the various surveys. Because, if I get free senior high... If I look at free primary education.
No, I didn't do that.
Free not necessarily you, but if you are in that circle, you got free primary education, free senior high school. We are getting to enjoy a free, not paying fees in your first year in the university. You would want to also think about those issues. And
Maurice, you talked about the surveys conducted so far. Afrobarometer. There's Afrobarometer, there's Global Info Analytics, there's also NCC, and Daily Graphic also did a couple of posts there. There are 5 top things that actually came out, in no particular order, but these 5 things can be found in all these surveys. Education is one, like I say, in no particular order. Education, economy, power, healthcare, infrastructure, and I think the final has got to do with employment. Right. So these 5 key things actually cuts across. But in all these surveys, the top 3, it's got to do with education, economy, and then some will go for, some reports went for employment. Others went for health. But education, economy happens to always occupy the first 2 positions for all these surveys we are talking about.
And I think that's a good thing, because people are beginning to think that the future of Ghana depends on the crop of education that is given out, and it's a good thing.
Okay, all right.
And for me, healthcare also a bit, surprising. Apart from the one of the major promises the NDC is making, which is free primary health care, which we should be interrogating, and then the Mahama cares. If you look at the level of work that the ruling government has done in the healthcare sector, we're talking about Agenda 111 and some other hospitals that are coming up. We're talking about free dialysis for kidney patients. I don't really know exactly what we are talking about in terms of the healthcare. It looks like we want more. We want an improvement of the healthcare system. Kolebu Teaching Hospital, lacks infrastructure. And so certainly the conversation about healthcare will come up. So what we're going to be doing is to talk about these, key issues and look at the policy proposals from the various political parties. We'll be talking to an economist and also be talking to a tax expert. Let's understand exactly how we, cut the taxes and we are still able to generate the revenue to be able to run this particular country from 2025, 2026.
Even for, just back a bit, with the border closure, I'm wondering why air is not part of it.
But you only go through immigration.
Yeah. The air.
Even for the borders. Even for the borders.
The borders, I mean, I'm just wondering why the air is not part of it.
I mean, nobody would like to
and why the sea is not part of it.
Nobody would like to pay so much.
You might be surprised. You might be surprised.
They stated that they were going to be flying in the air to monitor. So, I mean, we're giving that hint that people shouldn't be so scared when they see the planes flying.
All right. Okay. All right. So we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, you're actually going to see Morris and then Gloria, who will be taking this particular seat. Will take us to another segment of our broadcast, just having everything for you to have a clear understanding of what's happening. And then at the end of the day, later in the evening, when everything is said and done, we'll have another team taking over with the numbers also coming in and getting to know who's doing what and who is not doing what, who's winning and who is not winning. My name is George Sapo, and I've been here with...
Doreen Ampofu.
All right. Have a good day. Don't go anywhere. We're going for a quick break. Maurice and Gloria takes over. We'll be right back.
My name is Celestine Ado, the General Secretary of the Gimpa Law Students Association. It is that time of the year again, and we are here with a peace message. The Gimpa Law Students Association, in collaboration with the Gimpa Law School, is organizing a peace campaign dubbed Peace Through Democracy. Are you ready to vote on the 7th of December 2024? If you are ready, let's do this peacefully. We need you alive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kweku Ajiman Budu, Dean of the Gimpa Law School. The peace and stability of our dear nation, Ghana, and our democratic credentials is what is at stake on 7 December 2024 when we go to the polls to choose a new president and members of parliament. Here at the Gimpa Law School, where we are training the next generation of leaders of Ghana, we believe that it is imperative that we protect and preserve the successes chalked so far in our Fourth Republic. The truth is that democracy has not solved all of our problems. But to quote Winston Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So as we approach the 2024 general elections, we at the Gimpa Law School pledged to choose the path of peace. And we encourage all Ghanaians that as we exercise our franchise, let us do so in the knowledge that the ultimate winner is Ghana. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our dear nation great and strong.
Hello. My name is Lukman Mahami Adams, and I'm the president of the Gimpa Law Students Association. As we approach the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election, let us all remember one thing. Peace is the bedrock of our democracy. Without peace, our election will be meaningless. To the various stakeholders in this presidential and parliamentary election, including the various political parties, the Electoral Commission, and the Ghana Police Service, as well as all other law enforcement agencies, let us all remember one thing. Let's be responsible. And to my fellow youth, let us all be responsible for peace during and after the 2024 election. I stand for peace. How about you? God bless our homeland Ghana.
My name is Jael Godfrey Akwasi. I'm the chairperson for the Law Students Association Congress. Peace is the hallmark of many Ghanaians. An attribute not spoken of well enough. Peace doesn't benefit just me. It benefits you, the old man and his wife, the young ones going to school, and the generations unborn. There's nothing more soothing like walking with no fear of harm. As the elections draw nigh, and we are determined to choose the right leader for ourselves, let us make the sanity of our beloved Ghana our priority. We should not let the red exceed the yellow and the green on the flag. We are one people choosing a leader, not enemies battling on whose leader wins. There's nothing more like home. Let's love lead, let's peace lead, let's Ghana come first. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Naribonajiwi. I am the Chief Justice of the Judicial Board of the Gimpa LSA. As a student of the law, I would like to borrow the words of the Venerable Soa JSE in the classical case of Tufuan Attorney General, where he said, our Constitution is a reflection of our history, of our hopes and aspirations as a people. The people of Ghana, through our Constitution, have chosen the power of the thumb to choose our next leader. In all we do, let's ensure we have peace. Let's all remember, it's only peace, and we only have one Ghana. Thank you.
Peace through democracy. I stand for peace.
Peace through democracy. I pledge 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 peace.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
I told me so you call. I don't know, before we more call I care confirmation bias. A chon when we here, we more come where you ni or that's a yellow crab me. Ni chon, I care anuqualeni, low a maleni. Jeboni wadenta was so, Keboni wa fair wa dramoy. I'm running. One internet at Chuani a war, a war crack a banana no quale, Koni yours and the comling. Yano quale mlin, Bonnie one nane main, can many here or hey yo, come here for one no. I care, I'm a bad lay and no quality yours, Gina, men normally, a hey ya wad. I care about with Dugban, ye nipping waja ha mehi. E ba ye e wabu, I care obale, noni bodenche, oh hey a womanly. Jeboni bodenche of fe o dremo. Ekole ya nibi ni je anukwale ni no botemlin jogba ni okwe o sheki fon bi amlin na kese fe ka ye o ya ni o he we mo fe ko oye no ba na ne no ke oja no twishi me je so yokwo me ko mi susumo ke boni mi fe mi dwemo ye no ko he jogba ne mi hi o mi yo da ne mi ja.
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share. Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Jama, yavan kariyale yale me hikuta. Pampana dunenga timbenga. Bonga na sara mbona information unam BJ jan kinan di phone kinan Kara TV kinan bi internet chung ana bambona information election world ngang te ja nyira jalhi mine mambanjimi alo so ma san kan ka yelenga mo en kanna anyira internet nga yelenga mo la bi grilla sanga tingara election na setum bang ayele me anan gri tan anyo awele ta kana na bambo yela akutime he bobo tun na bantu abo yele henga an yele me he ayi ama henga an gripon anamanya wuliyena yela nga enkananga amo yele to kisaredi kablangwa se emga anlo kanye kala mangala bi ka grila ayele nga enkananga ayela mo ne kan manga yela la undi binne bi yele me he on yela chabe amine kangba sie kadana de era amen yela anta so karban ayele nga numbo semmo anyi adana chabe jin anyi wanana ajibalabe adana nga antara yala manganga anuluwa setin saudi ayele na ambi ayele pun yala mehela atare yala manga apun ayele na impana wonna abaha se in lokanye dijana man an eji yala me amman banji wa amen yala ayele nga be baba yala bala kinan pana waka amahinga pun anyaka sige kana biebe ekomban lana banyelana to da yela inna social media and bunga nan saram bona share aduko ninjana njorola abduhai movement man mantia han share bon social media kinan pana.
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share. Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Hi, I'm Ajite Anand. But during elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. Refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find the information to be false or inaccurate, speak up, report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajite Anand, and I think before I share. Do you?
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Welcome back. We are going to have a comprehensive analysis on the manifesto. Maurice is standing by to give us the updates.
All right, so we're looking at the top issues that are driving this particular election, what the electorates are considering, reasons why they'll be voting for whichever candidates they would like to vote for. So as I said earlier on, education has come to the top, the economy second, we're looking at healthcare. We're also looking at the issues around jobs and what have you. Our job unemployment rates around 14.8%, youth unemployment at 30% plus. That has come up very topical moving into this particular election. And so we're still covering the elections across the country. The process started 6 a.m. We've been touching base with our correspondent across the length and breadth of the country. The process has been smooth so far. So we're looking at the policy proposals, the proposals that the various political parties are making to ensure that some of these issues are addressed around the issue of cost of living. Inflation currently is at 32.8%, largely driven by food inflation. If you look at the fact that there was drought in northern Ghana, there is likely to be some food shortages in the first quarter of 2025. How are these political parties proposing to address some of these issues? So we'll be going into some of these key areas: the economy, healthcare, education. We talk about education, talking about free senior high school, a review of it from the NDC side, and also making it better also from the MPP side.
So we have the feasibility of most of the suggested policies in the manifesto.
Right. The NDC is saying that they want to have a dedicated fund for the free senior high school. They want to expand it to the private sector as well, so that those also in the private sector do benefit, which then helps increase or expand the infrastructure drive to ensure that a lot more people get to benefit from the free senior high school, devoid of the many hitches that we've seen so far. So let's begin the conversation around the economy. Mr. Apia Latte is a partner at Deloitte. He's also a lawyer. He will join us for this particular section of the conversation. Good afternoon to you, and welcome to our coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections.
Thank you very much, and morning to you and your viewers as well. Thank you.
Right. So we'll start off with the economy. And certainly we're talking about cost of living. Cost of living, which has been driven by food supply, largely also driven by the cost of fuel, driven by the exchange rate and what have you. The Ghanaian economy, not too much, in good shape. Our debt levels very much high, around 700 billion plus our debt levels. What do you make of the conversation around the Ghanaian economy, what both parties have been saying, and do you think that some of the proposals they've made so far have the lever to actually turn the economy around in the very short term? Because Ghanaians are looking at who is able to help us reduce the food prices, reduce the fuel prices. So in the very short term, do you think that some of these proposals are able to alleviate the pain, Mr. Latte?
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'll start with some historical analysis just to understand how the economy has moved over the last few years. So if you look at the period from 2017 all the way to about 2019, our economic growth in 2017 was about 8%, and then subsequently 6.9%, 6.7%. So on average, we grew by about 7%. Just during the period when we are under the IMF program. If you look at the growth today, we are gradually increasing our growth rate. The last half or the first half of the year, we grew by about 6.9%. Because of that, we've revised our GDP growth. That was initially estimated at 2.8% to about 3.5%, which is remarkable. And the reason why we are able to achieve such remarkable growth, someone will say, is because usually when we are under IMF program, we watch our expenditure, we are very mindful of where we put our money, etc., etc. So that's what really helped. But after we exit the program, you go back to the period where we have difficulty. And for us in particular, we had challenges.
So will you say that the growth that we're experiencing in 2017, 2018, 2019 was largely because the IMF was in town?
There is usually fiscal discipline at the time, and we are able to put our monies where we get good returns. Right. Generally, that's the situation. But for us, unfortunately, when we just exited the program, we were hit by other factors like the COVID and others. Right. So when we were supposed to, even if it had tapered down from the 7% that we achieved in 2019, we should have gone down to about 5 or 6%, but we went all the way almost to 0% because of the impact of COVID. And so that's the challenge we have. Right. But the good news is
we are in a recovery mode and we are all recovering. So just to answer your question about the parties and what they are proposing, I'll just give you an overview. I've done a study of all the major political parties in the country, and I'll mention to you the key thematic areas that they are all proposing, and we'll pick them one after the other.
Right, so but before we do that, we hear there is an incident in the Weja Bawe constituency. Our reporter, Valencia Tete, is on the ground. She will bring us up to speed what's happening in that particular constituency. Valencia, if you can hear me, tell us exactly what the incident is in the area where you're reporting from.
Okay, good morning. If you can hear me.
I can hear you, Valencia.
Okay, so Morris, I'm currently at Weja-Bawe constituency, and my time is exactly 10:45, where the electorate at Weja-Bawe have not yet cast their vote. I mean, the issue is there is a mix-up of polling and pink sheets, which the EC says, the EC officials are saying that they are waiting for the correct pink sheet to start voting. But the NDC people are saying that they want to still cast their vote, even though there's a mix-up of the pink sheet, because time is fast going and the electors are also going to their various houses or in their various schools to do their duty chores. But then the other side, I mean, the NPP are also saying that no, they want to wait for the correct pink sheet to be able to start voting. But as it stands, they are still waiting. It's still voting has not started yet, and they are still waiting. Some have left their various houses, and some are still also here. But some are also complaining that the sun is scorching, and there are no chairs available for them to sit on, and they are going back to their various houses.
So you're saying that voting has not started in the Weja-Bawe constituency? Is that what you're saying?
Please come again.
Are you saying that voting has not started in the Weja-Bawe constituency?
Not at all, not at all. The places, I mean, the electors are outside. They are not even allowed to go inside. They are all outside waiting patiently for the correct things to be delivered. And there are 14 electoral areas in Weja-Bawe constituency, and I learned a cut-across. I mean, just few places have been able to cast their votes, but most of the areas have not been able to cast their vote because of this similar issue in the constituency.
So it's not widespread. So there are some other polling stations which have voted already, but in some others, voting has not started. Is that correct?
Yes, please. Yes, but there is similar. It's a similar issue across. But the other polling stations that were able to cast their votes, I mean, agreed to go by using the wrong pin sheet, because they said even after voting, they will still hold on to the ballot boxes. But then, even though they have a wrong pin sheet, but then they still went ahead to cast their votes. But this polling center, especially, I mean, MFS Preparatory School, Weja-Bawe, have not started yet as at 10:46, and they are still waiting. The NPP side are saying that no, they wouldn't go with the wrong pin sheet. At the end of the day, if they are counting, how would they record which ballot goes to which MP and which ballot is going for this parliamentary candidate? So they wouldn't start any voting, but then they would wait until the correct pin sheet arrives.
So when you say correct pink sheet, exactly what's wrong with the pink sheets in the polling station where you are?
So there is a mix-up in terms of the parliamentary candidates. There is a mix-up all over. I mean, so some are having different pink sheets. The other electoral areas, there is a mix-up. So that is according to the NDC side. When I had an interaction with them, that's what they are saying. There is a mix-up across the constituency, but then they are still waiting for the correct pink sheet. But they are saying that the other side, I mean, the NDC are saying that they wouldn't want to wait any longer, because time is fast spent. Voting started at 7 a.m. and as of now, getting to 11 a.m., voting has not started yet, and they are losing most of their electorate, which is going to affect them very much, and they want to start voting. That stance is, I mean, everywhere is calm. I mean, the security personnel are around to ensure there's calmness over here. But then, I mean, the electors are angry that voting have not started yet, and they are hungry. They want to go back to their various duties and other things. So this is what is happening over here currently, Warren.
Right. So are you able to tell us what the Electoral Commission has been doing around this particular situation? What are they saying? Are they going to bring the correct polling materials so elections continue? Are we going to see a postponement of the election in those polling centers where the issues are happening?
Can you please come again?
I'm saying, are you aware of what the Electoral Commission is doing to remedy the situation? Are they talking about bringing new pink sheets so the process continues, or is likely they're going to see a postponement of the voting process in those polling stations?
No, not really. So they are still waiting. I mean, I don't know where they are going to get a new pink sheet from, but they said they are waiting for the correct pink sheet to come from the EC. But speaking with the EC officials, they are also saying that they are waiting for the correct pink sheet, because if they don't have the correct pink sheet to start the voting, they can't be able to record the voting that was cast, because at the end of the day, after counting, how are they going to allocate which ballots to which political which candidate? So they are waiting for the correct pink sheet. But I don't know if they are still going to wait even till 5 and they haven't gotten their correct pink sheet. Whether they are still going to be suspended or not, it's still yet to be known. But I'm still around to see how things are going to be, and also go to other polling areas or polling stations to see how situations are faring and how those who went ahead to cast their votes, whether using the wrong pink sheet, is it going to affect their counting or not? So I'm still in the area to ascertain the situation on the ground currently.
Valencia, forgive me, but I still need clarity on when you say the wrong pink sheet. So do you have pink sheets from other polling stations mixing up with the ones at where you are, or they are entirely wrong pink sheets with code numbers which do not belong to that particular constituency?
Yes, they said it's a mix-up. So some of the numbers are at certain places. I mean, there's a mix-up, and they don't know how to allocate all these problems. You understand? And the other side, I mean, the NPP side is refusing to grant us interviews to ascertain why they want to wait for the correct pink sheet and what is actually wrong with the pink sheet to be able to cast their votes. And they are refusing to speak with us as it stands. But the NDC are saying that, no, they want to still go ahead and cast the votes, even though there's a mix-up in the pink sheet.
Before I let you go, Valencia, here in the studio, we are discussing the major issues that are shaping this particular election. Are you able to tell us what the people of Wejagbawe will be considering in this particular election? What are the issues on the ground in Wejagbawe, where you're reporting from?
The issue currently, as we said earlier, Maurice, is the mix-up. I mean, aside that, everything is inside. The issue officials are told that security personnel on ground to ascertain that there is peace and calm in the area. The situation as it stands, I'm yet to find out. I'm yet to find out. So as and when I get clarity on that effect, I'll bring up to speak to that.
All right, so thank you very much. Valencia Tete is our correspondent reporting from the Wejagbawe constituency. That's a very murky situation.
It happened in one of the polling stations in Lejekuku,
right.
And both parties came to an agreement that let's go ahead, and then when we go ahead, we can solve the situation. I think that both parties must come to a form of understanding so that the voting can continue, because definitely the pink sheet is going to come. It's just a mess-up.
No, but then if the pink sheet has a code that is coming from another constituency, that's an illegality, certainly. So you must have pink sheets which correspond with the voting center where you are voting. You can't be voting with pink sheet from
a different
other constituencies, or pink sheets that are not traceable, pink sheets that do not have the right coding and the right numbers. So certainly they must wait and make sure that those issues are addressed. And then they'll move. What's going to happen will be the election may take place the following day.
Or it could continue and then with an extended time for them to finish voting.
Maybe. Mr. Latte, you want to have a word on this?
Yeah, so I think usually when the parties agree, all the polling agents agree that they go a particular way, they usually and then they get an extended time, because if they are supposed to start at even 11, then it means they need additional time to be able to get everybody.
About 4 more hours,
so
depending
I think
on the number.
But I'm sure the Electoral Commission has been watching for some of these isolated incidents and then addressing.
Right. We just hope it's not widespread. I like the fact that you said it's an isolated issue. Let's go back to our conversation. So you're telling us about your analysis of the various political parties, their proposals when it comes to the Ghanaian economy.
Yes. So I put them in about 10 or 12 thematic areas. So if you read the manifestos of the MPP, NDC, and the Movement for Change, they cut across about 10 or so thematic areas. The first one is economic growth.
Right.
So on the economy, they talk about economic growth, inflation, debt management, taxation, and industrialization. So economic growth, inflation. Debt management, taxation, and industrialization.
Sure.
So most of the policies that we are just about to discuss cut across this under the economy.
All right.
So maybe if you go into the economy, you pick them one after they just match them in a tabular form.
I think I'll talk about. We can begin with the tax policies.
Yes.
Of the various political
parties. So we will talk about the major ones just for the sake of time. So if you look at what the NDC is proposing, it is similar to what happened in 2016 when the MPP came to power.
Right.
So the first thing that the NDC is proposing is to scrap all draconian taxes.
Sure.
And what do they call, when the MPP call the nuisance taxes, they are all calling it obnoxious taxes. They are now calling it draconian taxes. So it's just a similar thing that they are trying to do. So the NDC intends to scrap the E-levy, COVID levy, 10% levy on bet winnings, emissions levy, within the first 100 days.
Wow.
So it's almost like a sweeping policy, similar to what Trump has also promised to do when he gets to power in the first 100 days, some of the policies that he's going to scrap.
Right.
So the NDC proposing to scrap all these taxes that have been mentioned. And obviously, we know that even on the other side, there's a plan to either review or even scrap them, but the NDC proposed to do. And the second thing the NDC is trying to do or proposed to do in the taxation area is to reduce the VAT rate.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, a lot of traders and business people have complained about the VAT rate and the fact that you cannot claim portions of the VAT rate because they are expense. So the VAT rate, technically, you are looking at about 15%, but if you add the other levies, you are looking at 21%. NHIL, which you cannot claim as input taxes. You have expensive goods, and these are passed on to consumers. So the NDC intends to reduce the VAT rate. And then the last thing, focus on progressive taxation to ensure higher earners contribute more. So the plan is to review our tax rates, the progressive tax system.
The micro, small scale enterprises.
So there is room for it to fall into the threshold where they pay more.
Right.
And those who have the ability to pay more fall into a higher bracket where they pay more.
Right.
And I guess for most advanced countries, this is properly done. In our economy, because the only few people that are paying the taxes, usually when you try to do this and you don't implement them properly, the faithful few are the ones who suffer with these taxes. Right. So we just make sure we are bringing a lot more people in the tax bracket and then making sure that people who are paying the right taxes.
Right. They also want to decouple the NHIL. No, they want to reverse.
Yes, so the trend where we used to have that, where you had the NHIL as part of the VAT, where you can claim as input, but that we reversed and then they were levies. So now they are going back to the previous years.
To come and add it
to the main, and then they reduce the rates technically. So probably they tend to reduce it from about 15%, the VAT, 15% to 12%. Then you add the NHIL, and then you got the 15%. So instead of the technically 21% that people are paying, they will rather run. But it depends on what rates that they are looking at. Let's look at the MPP.
Right.
So, being the current government, but then with a new leader, these are some of the things that they propose. So on the taxation side...
Right. So, before we come into what the MPP is saying, the IGP has a message.
Yeah.
We want to hear from the Inspector General of Police. He's been addressing the media. Gloria, quickly.
Yes, that's the Director of Public Affairs for the Police Service, ACP Grace Ansa Akrofi, has called on voters sending motorbikes to the polling centers to park 100 meters away from the centers. This is to avoid congestion, and he's also encouraging all to take instructions from the security officers, and has assured that the security would ensure the safety of every person, and also gave out a number, a toll-free number for anyone to call if they have any information or any distress. Right. 080-031-1311. I take the number again, 080-031-1311. And so all motorbikes must be parked 100 meters away from the polling centers.
Can we hear from her?
We are coming to you live from the National Election Security Task Force Press Center at the Ghana Police Service Headquarters in Accra, where a series of updates will be made to inform the media and the public on any developing issue that may occur at the various polling stations.
Today is the election day, and as we have kept faith with you, we've been giving you regular updates on security situations as they happen across the country. We wish to inform the general public that all our officers have been deployed. We are fully poised to ensure security throughout the electoral process. As at now, we are monitoring, we'll be observing, and we'll be intervening whenever the need arises. We wish to also let you know that throughout the day, we'll be responding to issues and updating you with facts as they come up. So far, our officers on the ground have observed that quite a number of people try to access the various polling stations with their motorbikes. We wish to entreat such persons to ensure that they park about 100 meters away from the polling centers. And we have instructed our men on the ground to make sure they direct such persons to comply so we do not congest the polling stations with motorbikes. We also want to urge the general public to contact the police on our toll-free number 0800-311-311 whenever there is any information they want to share with us. Our officers are ready behind all the telephones, and will be picking and responding to situations as they share information with us. I take the number again, 0800-311-311. We'd also like to use this opportunity to urge members of the public to desist from passing on information that is inaccurate, that they haven't verified. So issues of disinformation and misinformation to be discouraged so that all of us ensure a peaceful and successful process. And to facilitate this, we will continue to update you with the facts as far as security-related issues are concerned, as and when they come up. We want to take this opportunity once again to assure the general public, to assure all Ghanaians that the security agencies under the National Election Security Task Force, we are poised, we are ready, we are on the ground, and we will secure the election process up to the end. And we urge the public to come and work with us so that at the end of the day, Ghana will win.
From the National Election Security Task Force Press Center, Juliet Metal Edmonds reporting.
right, Maurice, so that's the Director of Public Affairs of the Police Service, ACP Grace Azakrofi, giving us that all motorbikes must be parked 100 meters away from the polling centers. Again, the vice presidential candidate of the NDC has just voted, and Samuela has sent in the video.
So as we've gone through the thing, the place is dry. Do you think that they are waiting? Is it the last minute thing?
It's not last minute. You know, today is not a holiday for many people. It's been the party all along. That's why I voted. Okay. And sometimes you can't find people, 10 people. People come as and when they have the time to come and vote.
So what can you tell us? People, those who are out there are still perhaps waiting, some that probably don't want to vote. What are you telling them?
As we said in the campaign, you may be angry, you may be disappointed, for whatever the reason. But I think that's all the more reason why you should vote. Why are you angry? Why are you disappointed? You know, so this is a good reason to vote.
In terms of the setup, in terms of EC's arrangement, security, everything, what can you say about all of that?
Well, everything plays out here. And from what I've seen, everything is going on well.
Okay. Your final words. Just tell us something.
I just want to tell everybody this is a very important day. And the outcome depends on all of us. It cannot be for personal reasons that I'm angry, or for whatever reason I've decided not to vote. I thought we said enough about that, why this is necessary. So I want to encourage everybody, wherever they are, to try and come. I think people don't quite appreciate the fact that they should come into a queue and wait for an hour and a whole lot of things. So we have up to 5 o'clock. So I urge everybody to come and vote.
And that's vice presidential candidate of the NDC, Jenana Opoku Agyeman. She just voted and is calling on all Ghanaians to go out in their numbers and ensure they vote. We go straight to Amasaman, where Samuela Kote is standing by.
I'm currently at the Amasaman constituency, the Methodist Oduman Church polling station 2. As at the time we got here, voting had already started, and the total number of people to vote here is 556. We spotted some electoral officials supervising the process to ensure that it runs smoothly. We also spotted some security men to ensure that the process runs smoothly as well. The only challenge here is the intense heat coming from the sun. According to the officials, the intense heat is affecting their BVD machines. It is making identification kind of difficult, and this is delaying the process. So they have had to relocate the church auditorium to get some shade to ensure that the process runs smoothly. For GBC News, Samuela Forte reporting.
As the process is running smoothly at Amasaman, right, where Samuela Kote is. Jenana Opoku Agyeman has just voted.
Right, but we saw the atmosphere in that particular constituency, the KA constituency. Yeah. The numbers were not encouraging. That should have, was that in the morning or something?
Maybe it's due to the Ghanaian way. They wait last minute, and let's hope that's the situation. They are waiting the last minute before they go out. Right,
so let's go back to our conversation on the economy, because Professor Jenana Opoku Agyeman, if her party wins, is going to be the head of the economic management team. So you're talking about the tax proposals from the MPP side.
Yes. So I'll just do a quick recap of what the NDC has proposed, and then we move to the end. So we mentioned earlier that the NDC is proposing to scrap all what they call draconian tax policies or taxes that's been introduced by the current government. And among what they could describe as draconian taxes are e-levy, the COVID levy, bet winning, taxes on bet winnings, emissions levy. And they propose to do this in the first 100 days when they come to power. They are proposing to reduce the VAT rate and then also to introduce the progressive taxation where people who earn higher pay higher taxes or pay more. Now we flip it to the NPP side. So the NPP is offering a tax amnesty for people who have previously not complied with taxes. And I think this is something that in advanced country they introduce a lot. So when people feel they are not going to be victimized or they are not going to be charged with penalties, they will willingly go and pay tax. So they think this is an idea. And then they are proposing to merge all current levies into single levy. So we have a lot of levies that are all over the place. They want to merge them into one. And then interestingly, they are proposing to remove the betting tax, similar to what the NDC is proposing to do. The NPP is also proposing to introduce a flat rate on all imports or for all imports. So I think these are the policy. I guess there are similarities about removal of certain taxes and then measure of taxes or levies in the system. But I'm aside that they are quite.
Let's look at the tax amnesty.
Yes,
we are in an IMF program. Revenue very much keen. By 2026, we'll be resuming debt payment and debt servicing and what have you. If we do amnesty of tax amnesty, maybe in 2025, what's going to be the impact on our revenue base, looking at the fact that by 2026 you are resuming servicing of our debt?
I think the government will have to work the trade-off. Because when you do a tax amnesty, what it means that you're not necessarily losing all taxes. The penalties that you should exercise on some of these who have defaulted, probably you waive them. But overdue taxes, they will pay. So what you are saying is people should come and offer to pay the taxes that they have defaulted in paying in the past without the penalties. So then you work out what is the effect of the penalty that you are losing as against overdue taxes. And historically, we've applied the tax amnesty. How have people complied or businesses complied in the past? If it hasn't worked, then I don't think it's something we want to redo. But if you want to repeat it, then we will have to educate people, get people all excited about it, and then respond.
Because I see only persons who would like to pay taxes moving forward would come up to subscribe to a tax amnesty. But if I'm not ready and willing to pay tax, I just remain in the silence, and then
unless you go after the person, you probably have to go after the person to get a person to pay.
Sure. And then also the scrapping of the taxes, what they call the draconian taxes.
What the NDC calls
E-levy. The NDC is saying they'll scrap it. The MPP is also saying they'll scrap the E-levy. And all those other levies that they want to scrap. Also, what is the possible impact in terms of our revenue base? E-levy, even though the figures are not colossal, certainly it's blocking some holes there.
I mean, if you look at it, what happened in 2016 thereabouts and 2017 when the government came, the MPP government came, they removed some of the taxes they called nuisance taxes, etc. But over time, new taxes were introduced. So we want to avoid a situation where some of these removal or these taxes that we are talking about were removed, and then we use the backdoor approach, as a colleague will call it. We use the backdoor approach to introduce new taxes. In the taxation or in the taxation environment, you either strictly enforce existing policies, tax laws and policies. You revise or amend existing laws or introduce new taxes. Historically, you've realized that in the last few years, whenever budgets are read, we introduce new taxes, which the business community have complained about. What we want to do is, if we are going to be scrapping these taxes, we should look at the first two where we enforce existing tax laws or we just amend existing tax as opposed to introducing new taxes. It brings some certainty to the business community. You can predict how much taxes you are going to pay in the next 5 years. And then you can plan your business around it. Where you have a situation where every budget that is read, comes with new taxes, creates problems and uncertainty in the business environment.
So from where you sit, what would be the suggestion to both parties on the issue of taxes?
Yes, that as you are scrapping these taxes, you should focus on enforcing existing tax laws as opposed to using the backdoor approach to introduce new taxes. Because that creates the same problem that you are trying to solve. You will not solve the problem because the reason why you are removing these taxes, the business community are complaining about these taxes. And so when you remove them, you don't introduce new ones, but you enforce existing tax.
Right, so the NPP is proposing the flat VAT, so a single rate with lessons from Estonia. How is that also going to play into the revenue base and what have you?
Yes. So I made a point about predictability. So when you have this flat system, you are able to predict over time. And so for us who advise business community, you do what we call a financial model, where you can tell them that if your sales are going to increase by 5% year on year, with this flat tax rate, this is how much taxes you are going to pay in the next 5 years. So this flat tax rate system helps in doing your projection and also help you with some predictability. But then the problem is, for those who have enjoyed some benefit with taxes that vary, they'll probably lose that because then you are going to have a flat tax system. So what we want to do is, what we should consider is where in certain areas the flat tax rate will create some distortion. You'll probably exempt those business areas from this flat tax system because you are introducing a flat tax for all importers. It's for all importers. And so sometimes for those who have enjoyed the benefit of variation and then where they have some incentive, we should look at those businesses and exempt them from that. And then we apply it across board. Like I said, it's going to enhance predictability over time because you can always predict and say, I have a flat tax rate system in Ghana and I can project.
And so far, only Estonia is doing the flat tax system, and that's where we're copying from. Are we safe?
Are we ready?
Just one developed country with a population of around 2 million people.
Well, the thing with tax is that you have, you have a period where you can review. And even our current regime, the fiscal regime, where we operate that when you introduce a tax in the budget, you have a mid-year budget to review the laws or even review your policies. So you try it for the first 6 months. We see the impact. If the impact is good and we are getting some good returns, then we keep it. But we have 6 months to assess and then either review or scrap it.
So for the ordinary voter who is voting today, a combination of all these, they are looking at the impact is going to have in terms of reducing the cost of living, in terms of reducing
cost of doing
food
business.
prices and fuel prices, the cost of doing business. Really, is it likely to bring down the numbers in the short term or even in the medium term?
Your question actually is addressed by the way the parties are proposing to address inflation. Because what we complain about the cost of living, it's a function of the inflation rate. So let's look at what the parties are proposing to address inflation. So we start the same trend, start with the NDC. So the NDC intends to control inflation by reducing VAT and other taxes. So their proposal to reduce the VAT and other taxes that we have discussed, and even removal of some of these taxes, is an attempt to control inflation and to reduce the cost of living. That's the plan. And then secondly, they also plan to reduce government borrowing. Historically, you've seen that the borrowing has been affected us, and even some of the policies that we've introduced, debt exchange, etc. So their plan is that government is going to reduce reliance on borrowing, and that will also affect the cost of living.
Is that a possibility? The NDC is going to do a $10 billion push program for infrastructural development.
And so that's the question you asked, how are you going to fund it?
They would have to go to the international market.
A way to fund it, unless they are looking at some innovative way to fund it where you have a private sector PPP, and some of them are actually introduced where you have a PPP. So in that PP situation, the private sector brings in some money and then government will support. Sometimes the government providing the land alone is their investment. And so then they don't put a lot of money in it. You are still doing the infrastructure, achieving your purpose, but then you are not investing or even borrowing money to execute that infrastructure project. And so the third thing that the NDC is proposing to do to address inflation is support agricultural productivity to lower food inflation through price stabilization programs. So you know that, as you mentioned before, the key drivers of inflation in Ghana is just the imported inflation and also food inflation. So imported inflation is best managed when you control your exchange rates. So if the local currency is getting stronger, you are able to manage imported inflation. And then food inflation, when the factors that affect food production are improved and you're able to produce more, food inflation goes down. Right. So what they intend to do is to support agricultural productivity, and that in effect or in the long run will affect the price of food.
The issue around food inflation, is it about the supply of food itself, the availability of food, or it's about the cost of transporting the food to the various market centers and finally to our table? Is it a fact that we do not have food in the system, or we pay so much to transport the food because of our exchange rate, which affects fuel and all that?
So I think what we should look at food inflation before the food comes to your table. Right. It's a value chain. So from primary production, the person producing it, what's the cost to the primary producer in the farm, all the way to the aggregators, the transporters, and then the people who process it or package it to put on your table. So if the cost of packaging increases, then it affects it. Yeah. If the cost of transport increases, so some of these things, if you look at them in isolation, you may not necessarily achieve your target, because if you increase production and you increase cost of fuel, it may be counterproductive.
Sure.
Because you have increased production, but the cost of transporting has also increased. So it's become a counterproductive policy.
All right.
So I think we can flip to the other side, what the MPP intends to do different from, let's say, what we are currently experiencing. So they intend to stabilize inflation by controlling fiscal deficits through Fiscal Responsibility Act. By law, we had proposed to cap our deficit at 5%. When COVID struck, we suspended
the window to waive it.
We suspended it.
I mean, yes.
And we overspent beyond the 5%. Currently, as we speak, we are still within the 5%, which is a good thing. So if government or the MPP government is proposed to stay within that limit, then it's such a good thing. But then the point is, we have some aggressive policies that they intend to propose or they intend to implement. So if you intend to implement this, you implement them progressively with funding sources that are channeled properly, so that you avoid a situation where you are either overborrowing or over-reliance on government expenditure to achieve those policies. The second thing they intend to do is to promote local production, what we call import substitution.
Right.
A lot of the things that we are importing affects our imported inflation and affects us as a country. So what they are doing is they do import substitution instead of importing. If you can support business to produce, why do you import tissue? Why do you import, let's say, toothpick and among others? Someone mentioned something like what we popularly call the intestine of goats, Yamadie. It's one of our heaviest imports, and I was surprised. Because you're importing from neighboring countries. How are they increasing the production of their animal products? And then we are failing to do that. If we are able to do that import substitution, we save a lot of money. So that's something that the MPP is proposing. And the last one is to strengthen the Bank of Ghana's inflationary targeting framework, which is something that we've seen over the years. And then,
what do you think is wrong with the targeting framework?
No, so I think it's not what is wrong with it. The question you ask yourself, what are we seeking to achieve?
Okay.
Because if you try to use that to manage inflation, the effect is that it affects the cost of borrowing. So are we planning to reduce the cost of borrowing? If we plan to reduce the cost of borrowing, then we should use the policy rates, reduce the cost of borrowing, and over time, businesses will get a benefit. Otherwise, if we increase it to manage inflation, it will be counterproductive because business will now go and borrow more. And when they borrow at a higher rate, they will pass on that cost to the consumer.
As we speak, government is borrowing from the domestic market. I mean, that's the only option left now. So dealing with the cost of borrowing in a very short term will be a difficulty.
Yes, and I think it's just a function of what we currently find ourselves in. Right. As we speak, you don't have access to the international capital market. You'd have to rely on local borrowing. But then we should avoid the situation where government borrowing from the domestic market is crowding out businesses.
Sure.
Because when businesses are crowded out, they will go and borrow at expensive sources. Some of the businesses, they borrow at 40%. That is not very encouraging for business. What that means is that they will pass on that 40% cost to you and I.
Right. So I will bring in Kwabena Kusifrimpon into the conversation. He's an economist. But before he joins us via Zoom, let's go to the Upper West region. Swala Abdul Wahab is our correspondent standing by with some latest information from that particular region. Swala, if you can hear me, exactly what are you reporting as we speak?
Yeah, thank you very much. We are coming to you live at the police station in the West Central constituency of the Upper West region. Earlier this morning, we have visited quite a number of police stations, and our observation is that majority of the police stations started on time. And of course, there were a few hitches here and there, but that did not stop the police stations from starting. I have been going around with my colleague Emmanuel Mensah of GBC News, and I'm going to engage him to tell us some of the places we have visited in the past and what are his observations. Welcome on board. Thank you, Zara. Yes. So, what is your general observation so far regarding the police stations?
So far, everything is going well. Apart from a short while ago, what we witnessed here. Other than that, I would say everything has gone on well. In the morning, I went first to the Circuit Court police station. They have 3 police stations. One is divided into A and B. They have another one which is B. And they have over 400 and something that we have on roll. Specifically, they have 338, the first police station. Then the another one also had 438 number on roll. But as at the time I visited, I went there earlier in the morning. Some people were there as far as 5 o'clock to be in the queue. But when they started the process in the morning, for close to 15 minutes, the BVD were not functioning. They were not able to verify. But at a point, they made some series of call and contact, and they were able to go through, and they started voting. Then I left there to the High Court, where I met the city MP, Dr. Rashid Pepu, and he came to cast his ballot there. And he was very hopeful that at the end of the day, he may carry the win.
Yeah, so we'll come to the specifics, but before we do that, can you tell our viewers the misunderstanding that is here quite a bit? So the police station name and what the issue were.
At the police station, we have 2. We have Damboyi Palace Center, Limayiri, A and B. But the issue emanated from the B side. The presiding officer.
Hello, Swala Abdul Wahab, our Upper West regional correspondent there, speaking to us and bringing us updates on what's happening in that particular polling center, in that particular constituency. We're having a conversation around some of the major issues that are driving this particular election, some of the major issues that are shaping the minds of over 18 million people who are voting in this particular election. And we've been talking about the economy, we've been talking about the tax policies that the 2 major political parties have been proposing in the party manifesto, how those help in reducing the cost of living, reducing the effect of the economy and its difficulties that we've seen over the years. Let's bring Mr. Kusi Frimpong into the conversation. He joins us via Zoom. Let's get to hear from him exactly what his thoughts are on putting all the policies together, how that has an effect on the Ghanaian economy moving forward. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Kusi Frimpong.
Hi, good afternoon, Morris. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you very much. So you just want to tell us exactly what you think about the various proposals that the two political parties are making relative to the Ghanaian economy, and whether you think that they are able to help solve some of the challenges that the economy is going through as we speak.
All right, thank you very much. So most often than not, I'm addressed as an economist, but I'm more or less a financial strategist, so financial consultant. So let's bear that in mind for now. Yeah. As we all know, we've gone through the 2024 election cycle. Beginning January, whichever candidate is on the ballot, I believe, has come up with a policy to address a particular issue that we've had within the last 4 years. But so far, I would say that it is all well and good when political parties come up with proposals to address one, inflation or cost of living, currency or exchange rate dynamics, to bring into play what they'll do for a particularly important sector like agriculture and then also employment. There are so many good things they've all written, but from where I sit, it's more a case of, can we do things differently more than what we've been doing in the past? So we can judge the various political parties from when they were in government or what the actions or inactions have been to address particular threatening issues that affect the Ghanaian. So for me, in addressing a very important issue like inflation, it's interesting that back in secondary school, when I was writing the senior secondary school examination, economics, one of the main two questions that came into play was, the first one was about agriculture, how we can improve agriculture in Ghana. And then, I'll never forget this particular question, what are the causes of inflation in Ghana? So I've had the other panelists, and they've really been insightful in addressing these issues. But at the core of it all, for me, I believe are three things.
Right, so
one,
before you go into those three things, we want to connect to some of our correspondents who are covering these particular elections. They're on the ground, bringing us reports from the various constituencies. But before we do that, let's go for a short break. We are back to continue the conversation. Stay with us.
Welcome back. We go straight to Ablekuma North, where HR is standing by. HR, what can you report from where you are? Where you are?
when voters had opportunity to cast their ballot. And we also have Church of Pentecost adopt.
Just like that.
You go around.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Hi, I'm Ajite Alan. But during elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. Refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find the information to be false or inaccurate, speak up, report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajite Anan, and I think before I share. Do you?
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Welcome back. We are still looking at the election coverage across the country. We go straight to the northern region where Mutala Issa is standing by. Hi, hello, Mutala. Hello, Mutala, can you hear me? Okay, we are making efforts.
The former president, John Dramani Mahama, and flag bearer of the NDC, will be casting his vote. We are told that he's almost here, and so you can see the waiting crowd as people anticipate his arrival here any moment from now. Now, we arrived at this polling station some 2 hours ago, and as at that time, we had about 71 people casting their votes. There are about 431 voters on the voters register. And there was basically no problem until some 2 old ladies arrived. Unfortunately, the biometric device could not verify them with their faces, but with the understanding from the party agents, they were able to get them to vote. And so this is the situation here so far. It has been a very calm atmosphere across Bole, across the Savannah region, the polling stations that we have visited so far this morning. And the assurance we keep on getting from residents here is that it is going to be a very peaceful day, even until the counting process comes to an end. The various parties we've spoken to have also expressed confidence that they will be winning by way of parliamentary seats. The NDC has dominated this constituency since 1992. The flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama himself, has been an MP here on 3 consecutive terms, 1996, 2000, 2004, before he moved on to become a running mate to Professor Evans Atamils and then later as president. He has always voted at this polling station. We have covered him here live since 2016, and it is an expected group waiting for him here. Some people have been waiting here for him for the past 2 hours, and they are just hoping to catch a glimpse of the former president. Again, in terms of parliamentary candidature, there are 2 people contesting this. The NPP's Rafael Kuma and then the NDC incumbent Yusuf Suleimana, who cast his vote at the Kadewu #1 center this morning. We are told Rafael is voting somewhere in Bamboy, and so we are unable to talk to him at this moment. But Yusuf Suleimana expressed confidence that he is going to win today's vote. That will bring him at par as an MP who has won this seat 3 times, just like the former president and flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama. Let me try and talk to some of the people gathered here. Madam, can you join me on camera whilst we are waiting for JM? Thank you very much. Tell us your name.
My name is Muhiba Idrisu. Everybody calls me Hiba here.
Have you voted?
Yes, please, I have.
What are your expectations going forward towards the evening? It's a very calm atmosphere here now. I'm told this is the nature of Bole on election day, but what do you expect?
Like you said, I wasn't expecting anything different. The people of Bole over the years have consistently shown their loyalty to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We have shown that we are people that believe in our own and will always stand by him. So usually on election days, this place is always very calm, very sober. Generally, Bole is a very peaceful community. So when I came here, I met just a short queue, but not long after, everybody had cleared, and you can see that the whole place is calm. Everybody is good. The euphoria here is positive. We know that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is coming, and we believe that the rest of the people of Ghana are rallying behind us. And so we are very positive. We are very happy. So far, so good. Calm, peaceful, and sober environment. And we are expecting to see our father, our son, and inshallah, our incoming president. Yeah.
Do I get the impression that everyone gathered here, apart from the observers and the media, everyone here is supporting JM?
100% plus. As I've told you before, consistently, if you've seen the past elections that we've had, and if you check the results from Bole, the people of Bole have consistently proven again that we have loyalty in our blood, that will always stand by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So I can beat my chest and tell you that almost everybody gathered here is gathered here in favor of the NDC and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. In anticipation, you can see that a lot of people, you can see white more than every other color. We are anticipating victory. We are anticipating victory. And so we are all here to support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and our NDC parliamentary candidates. And we pray that, like I said, the rest of the people in Ghana, in all communities, constituencies as well, will stand for the NDC and their parliamentary candidates.
Thank you very much, Madam. And so we will pick some more people. Thank you very much. Good morning. You are live on Ghana television. Have you cast your vote?
Yes, I have. And in favor of the
process go for you?
Very smooth, kind of very impressive, For lack of a better term, this is very organized for us.
You sound like someone who has stayed outside for quite some time. Where are you coming from?
Unfortunately, I come from Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, I've been in Atlanta since the very early 70s, going on to the late 70s, going into the early 80s, and since then I moved into.
So you are basically in Bole for this vote. Fortunately, you witnessed elections in the U.S. and you are seeing elections in Ghana. How do you compare these two?
In all honesty, I think this is more exciting because...
Well, I am seeing the brother of the flag bearer of the NDC just arriving. It is further confirmation that the flag bearer is arriving in from now. If my cameraman can put the camera on him now. Okay, we will talk to him later, but that's the brother of the flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, just arriving, and he is exchanging some pleasantries here before he goes to the officials to take his votes. But we are keeping our cameras glued onto the road, waiting for the arrival of John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress. Though children, you are supposed to vote at 18, children have not been left out. There are some children we've seen at the polling station just calmly observing the process. Even here, they are not left out. Some of them have walked in just watching what is going on. Let me see if I can get a few of my colleague media persons so we can continue the conversation whilst waiting for the arrival of them. Okay, so we have more people here. Hajia, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Gloria, you have to be a bit patient for us because the flag bearer is arriving any moment from now, and so we have to keep our cameras live here, and we have to find a way of engaging you. Thank you very much. You're live on Ghana Television. Tell us your name.
I'm Ajia Fatifogo, the immediate director of elections for Savannah region.
The immediate
director of elections
for a party?
Yes, please.
Okay, which party?
NDC.
For the NDC. Do I get the impression that everyone gathered here is supporting JM?
Yeah, majority of us here are really supporting him. It is our hope and our conviction that today he will emerge. For victory, it is assured. And I'm not missing words. Bole Bamboy, I think the vote turnout that we'll get this year will be more than the previous elections. We are endorsing him fully.
Yeah, right up to the election day, the National Democratic Congress kept on insisting that the EC was colluding with some party to rig the elections. Haven't seen what's gone on so far. We are almost hitting midday. What's your impression?
Yeah, they tried doing that, but for John, he's the obvious choice. And we've all seen the wind that is blowing over the whole country. Everybody is yearning for change. We know he's the only one who can reset Ghana. Ghana is in a complete...
Are you satisfied with the process at the polling station so far?
So far, so good. We have no cause to complain at this time. The day is still young. We are hoping that it will continue this way. If there's any other thing that comes up, we'll let the whole world know because we are very vigilant.
Have you voted?
I have voted already. We are waiting for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who will be arriving here anytime soon to come and cast his vote. And victory will surely be his, inshallah.
Thank you very much. And we are still anticipating the arrival of His Excellency. If you can pan, let's see the crowd waiting from the roadside, from the main road all the way into this place. There are people waiting patiently to catch a glimpse of him as he arrives here to vote. Yes.
I'm back. That's Bole Bamboy Mutala reporting that they are still waiting for the former president and vice presidential candidate of the NDC to cast his votes. We will go back there for the live feed when he gets there. But now let's go to Kumasi, where Nicholas Osewusu is standing by with details. Hello, Nicholas.
No option than to advise her to go back to where she's supposed to vote. Apart from that, there haven't been any much issue to talk about, except to say that the exercise has been very peaceful. You know, Ashanti region is the eye of the country for at least today and tomorrow, the epicenter of the election so far, because of the number of votes here. So far, we have more than 3 million of the ballot. The Ashanti is almost emerging from the palace. So if you could indulge me to finish with him so that we can get back to you, please. Okay.
Now,
yeah, Ivan.
Wait for...
Ivan.
Nicholas.
Studio Dixon.
Hello, Nicholas. So we are still in the Ashanti region, and Nicholas Osewusu, our correspondent, is telling us smoothly. We are waiting, like he reported, for the Asante Hene to cast his vote. Sorry. Nicholas, I don't even know. In the special voting, the turnout was a bit slow. Can you report what the turnout has been for this main voting?
So I think we have Ashanti.
The turnout is that of relatively low if you compare to previous elections where we've been to. You hardly see queues of people or voters waiting for their turns to go through the process. Even where I am located now, there are about 5 centers. 5 centers here within the vicinity of the Menchia Palace, and there's no visible queue of voters. So all the places I've visited so far at Asokwa, at Asawase, and then at Menchia, and then also earlier today at the Menchia South, the Apejafie, where the vice presidential candidate of the MPP, Dr. Machopuku Prempe, voted. That was when we had a bit of a queue, a relatively long queue of voters waiting for their turn. But after about 30 minutes, when they had all gone through the process, it was no. Now I want to. The Asante Hene is emerging from the palace, and I want to give our viewers a shot of what is happening as he and the Electoral Commission officials here in the Ashanti region get closer to come exercise his franchise so far. So if you could please indulge me. So I'm going to show you. Yes. That is in your shot. We're seeing the Asante Hene emerging. Yes, there he is, coming in the company of some officials of the Electoral Commission and others. Yes, he's coming to cast his ballot. And you know, Asante Hene, when he comes out to vote, it communicates a lot, because he being the overlord of Asante man, and he coming to exercise his franchise, it speaks to all the voters in the region that they should also take seriously the voting process. And I can see in this company the vice presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Machopuku Prempe. I can also see in your shot is the Ashanti Regional Director of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Francis Osensia. Yeah, there you see the Dr. Machopuku Prempe. There you see the overlord of Asantiman. He is coming to cast his ballot, and we are going to get you feed from the exercise is going to undertake here at the Menchia Palace, and I'm told he's going to cast his ballot at Menchia Palace Center 1. Yeah. So you are seeing in your shot the vice presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Machopuku Prempe, communicating with the Asante Hene, and then
former President John Mahama going to vote in the same shot. You see Otufwa Osei also going to vote in Bole Bamboy, where former president and presidential candidate of the NDC just landed to cast his vote. Mutala Issa is ready, and Nicholas is also standing by to give us details on what's going to happen there. To go cast his votes, and there's a lot of jubilation in Bole Bamboy. Bole Bamboy is where former President John Mahama hails, and so he's had a lot of victory. In 2020, he got 79.22 in Bole Bamboy, and so they are hoping that this year they would also give him the same votes or the same victory in Bole Bamboy. He's being ushered, John Mahama is being ushered to go cast his votes. As you can see, there's a lot of jubilation. A lot of people have surrounded him to join him perform his duties.
Here in Bole, in the Savannah region, and he is going through the process, checking his name, and he's accompanied by the Member of Parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency, Yusuf Suleimana. He has been checked and he's moving to the next process. He's moving to the next level.
Ashanti region and in the Savannah region, Bole to be precise, the birthplace of the NDC presidential candidate, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, who is going through the process to cast his ballot. That particular constituency, over the years, remains in the hands of the NDC safely. And so he would cast his ballot in the Bole constituency. We also see pictures from the Ashanti region. The overlord of the Ashanti region, or Ashanti mine, Otumfuo H2, is also casting his ballot. The Ashanti region is a region you want to look out for keenly in this particular elections. Apart from the Greater Accra region, it has the greatest or the highest population in terms of voter population. It comes second after the Greater Accra region with some 3.2 million persons expecting to cast their ballot in the Ashanti region. I mean, we all know that's the World Bank or the stronghold of the ruling NPP. They are targeting to get 85% of the votes in that particular region. It remains to be seen whether that's possible. If you look at the figures, if you look at the trends over the years, the MPP has never done 85% before. We see how that pans out. The NDC is also trying to do a 35% in the Ashanti region. Also, if you look at the figures and if you look at the trends, the Ashanti region has never rewarded the NDC 35% of the votes after all is said and done. How that happens is what we'll see when voting is done and counting is done by close of day. The Ashanti region, as I said, is a key region that you want to keep an eye on. If you look at the trends and how the figures have panned out since 1992, the NDC usually will need some 27%, 27% of the votes in the Ashanti region. All things being equal, they are winning the elections. The MPP will do 75, 76, 78% of the votes in the Ashanti region. If they win the swing constituencies, all things being equal, they're also on their way to winning the elections. We have the running mates of the ruling MPP coming from the Ashanti region. That is one of the indicators or the pull factor the party will be relying on confidently to ensure that voters in the Ashanti region come out in their numbers to cast their ballots in this particular election, so that they are able to break the 8 and victory will belong to the MPP. So those are pictures on your screen. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama casting his ballot. We see his daughter in the pictures casting his ballot in the Bole constituency. And then also we have pictures of the Otumfuo North H2 also doing same in the Ashanti region in grand style. with royalty there. We see in the pictures coming to us both from the Savannah region and also the Ashanti region precisely.
Chiefest.
Okay. What about area when we want to
Oh, I put you. It didn't even take 2 minutes. Maybe almost register. I'm doing one. And I say I'm the ballot paper man, and I'm a controller. And to be here, come on.
My next question is how will you take a win in this election?
Well, Hannah Matumaba, Bolens and I'm a member of parliament to her. And one who said I'm proposing a PA on mobile say, Mojide say, your city, a better winning. Now, Mojide so say, you better win parliament majority, do one hour parliament. Now, presidency, you didn't put him.
Before I am
yeah, your mamre, baby, I'm free ball. Say, oh, and I say, Bibi, I was Wawofo, Oko Bompire, Ewo, Omundaso, and say, Adia, Omotaye, and say, maybe I'm a babeto aba, and yet, and then, and maybe I'm a babeto baby. Me wa famu ne hwa only na ye kamu me me akusoni I don't na ye kamu and you call and that's
Mr. President, are you satisfied with events so far? Are you satisfied?
Let's start. Who do we start with? Joy News, then GTV, IGTV. Okay.
What's your assessment of the process so far?
The process, as I've seen it here, it's smooth and very easy. It didn't take more than 3 minutes for me to finish voting in both the presidential and parliamentary. If it's the same everywhere in the country, then I think we'll have a successful election.
Global Info Analytics, EIU, have all predicted victory for you. Are you confident of a parliamentary victory as well?
Yes, there's one election that almost everybody can see what the result is going to be. Other elections have been not as obvious, but with this one, everybody can tell the direction in which it's going. And that's because of the abysmal performance of the Bawumia Akufo-Addo government, the situation of our economy, the hardship people are facing, the increasing unemployment, and all the difficulties Ghanaians are going through. They want somebody who's more experienced, who knows how to run things, to come and take over and rescue this country.
What will be a good parliamentary majority for you?
Absolute majority. It's going to be I predict more than 150 members of parliament.
Mr. President, prior to this election, you had cause to complain that the EC was colluding with the party in power. Are you satisfied with what you have seen following today's
The process hasn't ended. And often in my experience with MPs, in my experience with EC and elections, it's normally peaceful until something starts happening. That's why I said if it continues like this to the end, we'll all be satisfied. But you never know what our opponents have up their sleeve.
What checks are you put in place to ensure that you, according to your perception, are not cheated out in this election?
We've done that, all that any political party must do. We have trained our agents. We have agents in all the 40,663 polling stations. We've trained them well, and we have monitors, we have observers, all looking out to make sure that everything goes well. After this, normally the voting process is smooth, but if the problem starts coming when you have the counting and the collation, that's where most often the problem starts.
Mr. President, you were at your father's grave just a while ago. Can you tell us what transpired there?
Oh, I just went to say prayers. In my tradition, and our culture, if you are faced with a battle ahead or some tough task or assignment, it is their tradition to go to those who gave birth to you and go and pray and ask them to stand behind you. And so it's normal in our parts here. So my uncles organized the prayers, and they're Muslim. And so they said Muslim prayers on the grave of my father.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Neighbor Shili, Ayen Jukum Nasara. Kani Konkun Ankabe Ilere. Eskamani Kakwe Kakabayo. Kani Embronibo EIU, Fish Solutions, Amber Domestic Opinion Pollers, Global Info Analytics. Eskama predict for Anyanwe. So, Uncle, very high level of confidence to them. Inshallah.
Voter turnout in our low, but I'm tired about Johnson. All of this responsible.
So, Jande, I'm Bombato Mukibi, I'm Zubole Big Keke, Bole Bambo Big Keke,
Savannah Keke.
I am to look at I'm Subon Keke, Bella Rumbato, because Kiben close 5 p.m. So, Eskamela, I'm about to Mukibi. Nasare Balanya.
Asan Kusum.
Live from the District Assembly polling station here in Bole. And he has been stating that he is very, very satisfied.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama very much confident of winning this particular election. He is also confident of winning majority in Parliament. He says he is hopeful that by close of poll, when all counting is done, some 150 of the MPs in the Parliament should be from the NDC stock. He says that because of the polls that we've seen in the lead up to the 2024 election. So we have the Global Info Analytics polls, which is giving John Dramani Mahama, and for that matter, the NDC, some 52.2%, projection. It puts Dr. Baumia at 41.4%, according to the Global Info Analytics poll. He also talks about the IEU poll, which puts the NDC, and for that matter, John Dramani Mahama, ahead in this particular election. So he's very much confident that by close of poll, he should emerge victorious in this particular election. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama casting his ballot in the Bole Bamboy constituency, his home region. He's told us that he's going to pay homage to his late father and said some prayers for some support there in the Bole Bamboy constituency. So we are still here. We've also seen in the pictures the Otumfo Nano Tutu casting his ballot in the Ashanti region. As I said, the Ashanti region is one key decider in this particular elections. If everything goes on well, if the voter turnout in the Ashanti region is encouraging, that should have a bearing on the results of the 2024 elections. Apart from the Greater Accra region, the highest in terms of voter population, some 3.2 million voters registered in the Ashanti region to cast their ballots in this particular election. So it remains to be seen how the figures will pan out in the Ashanti region. We're hearing from across country that it does appear that the turnout in some constituencies, in some polling stations, not too encouraging. But that should be isolated cases. If we monitor the conversation and the interest that a lot of voters, have developed, in this particular election, turnout should be high, even though we're hearing that in some, polling stations and some constituencies that the turnout is low. But I'm just thinking that it's just around
today is Saturday.
12. Yeah.
People would want to go to the market, others have other engagements, and would definitely go and vote. We are hoping that as the time goes on, people would rush to the polling centers, and that's where there will be the mad rush to vote.
Right. So, Gloria, as I was saying, if you look at the trends since voting started in the Ashanti region, since 1992, you see how this particular region is very, very important to who wins the election. Yeah. Even though it is not a stronghold of the NDC, because of the voter population in that particular region, if they are able to make inroads, if they're able to capture, say, 25, 26, 27% of the vote in the Ashanti region, they're able to win the election. So let's see how the trend has been since 1992. So in 1992, the NDC had 32.9% of the vote in the Ashanti region, and they won the election. The MPP in 1992 had 60.5% of the vote in the Ashanti region. They lost the election. So I'm saying that for the MPP, they need above 75% of the vote in their stronghold to be able to win an election, all things being equal. Yeah. So in 1996, the NDC did 32.8%, and then they also won the election in that particular year, 1996. In 2004, this is the second round of voting. The second round of voting in 2004. The NDC had 24.06%, and as I said, immediately you drop below the 25% in Ashanti region for the NDC, and that should be spelling doom. So in this particular election, if you are an NDC member, and by close of poll, you begin to see that you've done below 25% in Ashanti region, there should be some concern. No, there should be some concern, really. If you've done below 25% in the Ashanti region, then you should be a little bit concerned. But if you've done 25, 26, 27%
32
in the Ashanti region, I mean 32 or 30% has been very much difficult since 1996. I mean, after 1996, the NDC has never been able to do more than or 30% of the votes.
Let's go to the GJ. There's a press conference going on.
The media, political actors, and the general public. After the press conference, we will take you round to see the platform we are building as evidence of what we are doing. Under the project, the GJ election volunteers will also observe the general conduct of the elections and particularly report challenges media politicians may face in the field to the leadership of the association for quick resolution. The GJ has also set up a 7-member election monitoring team across the country to compile a comprehensive report on the outcome of the elections. And we have said that this National Media Coalition, named GJA KGL National Media Coalition Center, by itself explains or tells us that it is financed, is fully sponsored by KGL Foundation. Unto clap. This morning, they are with us. They have been represented by the CEO, that's the group executive chairman, and the senior management member. And I hope they will be addressing us after I am done speaking. Colleagues, the GJ has designated here the Gifty Avenue Daisy Conference Hall, Dinsbury Conference Hall, as the press center as a prime location for the organization of press conferences on election-related matters by all political actors. We believe the location of the press center offers a central point and great convenience at low cost to all the political actors and the media for interaction on election-related matters. And the emphasis is on election-related matters. The GDA has engaged extensively with the key political parties and media management about this initiative. Colleagues, the GDA has so far received 9,009 media accreditation tax from the Electoral Commission, including reprinted tax, as of Thursday, December 5th, 2024, for distribution to media practitioners covering the elections. And take note of the figures so that nobody will come with any figure. This is what we have received: 9,009 as of Thursday, December 5th, 2024, for distribution to media practitioners covering the elections across the country. And foreign media, yes, and including foreign media. The number includes 100 foreign journalists. We urge media practitioners to endeavor to promote peace in all aspects of their work during the electioneering. We wish to advise media practitioners to put the interest of the nation first in all circumstances as they cover the elections. Media practitioners must be circumspect and avoid pitfalls that may expose them to harm of any kind. However, they must be bold and remain resolute in the discharge of their duties in order to protect and protect the sovereign will of the good people of this country. So far, no casualties recorded, even though we are taking some information, unconfirmed information, about some few, should I say, attacked? Yes, on the media, yet to confirm. And once we confirm, we will bring it before the media and the public attention. Colleagues, as we go into the elections, we urge media owners and managers to equip their staff covering the elections with adequate tools and necessities, including food and means of transportation, so that they are not led into compromises that may undermine their independence and vigilance. We applaud the media for a good job done on the special voting day last Monday and Thursday. So there are 2 days. So we applaud the media for a good job done on the special voting days last Monday and Thursday, particularly the vigilance they exhibited at Ayawaso West Wogo to lay bare evidence of the disturbing incident that occurred in the constituency during voting. We call on all political actors and the general public to support the media in the discharge of their duties and to avoid attacking media practitioners. We particularly call on the Ghana Police Service to protect media practitioners covering the elections to enable them discharge their duties effectively and efficiently. Media practitioners who may come into arms, and I repeat, media practitioners who may come into arms way in the line of duty, means if you come under threat or you find yourself in any danger in the line of duty, and the emphasis is on in the line of duty, may contact the following emergency numbers, hotlines. Immediately you come under threat or you face any danger. 025 662 2583. And I repeat, 025 662 2583. The second one is 050 357 7215. I repeat, 050 357 7215. These are the DJ hotlines for support. Whenever you find yourself in any distress situation, feel free to call the number. The GJA welcomes foreign journalists who have arrived in Ghana to cover the elections and those who are watching from afar, assuring them of our instant and constant support. We invite the foreign journalists to visit the press center located on the Gamal Abdul Nasser Avenue in Accra for information and informalities, and to join us as we roll out or as we project the results after close of elections or polls today. The GJ, on behalf of the GJ, on behalf of Media Coalition, I want to express our profound gratitude to the KGL Group for sponsoring this project. This support will go a long way to deepen Ghana's democracy. We are thankful to the visionary executive chairman of KGL Group, Mr. Alex Dade. Let's give it to him. For his immense support to the GJ over the years, and especially this very one we are witnessing. It's the first of its kind. And so we are making history with KGL, and I think that all of you, as we've all witnessed, to see that there's a change at the press center. When you go around, when you go out, I know some of you have already been taking around. This is the doing of the Lord and by the support of Mr. Alex Dade, the visionary executive chairman. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you all for your audience. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the president of the Ghana Journalists Association delivering the statement on behalf of the media coalition. And he has now let the cat out of the bag. The reason why Mr. Alex Dade is with us here this morning, we've been told that it is all because of the kind support he and his organization is giving to us. But Mr. Alex Dade is not here alone. He's also here with some senior officials of the KGL Group. We have in our midst Mr. Segram Luchukan, and Segram is the group head of public relations and corporate affairs at KGL Group. And then we also have Ni Sape and Kunu, and Ni is also the program lead at the KGL Group. I'll be inviting Mr. Dade to come and share a few thoughts with us. But before I do that, let me quickly run us through the project we are running, the National Media Coalition Center project, which KGL is supporting us to do. And in the past, there have been occasions when the press center have hosted election activities where the media will converge here to monitor the elections across the country. We have even had instances where the EC will come and do their press briefings here. But this project is quite unique and more expansive than what we have been doing in the past. This time around, and for the first time, the DCA has deployed 276 election volunteers across all the constituencies to monitor the elections that is ongoing. And so far, our volunteers are on the ground, and they've been feeding us with information, what is happening and everything. So what they are doing is that they are observing what is happening.
Welcome back. So that was the GGA President Albert Dumfo announcing the creation of a coalition center at the Press Center for the media. He asked the media to be vigilant. They have received news of the attack on some journalists, and he's asking the media to be very vigilant and ensure that your life is safe or before you are attacked. They have given a dedicated number for journalists to phone in if they face any situation that is threatening. 025-662-2583. We go straight to the Oti region where Conrad Cadbury is standing by. Hello, Conrad.
Hello.
Yes, Conrad, where are you?
I am currently at Likwemate, the Guan district capital.
Okay, so what can you report? Guan is voting this year.
Okay, yes. In actual fact, the atmosphere over here is generally calm, and I can see people going about their normal activities. In terms of security, the security arrangement looks solid. Our police officers have been stationed at the police stations to maintain order. And then looking at the mood of the people, in fact, they are highly impressed because for the first of its kind, the people look very anxious to vote for the first time since it is the first. The creation of the new district. Queues are beginning. It started for me since for the past 2 hours now, and at the various police stations with the people looking eager to partake in the national assignment of electing a new president and a member of parliament.
Conrad, can you report what the voter turnout has been?
The turnout in particular is encouraging. Now, when I came to Likwebakwa, the total number of people over there is 4,572. But currently, we have 2,506 that have cast their vote. I went to Likpe Secondary School, one of the police stations there. The total number of the people are 5,500, but now we have 2,006 who have cast their vote.
Can you give us the names of the PCs standing in that constituency and what has been the voting pattern of the constituency?
Yeah, so in actual fact, we have Michael Osibo of the New Patriotic Party and Fred Agbenyo of the NDC, National Democratic Congress. But the independent candidate, in fact, I don't know his name, and I find out and over there they couldn't give me his full name. So I'm now going to chase and then get his name and then give my report.
Have you been speaking to the voters and what's is taking center stage in their decisions in voting or who they are voting for?
For them, according to them, it's like they do not have any party in mind to vote for. But whoever wins after the elections is their member of parliament.
All right, Conrad, thank you very much.
But Conrad, before you go, so the Guan constituency, you say you say you are in Likpe.
You are in Likpe Mate, the district capital.
Right. So are you able to tell us the composition of the Sao area, the Guan constituency? This is the first time they'll be voting for their parliamentary candidates since 2016. Just paint a picture of the towns that make up the Guan constituency.
Please come again.
I'm saying, are you able to tell us the composition of the Guan constituency? You are in Likpe Mate. We have the Akpafu area as well. Which other towns are in there?
We have Likpe Mate. We have Likpe Bakwa. We also have Likpe Koforidia. And then Likpe Bakwa is, near to Evely, which is part of the Volta region. And then we have Likpe Kukurantumi. We also have Likpe, Likpe Kumasi, I don't know, Likpe Koforidia.
Right.
And then Likpe Bala.
All right, so Conrad, that's a typical rural constituency, it's a new constituency. What are the issues? Are they talking about the roads? Are they talking about water supply?
For them, they said the road, they have poor road network. They have poor road network, and the poor network communication. In fact, they don't have a network at all in those areas. And that place too is near to Togo, if I may say. It's totally near to Togo, the district capital where I am standing now. It is near to Togo. It is not far at all. So there are some smuggling issues. People are saying they smuggle cocoa to Togo and other things. So some of them are saying they are not even happy that the capital should be located here. But since it has been given, they don't have anything to say.
All right, thank you very much. Conrad is our OT regional correspondent, speaking to us from Likpe Mate, which is the district capital of the Guan district, also the Guan constituency. It will be the first time they're voting since 2016. They were not able to participate in the parliamentary elections in the 2020 elections. So for 4 years they've been without representation in parliament. So hopefully they add up, making some 276 constituencies moving into the 2024 elections. Let's go quickly to the Amasaman constituency, which is one of the biggest constituencies in the Greater Accra region, where my colleague Thelma Taki has been touching base and talking to some of the electorates who've been casting their ballots in the Amasaman constituency. Good afternoon to you, Thelma, if you can hear me. Exactly where are you as we speak, and how is the voter turnout like at the spot where you are?
Morris, thank you for getting over to me. I've just been to the polling station at Oka MAJHS, which is located in the Amasaman constituency. Now, Amasaman constituency previously was part of the Trouble Amasaman constituency before the two were split in 2012. And before that split, both the NDC and the NPP had occupied that particular seat. But when that split happened in 2012, the NDC has managed to hold on to the reins of power for 8 years, that is in 2012 and 2016. And that candidate, Emmanuel Newkainlai, lost the seat to the NPP's Akwesi Afrifa in the year 2020. So in the last election, the NPP managed to wrest that seat from the hands of the NDC. Unfortunately, Afrifa has lost the NPP primaries in Amasaman, and today another NPP candidate is the one on the ballot, and he's the one that voters would have to choose to represent them in parliament, and that gentleman is called Mr. Yaya Kasim Atta. So Yaya Kasim Atta is standing for the NPP. The NDC once again is fielding Mr. Sedem Kweku Afenyo, who has tried unsuccessfully in the past, and he is hoping that this time he will get the nod of the people to represent them. Two independent candidates are on the ballot for Amasaman: Jerry Johnson, Liama Ashite, and Samuel Kwame Deno. Both of them are contesting the Amasaman seat independently. By way of demographics, the Amasaman constituency is it shares boundaries with Domi Kwabenya Trouble constituency, which was previously a part of Domi Abra Obom, and also in Sawam Aduejire constituency. The biggest issues, if you know Domi Kwabenya, if you know the Trouble area and the Domi Abra Obom constituencies, you realize that the road infrastructure is very, very dear to the people. These are communities in the Amasaman constituencies that are very peri-urban, so they are very much on the outskirts of Accra. So access in terms of road is important to the people. On the health side, access to healthcare facilities are also very important. The Amasaman Hospital serves the people there. They want to see a lot more development in that vein happening. But for the NPP supporters that I've interacted with in this constituency, it looks like the construction of that Amasaman highway heading right into Insawam may be a deciding factor. For those on the NDC side, they believe that the previous MP, the current MP, which is Akwesi Efifa, has not been seen around much by the people in the constituency since the previous election. They think that because he has not engaged much with the people, it may have contributed to why he lost in the primaries for the party, and may contribute to why, at least according to the NDC, he may lose the seat for the NPP in this election. The people that I spoke to at this Opan MAJHS Center explained to me that the process had been quite smooth. The materials arrived on time. The only issue that I encountered was with one voter who could not find his name on the register. That particular gentleman could also not find his name at the other center. And the polling station has been split into two centers. So one center split into two polling stations because the roll was large. So Center 1 and Center 2 both had 735 names on the roll. So both were located very, very near each other. And if you can see from the pictures that I've sent you, they were just literally side by side. This gentleman could not find his name in polling station 1 or 2 at the Opan MAJHS. Luckily, one of the other observers at the center offered to look online using the EC's short code to check on where that particular voter was registered. It came to light that even though the gentleman told me that he had voted at the Opan MAJHS twice in previous elections, this time his name was found when we searched on the EC app in another polling station, still within the Amasaman constituency, but at another MA, so at another municipal assembly school, this time the Amasaman MA assembly school. So this particular voter had to find his way to another center to cast his vote. But apart from that incident, both party agents of the major political parties that I spoke to expressed satisfaction with the process, and everything was calm when I left to go to my next location, still within Amasaman. So, Maurice, this is the situation that I found when I went to the Opan MA polling center.
So, Thelma, before I let you go, there are two independent candidates, you say. Are you able to tell us which parties they broke away from?
I did not meet the independent candidates in person, so I am not able to speak to that directly. What I can say and can report is that both are registered as independent candidates on the ballot, and that's as far as I can tell for now. If they happen to come around, I may get the opportunity to ask them and get a sense of where they are coming from.
Will you say the turnout is encouraging in the Amasaman constituency?
I think that the turnout at all the centers I've been to has been very encouraging. If you just look at the ballot papers already in the box, you realize that the box is already very much full on either side of the stations that I went to. And so at the time that I went to this Opan MA primary school, for example, more than half the registered number of voters had already cast their ballot. And it did seem like it was pretty calm. You get the sense that people pretty much know what they want, and they go to the center and exercise their franchise very quickly, and then they retire home, perhaps to come back at around 5 p.m. when counting is likely to have started.
All right, thank you very much. Thelma Taki reporting from the Amasaman constituency there. Gloria, here we have
Barbara Kuma. Yeah, okay, Queen North. Hello, Barbara.
Hello.
Barbara, tell us what's happening where you are.
Good afternoon to your guest in the studio and good afternoon to our viewers. Well, I am currently at the Achimota Basic School 2 in the Okankwe North constituency where voting, the school is actually hosting about 4 voting polling stations. And so far, it's been calm generally. Since morning, from all the places and the polling stations have been very calm. People have voted in an orderly manner. And just like my colleagues told me, it looks like this time around, education and information has gone around so well. People know what they want. They know how to come, vote, and then leave the premises. And one thing I observed in most of the places I have been to is that the queues were not long. The queues were not long at all. They were short queues, and people were voting quickly and then leaving the polling station. I mean, this can also be attributed to the fact that the EC increased the polling stations to about 40, just to decongest the polling stations around in the constituencies. So far, I have visited the Christ Believers Police Center in the Anohuma electoral constituency in the Okankwe North constituency. I have also visited Achimota electoral area, where I visited the Achimota Basic School 2 and 1 polling station. The polling has been ongoing quietly and calmly. And then also I have visited other few polling stations in the constituency where pretty much everything is being done orderly. For this constituency, aside the 13 presidential aspirants who are contesting before the presidential, there are 3 MP parliamentary candidates who are also contesting. Incumbent is Teresa Ladi Awuni of the NDC, who wrestled the seat from the MPPs Hussein Issa in 2020, making it a very historic fact because this constituency is considered an MPP stronghold. In that, since 1996, they have voted in favor of the ruling NPP party. And this is about the second time the NPP has had its votes in the MP elections in its favor. And then another interesting thing is the current NPP parliamentary candidate, Nanama Jokwa Isiama Ede, is also an MP, but not in the Greater Accra region. She is currently the member of parliament for Isiape North in the Eastern region. By this time around, she decided to switch and come to Okankwe North constituency to represent her party after meeting 2 former 2 MPP members, that's the Master Board, and then the former MP Hussein Issa to stand for the party, basically. And so it's a twist of events which is very exciting. So far, nothing untoward has happened in this constituency. All the places I have visited, I interviewed a couple of new voters who were excited about expressing their constitutional franchise. One of them said, well, the economy wasn't treating her fairly, so she was going to vote according to her belief. And the other said, well, she was just excited, expressing or exercising a constitutional mandate for the first time. Maybe in the next elections or whatever, she's going to sit down and think through the policies and issues going on in the constituency and vote for the. And then some other voters I interviewed. Well, definitely some sway towards the incumbent MP who agreed that people who are arguing that she has reneged on her promise to develop the constituency are not being fair to her because she's done her bit, especially because it was not her government who is in power. And so she could only do as much as the government in power permits her. and people who are also who claim to vote, who are claiming they will vote against her, are also saying that, well, she came to power and only, did nothing for them. They are still facing the issues such as poor drainage, no work for the youth, and a whole lot of other issues in the constituency that she actually promised to help them solve when she was looking for the nod of the constituency to go to Parliament the last time, and that was in 2020. And so, for that reason, we're going to bring back their beloved MPPs to solve the problem of the constituency for them. And there were not issues in any of the police stations that they said. There was just one person whose the name was in the voter register, all right, but when he was going to cast his vote, his term was rejected. So he got a bit frustrated. So the EC officials had to calm him down and make him go wash his hands properly and clean properly and come back to come and try. He tried again, it didn't work. So he had to go and wash his hands again. There was a bit of a back and forth, but eventually he got to vote. So there wasn't anything untold in my constituency. Everything has gone on smoothly.
Thank you, Barbara, for that report. Thank you, Barbara Kuma, for that report. We go straight to Ayawaso Central, where Celestine Avi is standing by. Celestine, what can you report? Hello, Celestine.
Hello, good afternoon, and my name is Celestine. We are coming to you live from the ATTC. The population over 94,000, with communities including Alajo, Newtown, Pig Farm and Kotobabi. And we all know the Ayawaso Central constituency is a long-standing stronghold for the New Patriotic Party since 1996. And then since 1996, we had Mr. Sheikh I.C.K. winning for the New Patriotic Party. That is in 1996, 2000, 2004 consecutively. And then who also took over from 2012, 2016, and 2020, respectively. Now, the incumbent MP, Mr. Henry Forty, who is the current Minister for the Interior, faces calendar and Haji Abdul Rock Tonjin Subatu. Sorry, I'm not getting the name right. Who is the NDC candidate for this place? And another person is Mr. Charles Kwame Adam, who's standing in for the National Democratic Party. Okay, so now let's come to today's proceedings. After 7 a.m., the polling center was opened, and everything has been going on successfully. And we managed to speak with the district electoral officer of the Iowa State constituency, who is Madam Lydia. She says about 191 polling stations are in this constituency, plus 2 special voting stations, that's the special voting stations, making it 193. And then expected registered voters who are to cast their ballot at the end of the day in this 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, 9,154. Yeah, if I got it right. So far. Okay, so I have the different electoral officer will go here. The person of Madam Lydia. I know, please come closer. Okay. You are live on GTV and BBC News, the election 2024. Okay, please, as you said, we have 191 polling centers. Where we are in ATTC, we have 7 polling centers. As a 7 all the police stations are ready, and people who are accused voted after their ballot so far after there haven't been any challenges. What can you tell us? As you said earlier, we started exactly 7 o'clock and everything is smoothly peacefully like. And now we are talking about 91,000 something. Yeah, 9,154 registered voters who are expected to cast their ballot today. Yeah. So far, so good. There's nothing, and we are praying that at the end, everything will be like it's just now. Then, as you can see, this is our collation center. Yeah. ATTC here. Yeah. And ATTC is the half of our central. So we have where we normally do our police drive. So, as you can see, we are getting ready. We want to set up. We are in the center. We see that we are preparing to receive our budget to start our police.
Okay, so
Right.
Hello, so actually,
Lydia. Okay, even though I think police officers and everything, how would you say about security measures? The security measures here is fine. Yesterday, the penalty there, and since it started, there's nothing like violence happening. We are just monitoring what is going on. No, the opposition parties has been opposing on the military presence in polling centers. Has Atlanta had any military presence here? No, for now, no. But as you know, nobody has said anything like they're opposing. Okay. I personally Okay, so how about the other police?
All right, so that was Celestine Avi from the Ayawaso Central Constituency. As you know, she said the constituency has been very much faithful to the ruling MPP since 1996. So it was Sheikh Isaac Kwe who was the MP in 1996. In 2000, Sheikh Isaac Kwe. In 2008, Sheikh Isaac Kwe. And then in 2012, 2016, 2020, we've seen Honorable Henry Korte, who is the current Minister for the Interior, as the MP for the Ayawaso Central Constituency. We saw in that primaries between himself and Moses Abo, who is the Greater Accra Regional Youth Organizer. He beating Moses Abo and emerging the candidate of the MPP in the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election. So that was correspondent Celestine Avi bringing us updates from the Ayawaso Central Constituency. So we have in the Alajo, we have Pig Farm, and the adjoining communities in the Ayawaso Central Constituency, where our correspondent Celestine Avi has been bringing us updates. So we'll be touching base with the rest of our reporters across the country to let you have a feel of how the whole election process is going. So far, so good. We've, recorded some few incidents of, persons not finding their names on the electoral roll, and also in some parts of the country, we've recorded incidents of a mix-up of the polling materials, the pink sheets, and so voting has had to be suspended in those areas. We hope and pray that voting will resume in those areas, and that it is not going to be a widespread situation as we've recorded so far, Gloria.
Yes. So we are still waiting to hear from Wijak Bawe, where they had the issue with the pink sheet, hoping that it has been addressed and then voting has started, because they had not even voted at all. One thing was interesting that stood out for me when Barbara Kuma was giving her report about the gentleman who had to wash his hands for about 4 times before the verification machine could capture his details. That's one of the most interesting things with these machines. Again, the police have warned persons going to the voting centers with motorbikes to park 100 meters away from the centers. Avoid going to the centers with the motorbikes. We have been assured of security wherever you are. If you are in danger and you need help, call a toll-free number 080-031-1311. Again, the GJA have also set up a collation center at the press center, and have urged the media to be vigilant. If you need help as a journalist in any situation, in any constituency, do call 025-662-2583.
Right, so the sitting president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has cast his ballots in his home region, the Chebi constituency. We have the pictures on the screen. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo casting his ballot in that particular constituency. Let's see the president, casting his ballot. So those are pictures from the Chebi area. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, you see him in white casting his ballot a while ago in that particular area.
Open.
Yeah.
You voted.
I voted.
How was it?
Fine. The process was excellent. Very smooth, very simple.
Comparatively to the number of elections you voted, how do you see this very well?
This one's very efficient. Very, very efficient. I'm happy about that.
So much has been done.
Yeah, but I think apart from today, the reports that are coming in from across the country suggest that this election is going very well and that it is being done peacefully. Ghanaians are showing their commitment to democratic outcomes, and we all have to be thankful to God for that. What I want to tell everybody is, those of you who have yet to vote, please go out and vote. Each vote counts. Your voice matters. And we want to have a situation whereby at the end of the day, the majority of Ghanaians are satisfied with the outcome.
And so that was the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, casting his ballots in Chebi in the company of his wife, Madam Rebecca Akufo-Addo. Pictures from Chebi we brought to you there. Let's go quickly to the Upper West region, where our correspondent is following the voting process of the U.S. ambassador in Ghana. We get pictures from the Upper West region, where the U.S. ambassador to Ghana has cast her ballot. Swala, what updates do you have for us?
Yes. In fact, I'm not sure she's here to cast her votes. We are here to report on the exercise, but fortunately, we just chanced on Her Excellency, the U.S. ambassador to Ghana, also touring some of the polling stations to observe what is happening. But if you don't mind, we would like to get her observations so far, what he has made of the polls, and if she has any other thing to say. So you can see Her Excellency in the picture now, interacting with some of them. Thank you very much for your time, Your Excellency.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, you are live on GBC News and GBC TV. Yeah, you have gone around some polling stations. What is your observation so far?
Well, it's great to see democracy in action. I'm traveling with the Swiss ambassador and the Norwegian ambassador, and we went to Ho this morning and then have come to Wa, and we'll go to Takoradi this afternoon. So see a little bit of variety and how it's conducted all over the country. But I've seen a lot of professionalism, in fact, from electoral officials and security officials today, and real citizen activism from party agents and voters alike. It's great to see.
It's about strengthening Ghana's democracy.
Indeed.
What message do you have for Ghanaians who are taking part in the exercise?
Well, you know, I would say the same thing to Americans, but that democracy is precious, and the institutions of democracy are incredibly precious. They need guarding, and they need to be sort of actively fed and appreciated and used. And if you use them, Ghana will be more stable and more prosperous. And so it really is a wonderful thing to see Ghanaians look forward to the election and then participate so eagerly today.
What do you expect of Ghanaians after the declaration of the results?
You know, I've been quoting the chairperson of the National Peace Council, who said it's important to remember that these are not party members, or the candidates are not in a battle against each other. They're patriots in an important contest. So we wait to see what the will of the Ghanaian people is, and then the day after, everyone is Ghanaian and everyone must work together again for strength and stability and prosperity.
We are very grateful for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I should also say that the media plays an incredibly important role in keeping the process open and transparent and ensuring that corruption doesn't creep in to elections or to government. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Out of 10, how much will they give us?
I will wait and see.
Okay, so that was U.S. ambassador to Ghana. Expressing views about what she has seen so far regarding the exercise. She's saying democracy is very good, but she expects that at the end of this exercise, whoever emerges the winner, Ghanaians should accept the outcome. And she also commends the Electoral Commission for its professionalism and the media as well. And the expectation is that what we have seen so far is peaceful and it will end peacefully. Back to you in the studios, Morris.
Swala Abdul Wahab bringing us pictures from the Upper West region, where the U.S. ambassador to Ghana not too long ago, Virginia Palmer, she's been monitoring the process actually in the Upper West region to ensure that the process goes smoothly, devoid of the many incidents that we've been talking about. At this particular moment, we'll go straight to the Electoral Commission headquarters, where the EC chair is about to do her second media address. She's going to be addressing the media intermittently. So let's go to the Electoral Commission for that particular address.
And so therefore, let us all abide by the rules and regulations governing these elections to ensure a very successful elections. So far, most of the party agents have been comporting themselves, and we urge them to continue to do that. Because if a party agent misconducts himself or herself, he can be sacked from the polling station. Secondly, they need to know that they are there to observe. If there has any issue, they need to report to the presiding officer for the necessary actions to be taken. The media, the commission has provided 10,000 accreditation to the media. This is in the spirit of ensuring transparency. And we have been giving access to all our levels of elections, polling stations, collation centers, both regional and then national, and even the constituency one. And so we call upon you, we expect you to work professionally, to report only the truth, and investigate and expose wrong practices, so that the commission will be able to do its work in a very free, fair, and transparent manner. Commission has provided a toll-free line 0800-324-324. This is in the light of transparency, and so we want an responsiveness. Anything that somebody did not understand, please just call. We have over 24 staff of the commission standing by to receive your call and to attend to you and provide all the necessary assistance. Grateful for your continued support, and we want you to be with us throughout the period up to the end of the exercise. Thank you very much. This is the toll-free number. (0800-324-324). Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Electoral Services, Mr. Benjamin Barnaby. At this point, we would like to receive questions, and we are taking 5 questions. 5. So you approach the mic from the left or right. You mention your name, your media house, and you ask your questions. Please, the questions should relate to activities of the poll. The directors, commissioners are here to respond to your questions. 5. And please, answer one question at a time. Ask one question at a time. So that others also can raise their questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. My name is Israelai. I'm with Joy News. My question has to do with the incident that happened at Kintampo. I want to know if you could give us a bit more details, because what we have is coming from the ground, but if the Electoral Commission could give us a bit more detail as to what exactly happened and what the Electoral Commission intends to do about it. Does it intend to rerun the election in that constituency, in that polling station?
Last question. Are you?
Good afternoon. My name is Fauzu Masaudu. I work with CTFM and Channel 1 TV. So prior to today's election, Electoral Commission was very emphatic about the group of people you had recruited to man affairs for you at the various polling stations. You were very emphatic. You said the process was very vigorous, and you were very cocksure about the nature of people you had, entrusted such roles into them. I would just want to find out, at what point or how did the Electoral Commission, lose its guards and what is the assurance that we do not have such small persons still manning affairs at the various polling stations? Thank you.
My name is Vanessa Edoton Boateng from Metro TV. Well, in the ND, 1,210 presidential ballots were missing. What updates can you give us on that? In the police army, yes, 1,210 ballots were missing in the ND. What can you give us on that?
Any question? Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Na Anyema Collison, journalist from Adwa Television. I want to find out what happens to places where voting are being delayed, specifically Faith Academy in Lejukuku constituency. They delayed for 4 hours, and what is the intent of the Electoral Commission to extend the polls or to end exactly at 5 p.m.? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Bernard Atwata from United Television. I need a clarification. We want to find out. I'm told somewhere Takwa. I don't know. I need a clarification on that. Presidential stamp is being used for the parliamentary. It's an allegation. I want to find out if it's come to your notice, and in such cases, what can be done. Okay, in order not to, yes.
You have the questions ready?
Correct.
So, whatever you feel comfortable, you answer.
You want to answer those ones?
Okay, so good afternoon once again. And the Kintampo issue, you found out that the first candidate's picture was torn. So we have 15 of such ballots per the records that we are having. The police has issued a statement, and the case is under what? Investigation. The commission is yet to take a decision on that. With the Yendi issue, the 1,210, we have found out that the ballots are fake. And for that matter, they cannot be used. The story is a fake one. Thank you for the correction. Then, with the delayed voting at Faith Academy, we all know that there is an inbuilt system which indicates that if you are at the polling station before 5 o'clock, you have the opportunity to do what? Cast your vote. So if there are about 1,000 in the queue, all of them will be given the opportunity to do that. So we encourage all voters at Faith Academy, once voting is ongoing, to be there by 5, and they will have the opportunity to cast their vote. The rest will be taken by the Director of Electoral Services. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I want to put on record that the Electoral Commission did not lose guard, and we have never lost guard. We engage temporary officials for such exercises. And as you are aware, we have engaged over 40,000. There was whole police stations, 40,000. I'm talking about police. We have 40,648 polling stations. Multiply that by 5, it gives over 200,000 officials. These are all temporary officials. We recruit them and train them. But as you are aware, as human beings as we are, some people may always want to come out on their own purpose. But the system is such that if you do that, the system will expose you, as it has done. And so when such a thing happens, we deal with the person according to the law, the requirements of the law. So it is not the Electoral Commission that lost guard, but rather it was one of officials who decided to go against the directives and the training that we have given to that person. I think that was the only question that was left for me. So, thank you so much. But we have sent a warning to the remaining officials. Anyone who does anything untoward will be taken care by the law.
Yes, with the validating stamp, we have 2 validating stamps with 2 different numbers. We haven't, you don't have parliamentary or presidential on any of the 2 validating stamps. I hope you get me. So they are just the numbers. So you can use any of the numbers for either the presidential or the parliamentary. We haven't written presidential or parliamentary on any of the distinct validating stamps. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is for consistency. That's why we said use this and use that. But the purpose of the validation stamp is to enable us to identify any foreign material that will be found in the ballot box during counting. So even if it is swapped, it can still play that role. What I mean is that even if it is swapped, it can still play that role. You look at the spirit of the law, the purpose for which it was brought. That is the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members of the press. Our next update will be at 3 p.m. We'll continue at 6 p.m. and then 9 p.m. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank you, commissioners, deputy chairs, directors, and deputy directors for coming. Members of the press, thank you. We bring our updates to an end. In the next 3 hours, we'll come back. I think it's almost 2 hours. Yes, we'll come back to you. Thank you. See you. Bye.
So those were updates from the Electoral Commission. The Deputy Director of Elections, Mr. Benjamin Banobio, has been addressing the media. There were some concerns or some issues that were raised by the media, which the EC has addressed there. Number one, so we hear there are some 1,200 ballot papers, presidential ballot papers, in the Yendi constituency, which have, gone missing. Mr. Banobio is saying that that's misinformation. That's actually a fake story, which is being spread around. We also have voting delay in the Lejokuku area, which has also been addressed by the Director of Election Services. We also have a story from Kintampo. There is so the presidential candidates of the MPP's picture has been, torn from 15 of the voting materials, and the Electoral Commission says they are actually investigating that. The police has arrested the persons who were involved in that particular action. Investigations currently ongoing in that particular matter in Kintampo. There is also delayed voting at the Faith Academy voting center in one of the constituencies, and so the reporter wanted to know what happens to those who are in the queue, because voting started some 4 hours later than it was supposed to start. And as we all know, once you are in the queue, you'll be allowed to vote until everybody in that particular queue is done voting. So that's what the Electoral Commission is telling us. They are saying that their next address is going to be at 3 p.m. So every 3 hours, the Electoral Commission comes to address the media and gives us updates on the pockets of issues and incidents they are picking up across the country. The reporters ask them questions, and then they're able to update us.
That's quite commendable. It didn't happen in 2020 to have a scheduled briefing from the Electoral Commission on happenings in the polling centers. And I think that it's quite good because it clears the air. Sure. For example, in Yedi, where there's this misinformation on the missing ballot papers, 1,200, that's a concern. And so when these briefings are done, it clears the air and reduces the tension all around the place.
There's also the streamlining of information. So the information is coming from a central point.
From a central point.
Everybody gets to know at the same time, so that the rumoring is reduced in the system. So we also be touching base with reporters across the country, but at the moment we have in the studio who is being following the voting process in the Ablekuma Central, it is?
Yes.
Ablekuma Central constituency. When did you return from that constituency?
I think an hour ago.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And we've been visiting some polling stations. There's something unique about Ablekuma Central. You are not very sure whether you are going to win. This is the constituency where we have Abosu Kai.
Yeah.
The business people, the spare part dealers. Then we also have the residential area. We have the Latabia Koshi, we have the Sukura, we have Mataiko. So most of the time, you are not very sure what strategy to sell to the people. Whilst the business people may want a strategy probably to reduce the interest rate or the CD, the CD and all those things to make their businesses easier. You are not very sure what to tell the voters in Mataiko, the Latabia Koshi. So you are not really certain you are going to win. So you just need to put your strategy out there.
That's relative to the parliamentary side of things.
That's the parliamentary side. That's the parliamentary side. For example, in the last election, the 2020 elections, the NDC candidate Abdul Latif Dan won the seat by a little over 50%. Over then NPP candidate Ebenezer Nate. Okay. But this time round, it's not Ebenezer Nate because unfortunately for him, he lost the primaries to Jefferson Saki. This is a presidential staffer, and this is also a former journalist who have been following the processes. And in his own words, he said he won the primaries based on his strategies and the formidable force he had. We are not sure whether the same strategies will be able to help him to win this particular elections. But in this particular constituency, the battle is just between the two of them as to who will get to win the seat. We've gone to some polling stations. This time, one thing we realized was that most of the polling stations were combined under the same premises.
Okay.
So we don't really have, and divided into pieces. In fact, we didn't even see a polling station that was more than 500 voters.
Okay.
So they were just divided into smaller groups. So it was hard for you to see the long queues of people, waiting to vote. The only time we saw those queues was very early in the morning. Especially when we visited the Zana polling station at Abosokai. Unfortunately for them, voting delayed at that place to us at 8:30. The Electoral Commission officials were still putting their materials together, ready for votings to start. And there were a lot of agitation among the voters who, some of them said, were there as early as 3 a.m. And they were not even sure that with the delay of the voting process, whether they would get an opportunity for an extension when polls closed at 5. So that was the only place that we saw the long queues. But most of the other stations we visited, we realized that people were just walking in. And one thing we also noticed is that yesterday there were rumors that there were some deployment of military officers. In fact, we didn't cite any military officers. The only officers we cited were the policemen, and most of them to the immigration officers, who were surprised. Even the immigration officers were trying to help the voters, especially the aged and those who didn't even know the queues to be in. The only problem with combining the polling stations, a lot of them at one center, was that when you get to some polling stations, because the voters had come, they had formed probably one long queue or maybe two long queues. So when voting started and the officials tried to divide them according to their serial numbers, there were difficulties because everybody kept saying, I came first. If you are going to divide the lines, somebody who came maybe hours before me
will go behind,
will likely get the opportunity to vote before me. So they refuse to be divided. So you'll be in the long queue, and when it gets to your turn, they will now look at your voter ID card and tell you go here or go there. So that delayed the process a bit in most of the polling stations we visited. Otherwise, the atmosphere was cool. In fact, we saw a lot of the policemen actually relaxing because there wasn't so much to do. And basically, that was just it. But for Ablekuma Central, the action starts when counting begins. Because this is where there's so much agitation. If you remember in 2020 election, we didn't have so much good news from that particular constituency, where even one of our colleagues, for a journalist, is still under treatment from gunshot from that place. So usually security is intense around that time when counting begins at the coalition center. But from now till when voting ends, everything is cool. Voting is ongoing, a bit slower, like I explained, but otherwise everything is ongoing smoothly, and we are not sure who will take the battle, because we have Abdul Latif, who is the incumbent, and then we have Jefferson Saki, who thinks that he has the strategies. He's been a journalist, he's seen the process, he's been through it, and he's even promised to change the fortunes of the constituents when he's voted into power. So it is only when counting starts, counting completes, and we will see who has the upper hands between the two of them.
What will you say the turnout has been like? We hear in some constituencies the turnout not too encouraging, but is it the same?
For Ablekuma Central, you know, Ghana, it's more like a Ghanaian attitude. It's like we are always waiting till the last minute. You will see, I mean, most of the very old people, they will come and they will queue very early, 12 midnight, 3 a.m., they will queue to vote. The young guys and the young ladies, they will relax, and then when maybe they see that it's just an hour or some time for polls to close, then they will rush in. So, except the very early one, most of this time is mostly walk in and vote. We don't have the queues. We don't have a lot of people. And because the the centers have been divided into smaller pieces. You cannot be sure. You see, you have a voter population of, let's say, 500, and by 9 a.m., we have just about 60, maximum 70 people who are turning out to cast their vote.
Could it be because today is Saturday? I mean, Abosoka is very busy on Saturdays.
We did pass through Abosoka, surprisingly. It didn't look so busy.
Most of the shops are opened or closed?
Most of the shops were closed. It looked more like a holiday kind of. A lot of people have taken it like so relaxed at the day, but people are just not like pulling out to go and vote. Maybe it's still young. Maybe they are waiting till the last minute. But for now, it's a bit slow.
I observed the situation last night. I realized that people were just going about their business, having fun. Those who were partying, you know.
Because yesterday was a holiday, I'm sure people are now getting into the mood of going to vote.
And today too, it's Saturday. Yeah, it's a weekend, so people are a bit relaxed. And because you know, most of the time when there are long queues, people get scared that if I don't go, I may miss the opportunity to vote. But because there are no queues, people are just so relaxed and they are just taking their time.
All right, so Humu, you want to stay with us a little while? So in your pictures, we see the Yana, you know, casting his ballot there. We have on your screen the Yana, you know, doing the vote there. We have on your screens. All right, still watching our coverage of the 2024 parliamentary presidential elections. The process so far, so good. Not too long ago, the Yana Na Abu Bakari Muhammad II casting his ballot in the Dagbon area there. We still have in the studio Humu, who just returned from the Ablekuma Central constituency, and she's been briefing us. So, as I said, a blend of the cosmopolitan area, business women and men in that particular constituency, and so, you know, messaging a little bit challenging for the candidate. But what are the issues really in the Ablekuma Central constituency on the ground? You
see, the Ablekuma Central constituency, because a lot of those at Abosokai are traders. Initially, I was thinking most of the voters will probably be traders who are just coming to do their business and go, but a lot of them are also staying there. So you are not very sure what the people really want. I think it's more like getting closer to them and touching base with them.
So here we have on the line our Bono regional correspondent, John Sam Arthur. He's reporting to us from the Sunyani East constituency. John, where exactly are you and how has the voting process been so far? Are there any incidents?
Here in the Bono region, and voting started at most centers at exactly 7 o'clock. And before I proceed further, I'd like to tell you that the Bono region has a total of 719,916 registered voters who are casting their votes in 1,500 stations. But the key thing so far today is the fact that hitherto the long queues that used to characterize elections here in Sunyani East have disappeared, mainly due to the new strategy of breaking up the various police stations into smaller units. So I'm currently at the Tra station, and it has about 5 police stations scattered around the 6 police stations scattered around the station, and this has made the voting very smooth. So if you look around, you see that there are no queues around. People are now trickling in gradually to cast their votes. Christopher, if you can look at this, if you can point your camera to this direction, you see that there are a few people forming something like a mini queue to our left. So that is the story here. This new strategy of ensuring that no polling station is more than 700 voters has led to a situation where very few polling stations have queues in place. Early in the morning, yes, there were some queues, but they disappeared in no time after the voting started at 7 o'clock. So here at this center, the man in charge is Jafaru Zakari, and so I quickly want to ask him about how he's faring at this polling station. So quickly, how many people do you have on your roll, registered voters?
Currently, if you look at our voter registered roll, we have 529 registered voters. 529? Yeah.
Great. And how many have voted as at now? We are past midday.
As at now, we have 164.
164. That's not too impressive.
Yeah, it's not even half of the
exactly. I see.
So we are praying that, or we are hoping that at least by the evening time, maybe they will come out and vote.
I see.
Actually, here in the evening, they normally come to vote.
Okay.
That is why in the evening, we normally get what?
Queues.
Any challenges.
Okay, in a few centers they were reporting that the EVDs, the verification machines had some challenges. How's it been like here?
No, here we don't have such problems here.
I see.
We are even having a backup of that big VVD machine here.
I see.
So in case we have such challenges, we will use the spare one. So as at now, we have not faced any challenges here.
Okay. Thank you very much. So you heard Jafaru Zakari, the presiding officer here at the Tra, one of the polling centers at the Tra station. We've been to the regional administration, we've been to Koto Chrome, we've been to the workers' canteen, and everywhere we go, the story is the same. No queues, people are trickling in. We'll quickly make it to the next polling center and see how. Officer, and the name is
Richard Kofi Bape.
Yes, Richard. Tell me, how many people do you have on your roll here?
So Johnny, looking at the situation, we have 392 voters who are we expecting to come here to.
Can you say it again? Speak louder.
We have 392.
392.
On the register.
So how many have voted as at now?
Currently, we have almost 226.
That's impressive compared to the polling center I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah. But did you start with a queue?
Yeah, we had a queue earlier in the morning. We had a queue earlier in the morning. But I think people are coming out here for this police station. They are coming out to vote a lot here, and it's very impressive. The attendance has been impressive today.
I see. Have you had any challenges so far? Your equipment and all that?
So far, no equipment failure. It has been very successful. Like everything is working to perfection, and we are just hoping for the best till 5 o'clock p.m. Yeah, that's what we are waiting for now. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. So that's the story in most places here in the Sunyani East constituency. Smooth sailing so far, and we just pray that it stays that way. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, John Samantha. Thank you very much, John Samantha. We go straight to Rachel Korte for some details. Rachel, tell us where you are located.
Well, I'm currently at the Chief's Palace in Nongwa, the Krowo constituency within the Lejokuku Krowo municipal district of the Greater Accra region.
And what can you
report? So far, I've visited about 6 polling centers, and at all these centers, voting started quite early, exactly 7 a.m. And turnout has been very good. But one thing I observed throughout the centers that I've visited is that, we have within this constituency, we have about 4 candidates for the parliamentary, vying for the parliamentary seat. We have Agnes Nam Mumulate, we have Emmanuel Lai, we have Azuma Courage Mensa, and then we have Duke Afote Mensa. So we have one for the NDC, another candidate from the MPP, another candidate for the NDP, and then one independent candidate. But I realized that in all the centers that I visited, we have representatives, that is party agents for the NDC and the MPP. But for the NDP and the independent candidates, they don't have the rep. And that has been quite a challenge for the presiding officers, because when it comes to counting, it means that for these 2 candidates, there will be no reps to represent them. So that is what I've observed so far.
What's has been over there? Okay, let's go to Hega Owusu. Hega is reporting from Dominic Kwabenya constituency, and she joins us.
5 p.m.
Hello, Hega. Hello, Hega. Okay, Humu. You
Elizabeth Watts.
I'm bringing you the latest in election day here at Dominic Kwabenya, the largest constituency in the country, with 186,646 voters. Dominic Kwabenya has 200 polling stations. Dominic Kwabenya was with Madina Abokobi constituency, and in 2004 became its own constituency. Dominic Kwabenya has been the stronghold of the New Patriotic Party since its inception. It was the former Speaker of Parliament, Professor Aaron Mark Okwe, who was the MP for this area, and Adjwasafo, the incumbent MP, took over in 2016. Today in the morning, where we went to Assemblies of God, that is Assemblies of God, Unity Assemblies of God at Hacho, we realized the voting materials were in, but when it comes to the Unity Assemblies of God B, we realized they had no stamp, so the people were agitated. The security is tight everywhere. So far, all the polling stations that we went to had immigration officers, and 2 polling stations that we visited have 1 police officer and a fire service personnel here.
Thank you very much. If I agree with you, that so far, so very good. You can see a lot of orderliness everywhere you go. And I want to say thank you to the security forces, because I think they made all the political parties aware. It doesn't matter MPP or NDC, when they catch you as a hooligan, you are a criminal. Political party is not a human being. So the message is clear, and they will deal with you ruthlessly. So people are behaving themselves, and we like that. That means that a lot of people too should feel encouraged to come and vote, because there were queues here this morning. But within 2.5 hours, the EC have virtually cleared all the queues, and people are just now strolling in and voting. That means the system is working. The verification, mine took 15 seconds, and it clicked confirmed. I knew that everything had gone well accordingly. So we're asking the people to come out for both the presidential and the parliamentary. Come and vote. As I'm standing here, I'm number 1 for my party. And also the presidential is the same. So that is what I am asking. Of course, others too want other things. So Ghanaians should feel free to come and vote. And then after that, we get ready to work so that we continue what Ghana wants to see from us.
Well, by 8 o'clock, where voting has already started, a few polling stations. The first one has to do with the stamp, and then the ink wasn't in. So the process was delayed, and then I think we feel that it's not right. Others who also call and say that the ballot box that they brought, the seal isn't right. They go and change. There were a few hitches, and then there were many other ones. But I think so far so good. Ghana is the only country we have, so I'll beg everyone, go cast your vote, go home quietly. When it is 5 o'clock, you come, observe the counting, and let's leave the rest to God and the good people of Ghana. Anyone they have elected as a parliamentary candidate or a president, we accept. So the NDC will stand for peace. But before peace, there must be justice.
Maybe Sophia Champong is also standing by to tell us happening from her constituency in Ewutu-Senya.
Nakoyo Okuno, who is the NDC parliamentary candidate contesting for the Ewutu-Senya East constituency with incumbent MP Hawa Kumsen, just cast her vote at the Step to Christ polling station. This polling station has 6 polling centers, and each of it has over 433 voters who are expected to vote. So Nakoyo is trusting or believing that this time around she's going to win by 67.9%. Remember this side, the Step to Christ polling station about 4 years ago was a terrible place where a lot of gunshots took place here. But today, as you can see, everything is peaceful here. Who else? It's Nakoyo.
We go to Lindsay Abe Mensah at the Amasaman constituency for her report.
Find out what is actually happening. It doesn't make sense. What are the challenges you are facing at the moment?
Okay, in the morning when they came and then the boxes were opened, we realized that the EC register that is supposed to be used for the verification was not in the box. So we informed the EC official, and then he thought that because we have close polling stations around, we went to other polling stations to check as to whether our register has gotten to their place. We went all around, could not find it. And what the EC officer is saying is that he has reported to the EC director in the Amasama constituency. But as we speak, we have not heard anything from the DO or the PC, the EC director.
Very quite disappointed. In the morning when they brought the ballot boxes, all the parties and the EC have their seal on it. But when we were doing this checking of the material, we realized that we were giving the wrong register. And I don't know how both parties and the EC will not verify the content and place their seal on it. So what did they verify before putting the seal on it?
We didn't start early as scheduled at the Mennonite Church Obeyeye Polling Center A. And this polling station falls within the Amasaman constituency. As at 10:30 a.m., when the news team got to the polling station, we observed that there were electorates who had queued and had not cast their ballots. So we managed to speak to the EC officer who's in charge, and he told us that after the time they got to the polling station this morning, they observed that there were some mismatch in the general register, and so they called the office for it to be sorted out.
We go straight to Ladak Bekoton and speak to Najagle Ago. Now, what can you report from where you are?
I'm currently around Shadow Container, thereabouts, where we have the container polling station. But earlier in the day, I visited a number of polling centers within the Ladadikutupon constituency, specifically within the Chado and Trade Fair Enclave, also to the Apapa area and all that. And at all these places, one thing was clear, that voters were going according to how they have been instructed, in fact, showing their ID cards. And in the event, as the Deputy Electoral Commissioner, Dr. Bosman Asari, indicated that in case you have misplaced your voter ID card, you can talk to any of the presiding officers and you will be verified, and your votes or your ballot, you'll be allowed to cast your ballot. So I visited a number of polling stations. So I think I was at the EPP booths, and that is the A and B. Also at the Zenith College, we have A and B, and the container polling station. And again, I was at the next page polling station, where the wife of the presidential candidate of the NDC, Mrs. Lodina Mahama, was there to cast her ballot together with 3 of her sons. And at that point, she didn't want to grant any interview to the media, so the spokesperson of the NDC presidential candidate, in the person of Joyce Bawa Muktari, granted interview to the media, and she said, so far so good, everything has been fine. They are only pleading with each and every individual that they should go according to the rules and regulations of the electioneering, and that after casting your ballot, you can go back to your homes, and when it's around 5 for the counting, then you would come back to vote. But one concern that she shared with us was that she was at one particular polling station where an old lady who was in a wheelchair was having difficulty for her index finger to be verified. So her appeal to the EC was that if they can, because the photograph of the old lady was there, and she was in a wheelchair, and it took a number of minutes for her to be verified, because, you know, as you age, your physical features changes and all that. So that could be one of the factors, because the machine couldn't just pick her thumbprint, her fingerprint. So that was an issue. But so far, in the early hours of today, one thing that I realized that people, majority of the people, unlike in some years past where you had people queuing from around 5 a.m., 6 a.m., and all that, that was missing. People were rather relaxed, and they got to the polling centers around 9:30, 10 and thereabout, because they said they wanted to avoid the long queues and all that. But when you visit the polling stations in the early hours of today, you might think that the voter apathy is strong, because if you go to a polling station where you have you are expecting about 714 people to vote, and as at 7 thereabout, you only have about 65 people who have cast their ballot. That was a bit worrying. But I went back to those polling stations that I visited earlier, around 10:30, 11 thereabout, and I realized the numbers had increased. And speaking with voters around, one of the things they indicated was that this time around, some said they decided initially they didn't want to cast their ballots whatsoever because of their own personal, they gave personal reasons why they didn't want to cast their ballots. But after being convinced by neighbors and staff, they decided to go to the polling stations to cast their ballots. Security-wise, one thing happened around the container polling station in the early hours of today. That was around 7:20, 7:30 thereabouts. If you know the Chado area well, closer to the big shop, which is one of the major landmarks around this area, one thing you would notice is that the container polling station used to be within the event center, a particular portion around the container area. The container is actually a shop where, a grocery shop. So just beside it, there was a vast space there, which used to harbor the container polling station. Now, that place is now an event center. So the polling station has been shifted to come right behind the event center. This morning, residents said they saw some people which they looked suspicious. This crusade or campaign of if you see something, you say something. So upon seeing these individuals, a number of them, I was told, upon seeing these individuals, they immediately alerted the other people within the vicinity. And if not for the timely intervention, the presiding officer there, Mr. Godwin Namuzu, told me that if not for the timely intervention of the police, because he said the word he used was that it could have been nasty. Even what even ensued before the police got there was nasty. People were wielding stakes, many different objects to attack these individuals, who they said had buried voters' ID cards, and that they were there to bring some people in to come and cast their ballot. But they were a bit. I think that the place has been fenced, so they were not directly at the polling station. So the place was like a meeting point. So they were there waiting for the others to join them. But the polling officer, that's the presiding officer, said he immediately called the police command and they sent in patrol. So he said if not for the timely intervention of the police patrol team, it would have been disaster. It would have been very, very chaotic at that particular place. But so far, so good. One thing, too, that I realized was that people without their voters' ID card were given the opportunity to cast their ballot. So far as they mentioned their names and they are located within the voters' register and the verification, they are verified, then they are allowed to vote. There were others who had difficulties because their names couldn't be located. There were instances at the Adobel Cork polling station where I realized some 2 ladies were called back that their names have now been located. And the police visibility around the area, they are almost everywhere within the Ladadikoto constituency. And one thing too that, Gloria, is happening is that you realize that a lot of the roads have been blocked within the La Township, especially going towards Roman, if you know La very well. Right from the trade fair, there are various junctions. One is Kogas, one is the New Life or Antiochu junction. So you go on those stretches. The Kofeidia polling station, Kofeidia House, we have one polling station called the Kofeidia House, which is around the the Lachi cemetery. You know, we have this cemetery for the traditional leaders. So that particular place has been blocked. So you will drive through before you get to a point before you realize the road has been blocked. So authorities, I spoke to them and told them if this is what is happening, then they should put indication at the various main junctions to direct motorists, because it was causing somewhat of problem for motorists around that area.
Of the voter apathy, it cuts across almost all the constituencies that we have received report from. We are hoping that as time goes on, the numbers would increase and people would go out. Do you have that perception as well? Sure.
Like I said earlier, that at 7:30, 7:40, there were some polling stations who were expecting total voter turnout expected was around 489. But after the time I got there early in the morning, you have like maybe 30, 35. But en route to the next stage polling center, I decided to go through those polling stations and see if it really has to do, whether it really has to do with voter apathy or people were really relaxing to go to the various polling stations at their own time. And I realized that on getting there, the numbers have improved. And there were other people I spoke to who haven't cast their ballot yet. And they were like, the sun is scorching. So they are waiting to go there around 3:30, 4. And I told them, if you don't go there on time, by 5 o'clock, if you are not maybe in the queue or not, you will not be allowed to vote. And they told me that they are very much aware of. So they are trying as much as possible, but they want to avoid the early hour rush at the various polling stations. But it has picked up. So it wouldn't be too much of a voter apathy as we had thought about it earlier this morning, Gloria.
Have closed, shops have closed. Do you find that where you are located?
Yes, I have seen a number of shops that have been closed. You know, those who opened also didn't open too early. At Papa, for instance, I realized a number of shops were opened. But one thing that I realized was that, you know, before these elections, we saw a release from the Beverages and Bar Operators Association asking their members to close their bars for the election. And that, I think, majority of them are obliged, and they are staying to that call for them to close their shops, because I have been to a number of bars or drinking spots around Chado, and I realize all those places are closed. But you find the grocery shops open for business. So they are running their business as usual. But when you talk about the drinking spots or the pubs and all that, today being a Saturday, you usually find some of them open for business because of the activities, the funerals and the parties and all that. But you realize things are a bit slow. And even going through the La Township today, I realized that weddings and funerals, which is so much of what happens during the weekends, are somewhat slow. So it appears individuals have really shifted their programs, especially to after the elections, so they will get the attention and then all the time to go about their activities as they wanted to be.
Now, before you go, so in some constituencies that we've monitored so far, they reported incidents of wrong materials. So the wrong materials for that constituency being dispatched to, the said constituency. We've also seen wrong stamps, Did you see any of such in the Dadekotopon constituency where you're reporting from?
So far, none of those things have been reported at the Dadekotopon constituency. So far, where the places I have been to, because I spoke to the presiding officers and specifically finding out if their verification machines, do they have any challenge whatsoever? You know, they said the materials were expected around 4:30 thereabouts. So almost all the places I visited, I realized that the presiding officers, together with the other polling agents, were there by 5:30 to receive the items. And Maurice, before I take leave of you, one thing about this particular elections, especially, let me talk about the parliamentary aspect of the elections this time around at the Dadekotopon constituency. We have two independent candidates, and we have the NDC and we have the NPP. One of the independent candidates, who happens to be Vincent Soa Odote Elias Obama, used to be with the New Patriotic Party, or the NPP, and he was one term. He was the one-term MP for the Dadekotopon constituency, and he lost in the primaries for Gerald, and then Gerald contested Rita Odolisowa, who was then the MCE of the Dadekotopon constituency, and Gerald lost to Rita Odolisowa. Now, Vincent Soa Odote has come back, and this time round, not with the New Patriotic Party or the NPP, but Vincent Soa Odote has now come back as an independent candidate, popularly referred to as PAU 7. There is this other independent candidate, also known as David Aneti, and he is also known as Kalusha, or Pure Hearts, and he is known as the Pure Hearts movement. So David Aneti Abbey. And then we have an NPP parliamentary candidate known as Joseph Kwashi Ado. And it appears this time round is going to be very competitive among these two. So the NDC and the NPP. You speak with a lot of voters and you realize they are confused on what to do. Because initially, from what they have been telling me, initially they have been with the incumbent MP in the person of Rita Odolisowa, also known as Nyawo Papa. They have been with her and all that. But with the coming in of Joseph Kwashi Ado, who is known as a driver to the current President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has come in strongly with a firm competition for the incumbent MP, Madam Rita Odolisowa. So you realize that it's knowing Dadekotopon to be usually skewed towards the NDC. This time around, we don't know what the outcome is going to be like, but we are waiting patiently to see if Dadekotopon is going to go for the incumbent MP Rita Odolisowa, or they are going to follow their neighbors, that is the people of Lejokuku Krowo, to do a swing thing as they are known for. So we are keeping our fingers crossed to see how the whole process will go today, and at the end of the day, Ghana should be the winner.
Najagbele, given the fact that Odote Soa, is coming from the MPP stock, he was a former deputy minister for communications at a point, and you have been monitoring the dynamics on the ground. Is it likely to affect the MPP candidate?
And from the look of things, you realize that when you have individuals moving from various political parties to form either go as an independent candidate or form their own political parties, it doesn't usually have the same, they don't usually have their followers moving from the political parties with them, because you realize that people hold so much loyalty to their parties, their political parties, than the various individuals. So I doubt if that will really play out anything strongly for him, especially looking at what is happening currently with regards to the two candidates of the major political parties in the race.
All right, and so that was our correspondent Na Jagbele Ago, reporting from the Dade Kotopon constituency. And not too long ago, our reporter Hega Usu, brought us reports from the Domkwabenya constituency, and she was telling us that there was a mismatch of the electoral materials that was sent to one of the polling centers, and so even though the box had the seal from both parties, the electoral materials in there were actually not meant for that particular polling station. And for me, that's very much surprising. Then you should be asking, where is that particular box coming from? Because it has a seal of both of the parties in the constituency. I mean, what's really happening?
That mishap might have happened during the distribution of the materials at dawn. And once it is seen, it could be called or reverted back to the rightful polling center if the presiding officer calls quickly.
Right.
But if you wait, then that's when it becomes a problem, and then the voters are agitated, thinking that something is going on.
Right. So we've also seen swift, voting, because as the MP, the parliamentary candidate for the MPP, Okwe Jr. said, there's been a lot of splitting of the voting centers. So you're able to just go in there, you vote, and then you go. So it might also account for the reason why people are saying there is a low voter turnout, because the long queues are no longer available as we've seen in the previous election. So you go there because the numbers have been reduced in the various polling centers. You're able to, cast your ballots and then you go. But I'm also having a feeling that there are a lot of people who are waiting to go and vote in the evening.
Because they perceive that there's still like long queue, and so why not wait at home and go later when everybody else has voted?
Right, and that particular constituency, the Domkwabenya constituency, as Hega said, is the most populous constituency when it comes to the voter numbers. In fact, in Ghana, the stronghold of the MPP since voting started in that particular constituency in 2004. So it was Professor Michael Kwe, who was the MP in 2008, and then so it was in 2004, 2008, and then he handed over to Adwa Safwa in 2012. Adwa Safwa was contended by the NDC candidate at the time, and then she has lost the primaries to Michael Kwe Jr., who is a son of Professor Michael Kwe, contesting Elikpilim Akulugu. This is the first time the NDC has actually maintained a parliamentary candidate in the Domkwabenya constituency for 2 consecutive times.
Do you think that could cause, now people are familiar with him, could that increase their chances in the constituency?
The Domkwabenya constituency is a stronghold of the MPP. If you look at the difference between what Elikpilim Akulugu got in the 2020 elections and what Sarah Adwa Safwa got, even though Elikpilim Akulugu has done a lot of work and has closed the margin, there still remains a lot of work to be done. We also saw a drastic increase in the presidential votes in the Domkwabenya constituency because of the work that Elikpilim Akulugu had done on the ground. It remains to be seen whether she's able to snatch the Domkwabenya constituency. That would be historic because it's been the stronghold of the MPP over the years.
Yes, just before I go, there were some reports of some registers being sent to the wrong polling station. I'm not surprised because in one of the constituencies we went to, in fact, where I said voting was delayed for almost 1.5 hours. Initially, when we got there, there were some Electoral Commission officials who were at the premises, but they weren't in their normal attire, so you couldn't identify them. Then after they heard we were reporting the delay in arrival of voting materials, one of them approached us and told us that they had been there since 6 a.m. and they were waiting for the voting materials. So I was asking myself, these are EC officials. We all think that they are supposed to bring the materials. Now, if they are there and they are waiting for the materials, who is supposed to bring those materials? So if at the end of the day there's a mess-up somewhere, the wrong materials could be brought to the station there, because you are supposed to be in charge of those materials. Now, if you have arrived for more than 2 hours before the arrival of those materials you are going to work with, now whose responsibility is it then to bring those materials? And who will be held responsible if there's a mistake with the materials that are supposed to be arriving at that particular polling station?
So not too long ago, when the EC addressed the media, one of the journalists was questioning the competency of some of the EC officials because of issues like this, and then they assured him that these are people they've interviewed, they've spoken to them, they know what they can do, and so they trust that they are able to deliver. But really, if you listen to the ground, we have just too many hitches. Just too many wrong stamp here, wrong ballots
gone to another polling center.
Torn ballot papers and what have you. Beginning to be a little bit concerning. We've not seen issues like this in previous elections. Really.
Let's go to HR. HR is also standing by. Hello, HR. Tell us where you are and what you can report from there. Hello, HR. We've lost him. So before you leave, your center is a swing constituency, yes. And so it makes it difficult to tell who is likely to win the elections. One thing is certain: usually when it gets to counting, there are a lot of security issues. So what the security officials, the police, Ghana police is doing this time around is to ensure that once you finish voting, they try to encourage you to leave the premises or the polling stations. But they cannot be assured that when counting begins, the people will not come back to the station. So one thing they assured the media was that the security will be beefed up during the counting process. And one thing I also realized was that this time it looks like the police were more receptive towards the media. They were ready to help the media with information. There was one polling station that we went, and one of the voters was trying to give us difficulty. He didn't understand why we should come and start to take pictures of the long queues. And one of the policemen intervened and told him that we're doing our job and we have every right to take the pictures. And if he didn't want to appear in the videos, he could just excuse himself. So that's one thing the police are doing. They are doing a lot of things to come to say. Most definitely, yes, yes.
A lot of work trying to reorient the police force, trying to let them understand that, it is not brute force anymore. You should have that relationship with the civilians. We say that the police is your friend. So he's trying to push that particular agenda. So there's been some level of change in the approach and how the Ghana Police Service, has handled civilians in the past. You saw what happened during the previous protests we've had in the last couple of months. The police very much patient. They tolerated the protesters. They were there throughout, even though at a point they were trying to push them. They were still very patient and resilient. And so that reflects that kind of a change in approach and how the Ghana police is dealing with the civilians. So I think that the IGP, for that matter, the top command of the Ghana Police Service is doing something which
let's go to HR and take a report. HR, can you tell us what's happening where you are?
Yes, when we finish it.
Yes. Hello, HR. Hello, HR. Hello, HR. Can you tell us where you are and what's happening there? Hello, HR.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Sheikh Armiya Shuaib. I'm the spokesman for the Chief.
We are at Ablekuma North. We are currently at Ablekuma North, and Ablekuma North has 5 towns within. We have Dakuman, we have Awoshi, and others. But currently, we are at Christ, Ebenezer, Dakuman. And here we have 3 centers. We have Polling Station A, and Polling Station A expected voters are 392, but as it stands now, only 82 have voted. And also, Center B too, we have 391 expected voters, but as it stands now, 144 have been able to cast their ballots. And also in Dakuman 2, we have 102 voters, that is expected voters, but as it stands now, 34 had the opportunity to vote currently. And this center is unique because that is where the candidate for the MPP just cast her vote and just left. And according to her, the turnout has been encouraging. She has moved from one polling station to the other. We actually met her at Pentecost Church North, and there too, she came to make sure that everything is in order, and currently she's just moving to other polling stations. We are just here to make sure that the
All right, so we're trying to work the lines and connect back to correspondent Nane Chan there, who is bringing us a report from the Ablekuma North constituency. But before we do that, the West African Network for Peace Building, WANEP, says it has deployed more than 510 accredited observers across the country. In collaboration with the National Peace Council, WANEP addressed the media earlier today following the successful opening of polls, emphasizing its commitment to ensuring a peaceful and transparent conduct of the elections. Welcome back. This is Ghana Decides, is our coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. We've been speaking to correspondents across the country. One thing remains relatively clear, that there seems to be some low voter turnout, even though there still remains some time for those who have not cast their ballot to do so. So not so long ago, we spoke to our correspondent, Nanecha, and she was telling us that in one of the polling centers, which has 392 registered voters, as at the time she was speaking to us not too long ago, only 82 of the voters had cast their ballot. Not too encouraging, even though she says that the parliamentary candidates, the MPP parliamentary candidate, was very much excited about the turnout. In one of the centers as well, which has 102 voters registered to vote, as at the time she was speaking to us, only 34 of the registered voters had cast their ballot at the time, laying credence to the fact that turnout not too encouraging in some polling stations across the country. So as we said not too long ago, the West African Network for Peace Building says it has deployed more than 510 accredited observers across the country in collaboration with the National Peace Council. WANEP addressed the media earlier today following the successful opening of polls, emphasizing its commitment to ensuring a peaceful and transparent conduct of the elections.
Well, I think it was a very smooth process for me. Abilimpe is a very calm place, so I didn't experience any technical hitches or anything like that. It's very serene. Everybody is conducting themselves very well. And we are hoping for a very wonderful outcome at the end of the process.
Any technical challenges?
No. I think the process was very smooth. My identification was spot on. I didn't have any challenges whatsoever.
Now, there's some rumors going around that some members of the Movement to Change have now joined forces with the National Democratic Congress. What can you tell us about it?
As far as I know, Alan Chamating is in a race. He's on number 13, Asieho, on the ballot. and we are winning this election. So nobody has defected to any party, or nobody has joined forces with any political party. I believe that we are very confident of our victory today. And so I want to urge all Ghanaians, those who want to vote for Alan Kyerematen, to go out and vote for Alan Kyerematen. Don't be scared. Don't think that he's not going to win. A vote from you, a vote from me, a vote from the next person will ensure that for the first time in 32 years, we'll have an independent presidential candidate who will become the president of the Republic of Ghana. And Alan Kyerematen will do well for the good people of this country.
Last week, there are majority of Ghanaians who are not ready to vote.
Yeah, it's quite surprising that the vote turnout has been very low. But I want to encourage Ghanaians to come out and vote. I think that joining the queue for some few hours, it's not bad as compared to waiting for 4 years before you go and exercise your franchise. So please, let's pack our conscience behind our actions. Let's all come out and vote. It is our right. We get to exercise this every 4 years. And so this is the time for us to exercise that franchise. Let's come out and vote. But most importantly,
so that was the running mate of Alan Kyerematen, Kwame Owusu Danso, an ace broadcaster there, one of the youngest running mates in this particular elections. He was announced by the candidate, Mr. Alan Kyerematen. He's done casting his ballot, also talking about the low voter turnout as he witnessed in the Dome Kwabenya constituency. So Kwame also done casting his ballot. Let's go to a nearby constituency, the Adenta constituency, where the incumbent MP of the Adenta constituency, Mohammed Ramadan, earlier voted at the Little Roses polling station. He's been speaking to our correspondent there.
Verified.
That's the biggest.
I know, right?
Well, so far it's been smooth. It's been smooth, except that I noticed that there's some people in the queue who didn't know exactly where their polling stations were. Unlike previous registers where from your card you can identify whether you're in the A or B. This one is not like that, but the process has been very smooth.
Have there been specific reported challenges anywhere in this constituency that has been brought to your attention?
Well, this morning around 7:30, I got a report from one polling station called Eastern Glory where a few MPP thugs tried to come in to disrupt the process, but the police came in and quelled it, so everything is under control now.
As an incumbent, how confident are you of the win?
Well, I'm very confident. I'm a man of very few words. The work is on the ground, and when elections are done, it would look obvious. I'm very confident that we're winning these elections.
I don't know if it's a case or anything, but at the time it's a one-term season. Are you going to beat that?
Okay, so I'd explain to you from the outside. That's how it seems. It seems one term, but what has actually happened is that in this constituency, NDC has retained the seat twice back-to-back before, in 2008 and 2012, but we did it with different candidates. It's actually the first time that NDC is repeating a candidate. So what it tells me is that we would break that one-term cycle, because if I had lost the primaries and we had brought a new face, what would have meant was that we're going to have a new face for NDC and a new face for NPP, and then that one-term thing would have continued. But once we're repeating the same phase, I'm very confident that we'll win this election and then break that one-term cycle. Adenta has to grow. It has to grow.
What is promoting this confidence?
Well, I've worked. I've engaged with the people. I've been with them, and I'm very confident.
DC assailants, therefore, head driver, Kosiameni's driver, went to visit possibly a girlfriend or so, and then he was attacked. We got to Kosiameni, and then she debunked that assertion as well. That is not true. That definitely is coming from the NDC camp. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, it's not true. Red herring. If you anticipate a defeat, you try to find a reason why you lose or why you lost the elections. I see that Akosia is anticipating that no, it's not looking good. Let's prepare the grounds for basis and say that this is the reason why I lost the election. But I'm very confident. I mean, with the help of God, we are winning this election. We're going to break that one-time cycle in Adenta. Adenta has to grow. And largely the people accept the fact that it's a constituency that we need to grow. I mean, we can't continue like this. Every 4 years, we're changing members of parliament who are consistently backbenchers. And we have members of parliament who have potential. But in Parliament is an institution that works with experience. So for as long as we continue to change, we won't grow. So I'm very confident that the message has sunk down well with the people.
Of the NDC parliamentary candidate in the Adenta constituency, he's the incumbent MP for that particular constituency, speaking to
I do like the commentary on.
Seat once again on behalf of the We are still watching GBC News, GTV. We quickly dash to Ashanti constituency. Our correspondent, Mavis Abaga, is reporting from that particular constituency, one of the biggest constituencies in the Greater Accra region, the stronghold of the NDC. Mavis, if you can hear me, how has the process been in Ashanti constituency so far?
Everything is calm over here. So far, everything is good. That's what I can say. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me, Mavis?
Hello?
Can you hear me? I'm saying you want to position yourself well so we are able to hear you clearly.
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. So, so far, are there any hitches? We hear in some parts of the country, wrong voting materials sent to some polling centers. We hear delayed voting in some other constituencies and some other polling centers. Have you recorded any such hitch in the Ashaman constituency where you're reporting, Mavis?
So far, all the polling stations that I've visited so far, there hasn't been any misbehavior over here. The place is calm. Everybody is trying their best to vote, and everything is peaceful over here. But one thing that is happening here is that if, let's say, you made a mistake trying to vote for your candidate and mistakenly vote for somebody else, you can approach the presiding officer and they'll make the changes for you. So you'll be able to vote the candidate that you want to vote before you put it in the ballot box. So that is the only thing that I have seen so far.
How many centers have you visited so far?
Over here at Ashama constituency, we have 17 electoral areas, which consists of 355 polling stations. And so I have been to most of the polling stations. So when I visited the National Primary School, at the National Primary School we have 5 polling stations. So polling station 1, they are expecting 555 voters, but 152 have cast their vote after the time I visited. Primary 2, they are expecting 497 to vote, but 135 have cast their vote. Polling station 3, they are expecting 675, but 123 have cast their vote. Polling station 4, 84 have cast their vote after the time I visited, and they are expecting 388. When I visited the Divine Healer Market, they are expecting 529, but 139 have cast their vote. 342, they are expecting 601, but 143 have cast their vote after the time I visited. I also visited St. Mary International School. They have 4 polling stations. Polling station 1, they are expecting 386, but polling station 3 have cast their vote after the time I visited. Polling station 2, they are expecting 284, but just 42 have cast their vote. Polling station 3, 312 are the people that they are expecting to vote, but just 80 have cast their vote so far. Right. I also visited old police stations, and the old police station, they have 2 police stations. 251 have cast their vote out of 643. Police station 2, 683 are the number of people that they are expecting to vote, but only 204 that have cast their vote. When I visited the Central Mosque, they have 2 police stations. These 220 have cast their vote out of 740. And police station 2, 420, and only 151 have cast their vote after the time I visited. And when I visited the main station mostly, they are expecting 530 voters, but only 144 have cast their vote. And police station 2, 622, out of 622, only 81 have cast their vote after the time I visited. And the incumbent candidate for the National Democratic Congress, he's saying that he is he has the view that he's going to win this election because he believes that he has done so many things for the constituency. So he believes that at the end of the day, he will carry the victory home. So far, that is what is happening here in Asama.
Right. So you've been running by us the figures, the voter turnout. Will you say it's been encouraging looking at the registered voters at the various polling centers and the number of people who have voted so far? Will you say the turnout is encouraging? Ashaiman, a very huge constituency there.
No, I don't know what is happening. I don't know if people are going to shop or come later and vote. All the polling stations that have voted, the turnout is very, very low. The turnout is very low. So maybe let's wait and see. Maybe around 4, maybe they will come back and come and vote.
But if you monitor the grounds, what are the people saying? Why are they not going to cast their ballots? Are they maybe waiting to the latter stages of the election process before they go and do so. Maybe they are attending to their businesses as usual.
Some of them are saying that they are tired. There's nothing new for them to go and vote for. They are saying all the candidates are the same, and so they don't see the need to go and vote. Others are saying that they have stuff that they have to sell, so they want to sell their things before they come and vote. That is what they are telling me.
Right. So I know Ashaman has issues relating to road infrastructure and also drainage and what have you. What other issues are burning in the Ashaman constituency? Why would people be voting for or against any of the candidates in the Ashaman constituency?
Okay, so they are saying that one of the candidates is, he says that for him, the kind of faces that they want to see Ashaman to have, they feel that the incumbent candidate has not done enough. So they feel like in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure, they want to see more. So they are pleading to the people to come and vote so that they will take the incumbent candidate who is Ernest Henry Nogbe out, so that they will bring something new to the Ashaman constituency.
Right. Have you recorded incidents of delayed voting, instances where people have, queued at or have turned out at the polling centers, but then the whole process wasn't ready, so they had to delay? Is there any of such incidents?
No, that was in the morning around 2:58, when people were already in the queue to vote. The materials were not ready, so people were still waiting for the material to be ready. That was the only incident that happened. But when around 7:30 thereabouts, everything was moving smoothly. You wouldn't even within 2 minutes you should be done voting.
All right, thank you very much. Mavis Abagam is our correspondent in the Ashaman constituency, reporting of low turnout as she witnessed in the polling centers that she's visited so far. Gloria, it does appear this is becoming widespread, and I don't really understand what the reason is and why people are not turning out to go and vote.
It's difficult to tell, and we have roughly 2 hours.
Yeah. So it's almost 3 p.m. So we have 2 hours more to go
for voting to end, and people are not going out in their numbers to vote.
I've actually not voted myself. Do you intend voting anyway? Or you voted already?
Not yet.
All right.
I have also not voted. Hoping to vote when our session ends.
Okay.
Go back to Tema and do my voting and then come back to Accra and continue with the work.
That's going to be a tall order. So, I mean, very, very much concerning.
Yes,
that.
And I'm sure that the observers are going to put this in their reports.
Mm-hmm.
Across the country, the voter turnout is very, very low. Even in areas where they have very small numbers, like in Hager's polling, one of the polling centers, 392, and you have just 82 or 85 people going to vote. We hope that with the 2 hours left for voting to end, people would go out in their numbers and vote.
So, Gloria, I hear we have Kingsley Tanke on the line. Kingsley, good afternoon to you. Exactly where are you and what can you report? Hello, Kingsley, if you can hear me, where are you and how is the process so far? So that's actually Kingsley Nanabwedu in the central region. Not too long ago, or early in the morning, we saw the running mate, NDC running mate, cast her ballot in the KEA constituency. Kingsley, how has the process been so far in the central region which is a swing region, which is one of the regions going to decide this particular election, Kingsley.
Well, thank you very much, Maurice, and you are welcome to Central Region and Chufu Paso, to be precise, where I am currently. Like you indicated, early in the morning, the vice presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress, of course, went to Commander, where he hails from, to cast his vote. We accompanied her there, and of course, we saw the visuals. Right from there, we've moved on to Cape Coast South, Cape Coast North, Efutu, and currently we are at Chufu Paso. I must say, the weather in the region has been that calm, that beautiful, and that very favorable for everybody. But one thing that I can again say, that the voting across the 23 constituencies is still ongoing, but of course at a very slow pace. I don't think it is for the Central Region alone, because reports we've gathered from many other places also suggest that the voting has been slow, and of course the region is not exception. There are many places that I have visited, and currently the Chufu Paso, where I am at Chufu Paso DAJHS AND TP2. And here, the number of people that are expected to cast their vote here are 442. And out of this 442, only 169 have cast their vote as at 227. The same applies to another polling station, which is just around you. It's also 396 on the ballot. But as at 2:30, 150 have cast their vote. Another polling station is here, that is DAJHS AND, that is TP3B. There too, 395 people on the register, but as at 2:33, 142 have cast their vote. And that is the trend that is going. At least wherever we've been to, so far as this cluster of polling stations are concerned, you have less than half of the voter population on the register are casting their vote, and it's about 2:30 now. Before that, we were at Efutu, and Efutu to the similar situation. A total of 442 on the ballot at Efutu MA primary. 78 had cast their vote as at about 1:30. And it seems to be cutting across from almost all the places that we visited. At Efutu, there was some incident where the polling officer was accused of directing people to vote in a certain direction. Of course, it created a whole lot of tension for a short while. But then when we spoke to the PO, he was also like, no, that wasn't the situation. But rather, he was assisting certain people that needed assistance, like the aged. So about 2-3 of them. And after assisting them to vote, other people in the audience came at him, indicating that he was rather directing them, and it's created a lot of issue. Of course, the Queen Mother of Efutu, who happens to be a former EC commissioner, was around, so he helped in resolving the matter. So that matter was resolved. I'll move forward to Ankako, which is Chufo Himai. Similar situation also happened there. This time around, it wasn't the PO who was being accused, but there were people that came to need assistance, who came with about 2-3 people assisting them to vote in the booths. And again, another confusion, because people felt that that wasn't the right thing. So the EC, that the PO, now take over that responsibility. A very situation that generated the confusion at Efutu. Now the PO was also directing them, not directing them, but one way assisting. So these are the few areas that we have visited and saw or witnessed some few tensions. After that, when you visit Efutu, for instance, report we have gathered from Efutu, that is Winneba. There too, in the morning, there was another issue where we were told one of the polling stations, you have queues, 2 queues, 1 queue belonging to MPP, 1 queue belonging to NDC. So one vote from here, another vote from here. And we are told, the reports indicate that, of course, the NDC group were suggesting that the MPP people were voting more than them. There too, you can understand the confusion. But I was wondering, how come the electoral officers will allow 2 queues to be formed at a particular station, one belonging to one party, one belonging to another party. But that notwithstanding, the issue was resolved. So far, we've not had serious encounter in terms of infractions and all of that. It's just rather the turnout that we are looking out for. But speaking to some people, the audience along the street, on the line, around the area, some have already voted, some are yet to vote. Some, they tell you that when it is 3 o'clock going, that is where, of course, they get something from the PCs. So, for instance, a parliamentary candidate may come around that time, and that is when, of course, they may get some TNT before they cast their vote. So that is the dynamics here. But it is anticipated that probably from 3 going in, you will have a number of people coming to cast their votes. But so far, in terms of the turnout, it's not looking so good.
That's the swing region, the central region, which is a decider of who wins any election. Now, so what really are the issues that are likely to make or unmake any of the candidates in the central region? What's the conversations so far? What are the advantages and disadvantages of both of the candidates in the central region where you're reporting from? You visited, some constituencies already. What's the conversation on the ground, Kingsley?
Well, Morris, if you are asking the conversation on the ground so far as Central Region is concerned, like we have already indicated, our Central Region is a swing region, and obviously it's a decider. Where Central Region votes is where we get our president from. So we are critical as to what is happening here. What it is that when you go to the fishing communities, their decisions are that, of course, they are looking at the fishing areas and the issues within the fishing communities. Most of them are looking at employment issue. Some of them are looking at the economic issue, inflationary issues, and so on and so forth. But of course, for Central Region, the free SHS is also playing a role. It's also becoming a decider. You will recall that it's just about 2 months that the school reopened, especially for the secondary school students. So people that are benefiting, it is also coming in, but they are not looking at that alone. They are looking at, of course, the economic situation, the inflationary situation, and so on and so forth. So basically, that is it. Cape Coast South, for instance, and Cape Coast North. Let's look at it. When you come to Cape Coast North, the incumbent parliamentary candidate is an NDC, that's Dr. Raga Mintanyako. And of course, the one coming in is a new person from NPP who happens to be Honorable Eko Ewusi. And the competition between them, as we speak, there are things that some development that the NPP candidate is undertaking in the area, constructing roads and so on and so forth, making the dynamics quite difficult for especially the incumbent one, which is the NPP candidate. But the people are also asking, the small roads is constructing within the communities. Is this something that is going to last, or is just a 9-day wonder? They are questioning the quality of the things that he has done. When you come to Cape Coast South, that is where Honorable George Rickett Hagan is coming from. Kweku Rickett Hagan is coming from. He is also contesting with Ernest Atta, who from the MPP side and the MCE of Cape Coast. Of course, when you go to the Cape Coast South and you are looking at development, the Cape Coast South is more of the sea. So the ocean has taken much of the Cape Coast South. So of course, you get them talking about the fact that there's not even much available land for them to even do infrastructural development and so on and so forth. But today, the argument 3 days coming is that if somebody has been an MP for say 3 terms, and we have a hospital like the Cape Coast Metro Hospital, and it's in a very dilapidated state, then they are wondering. So if there are no land to do anything, and the hospital is there in terms of refurbishment and all of that, so these are the things now people are looking out for. So employment is also coming in, and so many things. So the dynamics are quite different, and we are hoping that at the end of it, the will of the people will take over whatever perceptions people are having currently.
Kingsley, finally, before I let you go, so the running mates of the
Morris.
I'm saying finally before I let you go, the running mate of the NDC happens to be coming from the central region. I mean, in the previous election, the NDC couldn't win that particular region, the central region. Do you think her candidature in the 2024 election is going to have any effect in the numbers, Kingsley?
Hello, Miriam. Yes.
Hello, Kingsley, can you hear me? All right, so Kingsley Nanabuedu is our central regional correspondent, bringing us updates from some constituencies that he's visited so far, the Cape Coast South constituency, the Wutu Senya constituency in the central region. So far, he also reports about low turnout in one polling center where he visited, where some 396 people are expected to cast their ballot as at 2:30 p.m. Only 150 had done so. In another polling center where 395 were supposed to cast their ballot, only 142 had done so as at 2:30 thereabout. So still the issue about voter turnout a little bit concerning. We wait to see by close of the whole process. I mean, what really the situation is. I mean, I've been listening to people saying casually that we're not going to vote in this election because it looks like we're not really getting value for our time.
It could be a reflection of what people have said. Or mentally made up their mind.
But I was thinking, I mean, you know, the Ghanaians say we won't vote, but then at the end of the day, they go to vote. But it looks like it's beginning to.
4 o'clock, it would turn, and you have a lot of people in the queues hoping to vote, and it's when it delays the counting, because it means that at 5 p.m. you still have a lot of people in the queue waiting their turn to vote, and then it delays the whole process as well.
Right. So as you speak, I hear the MPP is addressing the media at their campaign office, the MPP having that press conference at their national campaign office. We'll join the feed from the MPP campaign office.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again, and good afternoon to everyone watching or listening to us this evening. I believe last night when we spoke, we clearly indicated that we would be having such periodic and rapid engagement with you, and the interest of transparency and also reducing the very high level of misinformation and disinformation that our obvious losing opposition party is churning out. We are more than halfway through the process, and so far the turnout is very, very, very encouraging. And we're urging everybody that is yet to cast their vote to start moving towards your polling station and cast your vote. So far, the process has been extremely peaceful. It's been very smooth and fluid, and we commend the Electoral Commission and the security services for a very good work done so far. And clearly, we cannot attest to the progress we are making in our electoral processes in this country. You can also realize that by virtue of the reduction of the sizes or the number of people who vote in a particular polling station, it drastically reduced the queues that we are usually accustomed with in previous elections. And that's something that we also commend the Electoral Commission for. We also see the swiftness with which the security services, the Ghana Police Service, is handling issues as they come up on a minute or per the hour. It is important for us to note that in spite of all of these things, we have experienced some delays in other police stations, but I'm very sure the Electoral Commission would have a strategy in place to ensure that everybody in the queue gets to vote. And so we are encouraging our fellow citizens to move towards your polling station and get in the queue and exercise your rights. This comes but every 4 years, and you do not want to miss this. In spite of the smoothness of the process and the obvious acknowledgement by all of us that the process since morning has been very, very peaceful, we've had some few pockets of issues that we believe that we would have to highlight. We need to do these things in order to ensure that we grow as a country and to also get it to serve as a deterrent to other people who may want to engage in these things. So this morning, we had an incident in Kintampo South where an electoral officer deliberately, in giving the ballot papers out, was tearing off the face and the column that has Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And so obviously what it means is that when the voter receives the ballot paper and goes to the voting booth, there will be no Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia for the voter to even cast their vote. And this electoral officer actually issued out 15 of such ballot papers. Thankfully, due to the vigilance of our party agents and our party people in the polling station, we're able to identify this, and as we speak, the Ghana Police Service has caused the arrest of this electoral officer, and investigations are underway. And so I'm sure you can see these ballot papers on the screen. And so what you are seeing on the screen right now is ballot booklets of close to about 15 ballot papers that have been issued. And as you can see on the screen, these ballot papers that have been issued do not have the image of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia because they all remained in the booklet. This is a very, very worrying situation. It's a very sad situation, and it's something that we need to condemn, and condemn without any reservation, and encourage our party people, our security people, and electoral officers in the polling stations to remain vigilant to ensure that such miscreants who are doing these things for the NDC do not have their way around this particular election. The gentleman involved in this is called Joseph Derry. And as we speak, in fact, the Electoral Commission has also issued a statement. I'm sure we'll pull up the statement as well. The Electoral Commission has also issued a statement and indicated that they are also going to ensure the necessary sanctions are issued. So please, let us all eschew from such unnecessary and evil actions that cause serious dents on our electoral processes. It is quite worrying that even in 2024, we still have the NDC trying to pursue such crude ways of manipulating our elections. And the MPP is calling for Joseph Derry's prosecution, immediate prosecution, because whatever he's done clearly was a deliberate attempt to disenfranchise the Ghanaian people and the Ghanaian voter and to deny them their fundamental human rights to vote. And this is to let every single individual that has also been engaged in one way or the other by the NDC to perpetrate such actions to note that we are going to find you out. We have a robust system in place in every polling station, and no matter the machinations and mechanisms you attempt to do with the NDC, we are going to find you out. And if we find you out, unfortunately for you, just as Mr. Joseph Derry, I'm sure we'll pull out his picture on the screens. Just as Mr. Joseph Derry is on the screens right now, and he's going to suffer the consequences alone. If the NDC manages to lure you like they have done with Joseph Derry, you are going to be alone, and the NDC is not going to be there with you. And so we must all be cautious as we go about our duties today. In another worrying situation, Mr. Charles Foku, the son of the NDC youth organizer for the Echima Kwawoma constituency. His name is Charles Foku. He is the son of the NDC youth organizer for the Echima Kwawoma constituency. He had in his possession 76 printed ballot papers, already printed in favor of the former president, Mahama, and all he did was to try and stuff the ballot box with these illegal ballot papers. But like I keep saying, we have a very robust system in place in every polling station, and again, Mr. Charles Foku was caught and arrested, and as we speak, he is in the custody of police. We have a video of the incidents. It's been widely reported by the media, but I think it's important that we make the point again that why would, and please play the video for me, why would organizer of the Echima Kwawoma constituency, the NDC youth organizer, encourage and hand over to his own son, hand over ballot papers to him to go to the polling station to go and cast his vote and dumping these foreign materials into the ballot box? It tells you the mindset and the thinking that the NDC have in these elections. They know they have lost. They know there is no way the good people of this country are going to go into the box and vote for them. And so they are resorting to these illegalities and crude means to manipulate our elections. But that is going to be extremely difficult for them because the Electoral Commission is vigilant, the security services is vigilant, and our ever hard-working party people in each of the 40,000 polling stations are vigilant and are high alert. And so you can see the police causing the arrest of the son of the NDC youth organizer for the Echima constituency, Echima Kwawoma constituency. These examples, these critical examples, and it's important that I make the point that you would realize the MPP is not churning out misinformation and disinformation. What we are doing is to highlight specific issues that have gone on, that have already been actioned by the police and the Electoral Commission, to ensure that we encourage every Ghanaian to also be on the lookout and be on the watch in preventing such things to happen. And these few examples clearly is I believe that the NDC is engaged in a deliberate attempt to disenfranchise the Ghanaian people after they have realized they have lost the elections. And of course, clearly, with the numerous arrests that is going on, it's clear that they are failing at their strategy and they are failing woefully. And so if you're an NDC agent, you're an NDC officer, you're an NDC friend that has been engaged by them to execute any other activity from this moment to the next few hours before the election ends, please be reminded that you are going to be arrested, you are going to be caught, and when you are arrested, you are going to be alone. And so you would advise yourself and ensure that you do not engage in whatever it is that they have actually tasked you to do. The EC officials have done tremendously well, except for the few accomplices of the NDC within the EC. But the good news is that even for those EC officials, you have the Electoral Commission swiftly taking action and dealing with them. And we commend the security services also for the good work they have done so far. Be rest assured, we have a very robust system in place that will not allow such manipulations to succeed. In that vein, we restate our call to the Ghana Police Service to give us the status of each of the single arrests they have made for each of these criminalities that the NDC have been doing since the last 3-4 days and today. We need to bring these things to the attention of the Ghanaian people, give us a status report, and we need to get any other person to get to know what has happened to these criminals, so that when they are also thinking and planning to do the same with the NDC, they will be cautious. To our very good Ghanaian people, be rest assured that we are going to increase the vigilance at the polling stations, and we call on all of you to join us in this endeavor. We believe that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is winning these elections and winning it in a very big way. And that is why we want these elections to be free and fair. It is our elections that we are winning, and we do not want the elections to be disrupted. We are committed to a peaceful process, we are committed to a transparent process, and we are calling on every Ghanaian out there to join us in this cause to ensure that your vote would count, and that at the end of the day, we will not be having an illegal president, but we'll be having a president that has been voted for by the Ghanaian people and by the people who qualify to do so. We trust that each and every Ghanaian will exercise their right to vote and will not be dissuaded or be intimidated by the selfish acts of the opposition NDC. We encourage you that in the next few hours before the election ends, please and please again, go and add up to the numbers. Step out, go and cast your vote. This is your moment, this is your time, this is your time to show that you are a patriotic citizen. Go out there and cast your vote, and also make your voice count and make your voice also be heard. Remain calm. Do not be worried. We are with you. We are committed to protect your vote, and we are going to work with you from now to the end of the elections to ensure a peaceful, free and fair elections that will reflect the views of the Ghanaian people. And we are confident that seeing what is going on, sensing what is happening, clearly, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is in the lead and is going to win these elections. The NDC is jittery. The NDC is worried because they came into these elections with one strategy. Having realized in the last few months that they are losing the elections, they came in with one strategy: let's steal the will of the people. And at this point that they realize that their strategy is failing, it is causing a lot of discomfort for them. And this is the time for all of us to work together and push them completely into the corner and into obscurity. If they are confident that their candidate is a credible candidate to lead this country, and they are confident that the good people of Ghana want their candidate, they should allow the process to go free and fair. But if they choose not to allow it and allow the laws to work, we are here to work with you, the Ghanaian people, and all stakeholders to continuously clip them like we have done since morning and ensure that they fail in this endeavor. Thank you very much for your attention. Like we said earlier on, we will continuously engage every single hour, every single minute, if we have to do so, to ensure that we go through today in a very peaceful, transparent manner. We are encouraging all other political parties to also move away from the misinformation and disinformation and toe the way Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and the NPP have told. For our key audience, for the Ekenya say, Yabeda Mose, Ewa Kwaya, Yejinaka and Waboma Fianopa, Yetu and Wako police stations are yet to Aba. The pay Pia Kotuaba across the country, you know, Eyenika. Now, the SN said.
All right, so that was Dennis Miracles Abuaje, who is the director of the MPP campaign, addressing the media at the National Campaign Office of the MPP. He's been touching on some issues which the Electoral Commission had spoken about not too long ago. So he's been addressing particularly that incident in the Techima North constituency where some 15 ballot papers had the picture of Dr. Bawumia torn and then handed over to the voters. We hear that the Ghana Police Service has arrested that particular EC official, and the police is doing some level of investigation into that particular matter. He's been addressing issues also concerning misinformation and disinformation. We're going to be seeing more of those press conferences, especially when the vote counting starts. We're going to be hearing much more from the NDC and the MPP. There's going to be one press conference after the other. And so, Gloria, that issue that the EC referred to in the Techima constituency, he is also referring to same and saying that it looks like the NDC is trying to, play foul in that particular constituency.
Well, we wait to see, but the police are investigating, and so it will be too early to make any assertions now. We all need to wait for the outcome of the investigations that the police is currently conducting to see what's going to come out of it.
Well, we see George and Doreen behind a touch screen. You've gone to take some rest.
A little bit of rest.
And I guess you've been monitoring the process yourself on TV and on radio. What exactly are you picking up so far?
I mean, first of all, from the 15 ballot papers that had Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's picture torn out and given to the voter, my confusion here is that, so the voter who actually got the ballot paper, didn't he or she notice that there's something wrong somewhere? Did that voter go ahead to vote without notifying the electoral officer there that, no, I think you've done something wrong by tearing out Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's picture, or just even halfway of tearing it out? I mean, didn't the voter notice anything at all? And that had to happen 15 times before people got to know that this is what is going on. Well, that's my confusion.
Some of these things happen during elections. You will not really know what the thinking behind it and where it's actually coming from. But I mean, you shouldn't be surprised that some of these things will happen.
Well, there have been other interesting events also happening. Gunshots here and there in some parts of the country, especially in the northern parts. We've had, again, somewhere in Bolga, someone was arrested with ballot papers in his shirts, and the police has actually arrested that person. It's been quite eventful the few 2 hours. We are less than 2 hours away from polls actually ending. And actually, when I was on with Doreen earlier, I was saying that usually the drama starts after 3 p.m. Yeah. That's where the drama starts, after 3 p.m. That's where the drama starts. And I'm not surprised that we're having a lot of drama really unfolding. It's going to get intense when voting is done and then the counting starts. And then after counting, there are various collation centers, and again it becomes very dramatic there. But I just hope that the police will be up to it to handle whatever situation that comes. But so far, it's been smooth. But the other worries got to do with turnout.
Turnout.
But the understanding is that turnout has not been that encouraging.
You listen to Dennis, and even though he was excited about voter turnout, he spent a lot of time urging people to go out and vote.
So I mean, if you know Dennis, and you know Dennis very well, and you look at Dennis and how he was communicating, you would know that there are some concerns that they really want to get out. So that's how Kambi's been pushing for voters to actually move out there and go and vote. I've listened to other observers too. We're talking to one of them who joined us here in the studio, and they're also not encouraged about the voter turnout, not so much encouraging.
Do you think that from this time till about 5, the numbers would start increasing because people are...
I don't think it's going to increase because today is a Saturday. It was a working day, fine. I would say that people are at work and so they would want to close and get to the polling stations to vote. But today is a Saturday. We're all expected to be home relaxing and all of that. So if you really wanted to vote, you would have headed to the polling station to vote. So I don't get the sense that it's going to...
I think that in one of the polls, it was predicted that this is definitely going to happen. That is Musa Dankwa. Predicted that there's going to be voter apathy, low turnout. And I think that's what is panning out as we see it now.
But special voting had a good turnout.
In some cases, it was good. In other cases, it was very low.
I mean, generally
you say that.
Yeah, it was good.
So, Doreen, you guys are taking over. What exactly are you going to be talking about?
Okay, we are looking at swing regions. We are looking at strongholds. Whether these things will still stand. In 2020, yes, there were swing ranges and strongholds, but they didn't turn out so well for the various political parties, although the NDC and the MPP won those strongholds, but the figures actually dropped a bit. We're just going to find out whether these things will actually stand for 2024, and especially with that turnout that we're experiencing, how is that also going to pan out? And the interesting regions to look out for, Greater Accra is one of them. The Western region is one of them. The Central is also one of them. So we'll look at these regions and how those two regions are going to work out.
I spoke to Musa Dankwa the other time, and he was saying that history will not matter. You see how that pans out. All right, so I want to hand over to you.
Before we go, I saw a video of something happening in Obuasi East where some military people were sort of dealing with, quote unquote, with the presiding officer. I want to have some more details about what is happening in Obuasi East, because this issue about military and getting close to this election, it seems it's becoming a source of concern.
Of course, the Ghana Armed Forces had said that they are not going to be part of the elections. But as and when the Ghana Police Service needs support, they were going to render it. So, it's still in place.
Accosting a presiding officer, and I heard gunshots.
Yeah, Ibn Chambers, who is representing the Africa Union here, it's also concerned. I've heard him speak that, listen, let's not involve the military in things like this. The military's mindset is totally different. The military mindset is different. I mean, when you involve them in things like this, it creates a whole different picture. It's usually the police that is supposed to handle this, and they are in charge of the Election Security Task Force, which is being led by the IGP. So that should be allowed to happen. Yes, the military issued a statement before this whole exercise saying that there will not be any military man at any of these polling stations. But the videos we've seen so far might be otherwise to the statement issued by the military. Again, there was a further clarification that no, those military people are just on standby in case the police cannot handle whatever is happening. So they form as a force of a reinforcement for whatever is going to happen. But we see how things will pan out.
The police has just released a statement indicating that 4 persons have been arrested in the Nyampala shooting in the northern region. 1 person is currently receiving medical care, and there's 1 dead, and so the suspects are currently in custody and assisting police with investigation. We hope it doesn't continue till the votes have been counted. And
I'm hoping to hear more about that in the Election Security Task Force press briefings. They were supposed to have some, I think, but I'm not sure if they've had any. It's just the EC that's been having.
No, they've had one. They've had one briefing. I'm sure they are also having a planned, scheduled briefing, waiting when issues come up. Then they put all together and then address.
All right, so Dorian and George, at this point, we would have to leave you, so you continue.
All right, we'll go for a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Hi, I'm Ajite Anand. But during elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. Refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find the information to be false or inaccurate, speak up, report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajete Anand, and I think before I share. Do you?
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share. Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Jama, yavan kariya yele me hekuta. Pampana dunenga timbenga. Bonga na sara mbona information. Munam BJ jan, kinan di phone, kinan kara TV, kinan bi internet chung ana bambona information. Election world ngang te ja nyere jeli mine mambanjimi alok so me ma san kan ka yele nga mo en kanna anyere internet nga yele nga mo la bi grilla sanga tingara election nga se bang ayele me anan gri tan anyo awele heta kana na bambo yele akutime he bobo tun na bantu abo yele nga an yele me ayi ama he nga an gri pon anamanya wuye na Gelanga enkananga amo yelo to kisaredi kablangwa se emga anlo kanye kala mangala bi ka grilla ayalenga enkananga ayala mo ne kan manga yelala undi binne bi yela mehe on yela chabe amine kangba sie kadana de era amun yela anta so karban ayalenga numbo se mo anyi adana chabe jin anyi wanana ajibala bi adana yenga antara yala manganga anuluwa setin sabudi ayele na ambi ayele pun yala mehela atare yala manga apun ayele na impana won abaha se in lokanye dijana man an eji yala me amman banyiwa amin yala ayele ngabe baba yala bla kinan pana waka amahe ngapun anyaka sige kana biebe ekomban blana ban yala na to da yala inna social media and bunga na saram bona share aduko ninjana njorola abduhai movement man mantia han share bon social media kenam pana.
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Welcome back, and it's our coverage for the 2024 election. We have just about 1 hour, 30 minutes more for everything to come to an end at the various voting centers across the country. It's been peaceful so far, but for some pockets of challenges that have occurred in some of the voting areas, and the police also handling that particular situation. The police has issued a statement, and Gloria talked about that earlier before we actually went for that particular break, saying that 4 persons have been arrested in shooting incidents in the northern parts of this country. We're also being told that the NDC is holding a press conference. The NPP held a press conference a couple of minutes ago, addressing concerns of what's happening in some centers and some people that have been arrested by the police based on various electoral offenses. The NDC is also holding a press conference. I will get you the videos as and when those videos are actually ready for us to do that. We'll move back here to the studio, and I'm going to have a conversation with Dr. Fred Ejakodro, who is a governance analyst. We're going to talk about swing regions. We're going to talk about strongholds. You heard one thing that Morris said, that in his conversation with Musa Dankwa of Info Analysts, Global Info Analysts, saying that, well, history would not actually matter in this particular election. But, I mean, these are things that we can also do away with in our elections. Areas like the Greater Accra region, a region like the Western region, a region also like the Central region. These 3 regions predominantly play a critical role in terms of determining who can or cannot actually become president of the country based on its nature and way that they vote. So we're talking about some of these regions too. So, right, good morning to you. Just a good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope you're well.
I'm doing very well.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure you've been monitoring. There have been concerns about, but first of all, let me have your initial thoughts about what you've monitored so far.
Well, I'm getting disappointed with our political parties and their agents and assigns. It looks as if they don't care about our lives. They are putting our people at risk. I am a firm believer that our electoral process is very robust. It can withstand a lot of shocks. And if our political parties can be vigilant and law-abiding, they can ensure nobody steals their votes. I don't believe they need to encourage violence to allow a lot of things to get to win elections. Because if you look at some of the things they do, it's so unnecessary. Sharing of food. Why do you have to share food to induce people to vote for you? It's very, very unnecessary. And then I also think people go out to polling stations and insist on rights they don't actually have. And I think, for instance, this morning I witnessed one myself. I vote in the Weja Bawi area. And apparently, when they brought the materials, pink sheets were not included. I got to the polling station around 7:30. They initially indicated they were having problems with their BVD machine. It started working. The process started. I was about 15th or so in the queue.
In the queue, yeah.
Then after about 10 people had voted, some people from nowhere came in and said, oh, you don't have you've not made us, you've not completed the pink sheets, as you may call it. So you should stop the process. So I asked that some people have already voted. All of you guys were here before we started the process. If you thought that because of the absence of the pink sheets, we shouldn't have started, why did you allow some people to vote? So there are two things. If you are going to truncate the process, it means those who voted, their votes should be invalid. Otherwise, you all should take note of what you've not done and let us go through the process. Then afterwards, when you get the pink sheets are brought to you, you complete it. Because you guys are not supposed to live here anyway, the party agents and the like. And for well over 40 minutes, we were there. So some people actually walked away because they were tired, they were not sure.
I'm sure they might not come back.
It's possible. It's possible. So these are, and the kind of aggression some of the people will come. So I was asking them, hey, there's a law governing this process. It's a CI 127. What does it say about this? And none of them even had copies of the CI to make reference to. So these are some of the things. I think our ability to resolve matters, the way we go about resolving matters. People, we've heard of somebody going to a polling station with a gun.
Yeah.
And actually brandishing it on a polling official that they should do something, otherwise he's got a gun. And I ask myself, now we are hearing about
Nyankpala, yeah.
I'm praying it will turn out to not be, it will not be confirmed, because a life lost for what purpose? I've been asking myself.
Let me just read a statement from the police. Police arrest 4 persons in connection with a shooting incident at Nyankpala in the northern region. The Ghana Police Service has this afternoon arrested 4 persons, namely Majid Issa, Fodi Isagi, Kamara, Yakubu Smaila, and Alhaji Bashir Mohammed in connection with a shooting incident at Nyankpala in the northern region, which led to the death of 1 person and the injury of another. The injured victim is currently receiving medical care, whilst the body of the deceased is taken to the morgue for preservation and autopsy. The suspects are currently in custody and assisting the police investigation.
A life is needlessly lost. To what purpose? I mean, you've taken somebody's life. I'm always saying that I'm a Christian, and my prayer is that those who kill people, God should take away their sleep from them. They just shouldn't be able to sleep again.
Yeah, Christian.
Yes, that's what I pray God does.
God talks about forgiveness.
No, we will talk about the forgiveness later. But, I mean, we're going to exercise our vote. I have only one vote. I vote and I'm gone. I can come and sit here and discuss it. I can go home and watch you on TV.
Yeah.
What would I have lost? But because of this, life is lost. Somebody is also fighting for his life. And sadly, it seems that most cases is his. The his. They tend to preserve theirs. But the boys, I mean, it is so unfortunate and needless. Last election, 2020, about 8 lives.
8 lives. That's human.
And today, not a single individual have been brought to book. I've been asking myself, you see, it may not be too late to talk about this. Soon, polls are going to end.
And that will
counting will be done.
Issue.
And last year, the last election, 2020, the sad thing is that most of the incidents occurred at coalition centers. Yeah. No supporter is supposed to be there. Let us establish this, that party supporters shouldn't go to the coalition centers. You can be at your polling station for the counting. That is fair and good. But even that, don't go interfere in that process. That's why we have party agents. And I beg them, the party agents should know how to use civil methods of resolving issues. The violence, the needless lives we are losing.
Do you fear that it might get worse when everything comes to an end and coalition starts because of our history?
It shouldn't. That's why I'm saying that for the counting at the polling station, the rule allows members of the public or voters to come and stand there and observe. Even that, if something goes wrong, there's the chance for polling agents to count and even recount. So polling agents should know their rights, should exercise their rights. The EC officials and all those who are all stakeholders must ensure that what the law allows is done. If there still remain challenges, it should go to the next level for resolution. We have the courts, we have so many other means of resolving some of these things. But then, if people will do the wrong thing, sharing of food, how is that relevant?
You're referring to the one in Ablekuma?
That has been a reported case.
Well, I listened to the member of parliament there, that's Basla, Owusu-Ekufo, who said that the food was not meant for those in the queue going to vote. It was meant for the polling agents for the NPP. It's something that they do every election period. So they actually give them food. They give them breakfast, they give them lunch, and then they give them dinner. So it was during one of those ones that's got to do with the breakfast given to their polling agents at the constituencies. And it wasn't actually meant for... That's what she said.
If that is true...
That's what she said.
Then, if that is true, then granted. But the point is that, why do people want to... In the Nyankpala case, there is an allegation of inducement.
Yeah.
These are things that we should avoid. And at this late hour, I'm praying, and we should talk to our citizens that please don't go to the coalition centers. It's only open to accredited individuals. And I'm praying, political parties, ensure you collect your pink sheets. That is what you're going to need at the end of the day. If you can do that, if you can obey rules, if you can be law-abiding, we can overcome a lot of the challenges we are facing.
Okay, we pray and hope that these issues will not get out of hand as we are getting closer to end the polls. We just have about 1 hour, 18 more minutes to end everything at the various voting centers, after which sorting out will start, and then counting will also start, and we'll get to know the numbers when they start coming in. But let's move into our conversation on swing regions and then strongholds and all that. Look, I mean, generally, should we still be talking about swing regions and strongholds in this particular election?
I believe so.
Why?
I mean, there are areas that would always vote in a certain directions. And I mean, it's obvious. You can count regions that will vote in certain directions. And there are regions that would definitely, they have a mind of their own. They won't follow what everybody thinks they'll follow. And in some cases, that's what also brings about what we refer to as skirt and blouse.
Yeah.
Some areas might have swings, but they may choose to vote for a presidential candidate in one party and choose a parliamentary candidate from a different party. That is also happening in our part of the world, especially where the political parties fail to do the right thing, especially if they don't manage the primaries well, and people feel aggrieved by the process. That is part of the problem that they tend to give to us. So that, I believe, would happen in this election.
At least with the whole idea that voters are now becoming very independent, and some will not necessarily be voting towards a particular party. You still think that there's still a bigger percentage of people who still hold on to that old idea of, listen, this is how we vote and this is what we're going to do?
That will always be the situation. Because we live in a situation where even in the advanced democracies, you can always pick where some regions are going to vote, the direction of their votes. Voting patterns for areas is a normal thing. It's an acceptable democratic issue. So it's not, there's nothing wrong with a group identifying with a political philosophy, particularly based on historical antecedents. People can choose to go in certain directions. Look, no matter what we say or do, there are some among us who base purely on their own personal circumstances. Their families can choose to go in a certain direction as far as politics is concerned. Because maybe once upon a time, their father or a grandfather was a minister, was a candidate, was something. Because a family suffered under a particular political regime, a family may choose never to toe that political line. Because it was perceived at a certain time that a political grouping discriminated against a particular group, there can always be that. So, of course, some areas can change over time. And there are also demographic issues that lead to changes in voting patterns. I mean, take, let me give Amasaman and English Amanfu. They used to be pure NDC. Gradually, the shades are changing. MPP even won both parliamentary and presidential in those areas because there is a demographic change in those areas. If you care to note, those areas used to be, newly developing areas. You would have certain categories of people living there, occupying homes of some of the people who were not present. Absentee landlords. Now, some of these people are gradually moving into those areas. The people who used to occupy those areas are moving into different places. So that alone can affect voting patterns. So these are natural things. But political parties would always have their basis, especially better organized political parties would always have their basis. I mean, as we speak today, NDC has taken over virtually all the CPP, naturally affiliated CPP constituencies.
So, but those who even argue that the NDC has actually absorbed the CPP.
The CPP, to a large extent, because, I mean, especially take a look at, I hope I'm not campaigning for anyone. Take a look at somebody like President Mahama. President Mahama traces his political roots to the Nkrumahism because his father served under President Nkrumah. So he has every right to claim some level of Nkrumahism, although he was brought into limelight through the NDC. But the NDC over the period has devised its own identity, and they accept Nkrumahism within their fold. So over time, you see some of the areas, especially as Nkrumahist parties woefully fail to organize themselves, then their space gets occupied by a better organized group, and in this case, the NDC. So it's a natural thing to expect. And let us indicate there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, with an area being identified with a political party. That is not to say that, I mean, look.
I mean, I perfectly understand, though. There's nothing wrong with an area, but our understanding of partisan politics in this part of the world is totally different. Because, I mean, the fear is that if an area is noted for voting for a particular political party, and if that party is not in power, the perception, the fear is that that area might be denied some level of development. You know, because of our lack of understanding of what politics is all about, what partisanship is all about, and how these things need not affect democracy or development in our areas. So, yes, there's nothing wrong, but our understanding of politics is totally different in this part of the world.
You see, our understanding is very poor. I do concede to that. I even ask myself, I mean, sadly, I've sat with political scientists, professors, PhD holders on platforms such as yours, and we are discussing key developmental expectations, and you look at the burden put on MPs, for instance, to fund everything from people's weddings to their outdoorings to funerals to whatever. And I am one person, I've criticized such phenomena in our politics. And I've had people, I mean, with strong academic background in political science, defending that phenomena, thinking it's okay. I mean, they should make those demands. And I say that, look, it is part of the challenge we face with our development, because we are making our politicians thieves. We compel them to go and look for money to do what they are not supposed to do. And they go and steal these monies. And in the end, we collectively suffer corruption. Because, look, it saddens me that in our political discourse, one of the key things that is the bane of our development, which is corruption, seem never to be a critical issue. Because, as they say in P, we're
beginning to accept it.
But it is something that will always bring our development down if we don't fight it. For me, it's our biggest problem in this country. Corruption is the biggest single thing that is affecting our development. I mean, I get worried when I hear people. Now, one of the key things in this election is low voter turnout.
Yes.
What leads to that?
Yes, low voter turnout.
What leads to that? It is when people become disillusioned with the system. I've heard young people even believing that, oh, we may be better off living under military dictatorship.
I think those people speak out of ignorance, though.
Out of ignorance.
Yes.
They forget that the military leaders, they were more corrupt. Even under this system, I mean, the corruption we are seeing around us, at least I can come and sit here and lambast a government for being corrupt. But under them, the military, you can't even talk about it. So these are some of the challenges we are having. So one of the things that I believe we should build a national consensus on is to how to fight corruption.
Okay, all right. I mean, before we continue with that, you think the turnout will increase as we're getting closer? Just about
I think it will be normal.
1 hour, 8 minutes
Definitely
more.
some people will turn up to vote. But I don't think it's going to be so significant as to shoot the voter turnout, the total voter turnout. Definitely some people will turn out late. That is expected. But some people really must have made up their minds they are not going to be bothered.
Why?
They won't turn out.
Because it gets very interesting. The anticipation was that we're going to have a lot of people turn out to vote, especially with what happened during the special voting. We had, the turnout was quite encouraging. So the expectation is that this was going to be similar.
You see, this might not be palatable. But I think the ruling party will suffer most if the turnout is low. That is my expectation.
Oh, okay.
But again, it seems the turnout, the general problem with the turnout is nationwide.
Yeah.
And it's also telling us, you see, in as much as I believe the ruling party will suffer much more than the opposition party. Please, much of the things I'm saying, I'm referring to MPP and DC. But other people might not like it, but that is my view. My view, I'm talking strictly between MPP and DC. The swing vote, the swing thing we are talking about, my references will be to the MPP and DC. Others, I don't expect them to make any significant.
Well, we're not being fair to them there.
I'm not. Am I supposed to be fair?
Yes.
To something I don't believe in?
Well, you're supposed to be objective too. So
I'm being very objective. But my objective,
rule them out.
they won't make any impact. Let's face it.
Well, we wait to see though.
There may be pockets of areas that the performance of an independent candidate can lead to a swing. Because, especially the parliamentary. But I don't think any of the presidential candidates will make any significant. I'll be surprised that besides MPP and DC, anybody can cross the 2% mark.
Oh, really?
In this election.
Okay.
I'll be very surprised. I'm prepared to be, proven wrong, but I don't expect them to do that. Because I don't think they've even done anything in the campaigns to convince people to vote for them in the first place. So coming back to the discussion, I am very worried about the voter turnout. Not because it's going to affect anybody, but it's giving an indication people are becoming fed up with this democratic experiment.
Oh, really?
And
that's the best. That's the best so far.
You see, for me, I believe this practice is the best.
Yes.
But the dividends we want from this process we are not getting. So people are becoming disillusioned. And politicians must sit up, whether they are in the opposition or in government. And I'm speaking to the MPP and the NDC. The destiny of this country will always be in their hand for the foreseeable future. So until they sit up to do the right thing and stop being parochial in their outlook, people are going to lose so much interest in them that they will have difficulty mobilizing people.
Okay, all right. And so back to our conversation there. So in terms of the swing regions too, yes, we get it. I mean, parties are still going to hold on to certain regions being their quote-unquote World Bank. But what about the swing regions, to regions that you can't actually tell how they will vote or how they are even not going to vote? A region like the Central region, it's pretty much difficult to tell because of its swing nature over the years. A region like the Western region, for some time, it was an NDC region, but with time in the previous 2-3 elections that we've had, you've noticed that the NPP has actually made strong incursions into that particular region. Likewise, the Greater Accra region too. What actually informs some of these regions and their pattern of thinking and voting?
You see, I think first and foremost, these regions, particularly, I like to look at them. You see, for now, there are about 4 regions that seem to have swung significantly. But Northeast has swung from the NDC, particularly with the presence of Dr. Baumia on the ballot box. So I don't want to use that. But in concentrating on the Greater Accra, Central and Western, you look at these regions, one of the first things that you realize is that the swing areas also tend to be very urbanized. When you have an urbanized area, it tends to be more cosmopolitan, with a lot of people, a melting pot of a sort, living in those areas. These are areas that you also tend to have people with higher education, people involved in business. You see, in this election, economy, the performance of the economy, CD dollar and or inflation, all those economic issues have become key. But it's interesting that they've become key in certain areas. Because you go to certain parts of the country, people are not looking at that. Some people don't even know that the dollar is not doing well. Yes, people know that the cost of milk has increased. The cost of kinky has gone up. But they do not think it has anything to do with governance. Some people will tell you that over years, the price of goods go high.
So it's normal.
They think it's a normal phenomenon. They don't care about the CD dollar exchange rate and all that. But you may be in Accra, you may be in Cape Coast, you may be in Sekendi Takrady, some of these urbanized areas. Some of these issues, people would actually sit down and say, who is a better manager of the economy? I'm going to vote. I care about who is a better manager. I would look at the internal party process. Who did they choose to be their member of parliament? I think, I believe Party A will be, the presidential candidate of Party A is better. But this man they brought, I know is useless. So I would rather choose to vote for this person from Party B to be the member of parliament. They can make those decisions and they can follow through on that. You can't, for such areas, you can't use kenke or a pack of rice with chicken to influence them.
That's true.
So these people make decisions based on their ability to analyze situations and making choices. So that is why you tend to have a lot of swings in these areas compared to other areas.
Okay, and I mean, with the swing nature of these areas, do they have any effect on the outcome of the election?
Absolutely yes, because you know clearly that it's looking as if over the years, parties that are able to carry particularly Central region and to an extent the current Western region tend to win the presidential election.
And even Greater Accra too.
You see, Greater Accra, if you look at the performance of both parties in the presidential, it has always been very close. MPP has not really won Greater Accra a lot, in comparative terms. But then, even where they failed to win the region outright, but has done well to be close. And when they succeed in winning the Western and Central regions, particularly, the central region, they tend to do better. Even the old western region, where the current Western North, NDC has always done better in the northern part of the old western region. But when it was carved, the Western North was carved out, and there was the current western region. For as long as the MPP can win the central and then the western region, they do very well, because it goes to add up to their traditionally strong areas. And because Greater Accra is always quite close, though they've got huge numbers, Greater Accra virtually cancels itself in the equation, and it gives the MPP that edge, especially whenever they are able to win the central and western regions. So that is the key point in that swing issue there.
Okay, before we continue with our conversation, a statement quickly coming in from the Ghana Police Service. The police is on manhunt for suspects Mujahid Suraj alias Mims. All right, it says that the Ghana Police Service is on a manhunt for suspects Mujahid Suraj alias Mims, who allegedly shot and injured one person in the leg at the Ewutu-Senya East constituency in the central region. The statement goes on saying that the suspects absconded from the scene, leaving behind his vehicle, which is currently at the police station. Police intelligence-led operation is underway to get the suspects arrested to face the full rigors of the law, and we want to assure the public that we will surely get him. And this is a statement coming from the Ghana Police Service. And this whole statement was accompanied by the gentleman's picture. Let's go to the Electoral Commission to pick some reports coming from there. Well, we have just about 56 more minutes to end voting. 56 more minutes to end voting at the various voting centers across the country. Let's go to the Electoral Commission's head office. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I would like to cede the podium to Dr. Sribo Kweku to address the press. In the same fashion, we will take 5 questions at this session. Dr. Sribo Kweku, please take over. Thank you.
Good evening, commission members. Good evening, colleague directors and my friends from the media. The commission appreciates its relationship with the media. We also have the view that you need to be informed so that you can help in informing the public and help in educating them. And that accounted for this program of always trying to update you of developments from the field. We are sorry for not starting at 3 as we planned, because we needed to get the fact correct from the field. So forgive us for keeping you waiting, but it's better to be late and get the right information than to rush and get the wrong information. So we hope our sins have been forgiven. First, we want to tell you that from the field, all the centers have recorded more than 50% turnout as at 2 p.m. In other words, there's no center on the field with less than 50% turnout as at 2 p.m. today. We also inform that all our BVDs are working efficiently and effectively at the field. So we are not having challenges with respect to the verification of the voters. with the exception of the officer in the Kintampo South who was arrested for misbehaving, we now don't have any information of any officer underperforming. So we can say that all officials are performing professionally, and we pray that they will continue to do so. We also want to place on record that the Commission believes in inclusivity. So all the vulnerable groups are given the necessary attention. If I talk of the vulnerable groups, we are referring to lactating mothers, advanced pregnant women, the aged, people with disability. And we are informed that the visually impaired are also using the tactile jacket effectively. So they are also voting in secrecy. But we still have few of them who still prefer people to help them cast their ballot. We are also pleased to inform you that the candidate agents are cooperating very well on the field, and we will urge them to continue through the 1 hour plus left for voting and during the collation too, because we should all have the belief that it is the voter who determines who should be our leaders. It is not in the hands of the Electoral Commission or any other institution. We are also happy to inform you that we are getting the necessary cooperation from the security services. So the security services are also on top of their job, and they are also performing to satisfaction. We are happy to also tell you, the media, that your colleagues at the polling station and the rest are also working very well. So we continue to urge you to help in giving the right information and not being sentimental and to exaggerate issues. Let us be realistic and know that every information that we are putting across is the truth, nothing but the truth. Whenever I meet your media people, I always tell them that whenever you are putting a message across, know that it's not your personal integrity, but integrity of your employer. Because if you put any information across and turns out to be true, to be false, you have disgraced your own institution, not the Electoral Commission. So please let us be sure, with this age of misinformation and disinformation and fake news, deep fake, let us be sure that when you see even a video or audio, you need to check, especially when you were not there personally and you were informed by somebody. Other than that, you will help in circulating fake and deep fake. So that is that. So thank you once again for coming, and we wish Ghana well. Thank you very much.
Just step back a little bit. At this point, we would like to take 5 questions. You raise your hand. Shall we have a mic on the left side and another at the right side, so that please go behind the mic. As we've been doing, mention your name and then your media house. I will give 1 question each.
All right. Sorry. Please, my name is Zita Okwan. I work for Class FM. My question has to do with the temporary suspension of voting in Medina because rains have erupted. Rains, yes. So I want to find out, voting is ending at 5 p.m. Are we to see an extension of time in Medina?
Yes, next question.
Doc, Mawina with TV3. First off, in your address, you mentioned that all your BVD machines were working, but a colleague has got notification from the Lomnava polling station in the Anyasotum constituency as well, where the report suggests that there's difficulty in voting proceeding smoothly because the machines are not being effective. Has that come to your attention as well? That's one. And then the second is videos that are being circulated on social media by the NDC that ballot papers have been picked up somewhere in the Ashanti region. I believe as a commission it will be of interest to you with regards individuals banding reports which suggest that they've up to 500,000 ballot papers. What's the commission's response to some of these things, just to clear the air?
Please, where is the location of that story?
It's on, I think, the Ashanti region. There are videos on social media with their national organizer, amongst other things.
So you don't have an idea of the specific place?
No, we don't have an idea, but I'm just asking if the commission can clarify on some of these things.
All right, so my name is Maxwell with Odunia TV. I want to pick the commission's reaction on shooting incidents at certain polling stations, and does it have any potency of marring the beauty of your exercise?
Come again with your question.
Yes. So we have received shooting incidents with pictures and videos at certain polling stations.
Let's be specific.
Good.
So that we can...
Young Pala, resulting in one death. Yes. So your reaction on that, and then does it have any way of destroying the beauty of the exercise?
Vanessa from Metro TV. I think when my colleagues were asking questions, you were asking them to be specific. Is it that you were not seeing the videos that are going around? You are not seeing that. Okay. The reports that have been made by both sides, NDC and PP, and then the arrested polling station guy that tore off, I think, the first...
Oh, that was, we have mentioned that.
I know. So are you saying that with that and other things that are going on social media that are raising concerns, you've not seen that, or you've not heard that, or they are yet to bring that to your attention? Because it looks like when they're asking questions, you said be specific. Yeah, an NPP, like on social media, once again, an NPP member arrested in Bogatanga Central with a tam-printed ballot papers. I mean, these are things that you might want to go on social media, if you care, to look at those things, because we are getting those informations and we need clarifications, I believe. And so I believe that when you go and you get this information, you are supposed to clarify instead of saying, I mean, things like that, like make a specific something. Like you're supposed to brief us on those things, right? Thank you. Yes, I asked the question. The question is, are you saying that you've not seen the videos, the comments by both NDC and MPP on social media suggesting that both sides are, some printing of ready ballots, and then people are being caught in hotels? I gave a specific, like Bogatanga. People have been arrested. Are you saying you've not seen that to address those? You've not seen it?
The last question.
Yes, stop.
But you have already asked your question.
Just a last question in relation to the YND. I know Mr. Samuel Tete had explained earlier in relation to that, but we've seen on Fact Check Ghana issuing a release that yes, indeed, it is true that 1,200 ballot papers went missing at END, and so it will serve the interests of everybody if the Electoral Commission can clarify that again for us.
Okay. So, yeah, first, with respect to the rains disrupting the activities at Medina, voting ends at 5 o'clock. So if it rains and it stops before the 5 o'clock, we'll still give room for people who are in the queue, and we will handle them up to the time that we clear the last person in the queue. So voting does not stop at 5 o'clock. But when there are people in the queue, we will cover them up to the time that we'll cover the last person. So I don't think the rain disrupting for some time will have any effect on the elections. With respect to the Lomnava BVD challenge, it has not come to our attention. So we'll call the officers concerned and verify, and if it is true, it should be addressed. Because we have the main BVD, we have a spare BVD, we have the power bank, and we have spares at the district and at the region. So I will be surprised that even if the two that were allocated are not functioning well, the officers will have to fall on the district for the district spares. If you do it one fail, there are regional spares. So some of these things, till you talk to the right person, you may end up giving the wrong information. So we wouldn't want to comment on it when we are not on top of that. But I will be surprised that it's a good, true story. Then with respect to videos of ballots, security and the rest, and the social media issues and the rest. That's why before you ask your question, I was talking of let us be very careful of, come again. That is exactly so. So that's why I wanted you to be specific, because we have had a lot of them. When you go and check from our officers, you read that it is not true. That's why I said be specific, so that if it is, for example, we had the one from Achuma Kwanguma, about some 79 ballots. I don't know whether you had it. We talked to this officer personally. He said he also heard of it. And when you followed up, he said that it is now with the regional commander. So in such a case, what do you say? So till you have the facts about it, you cannot speak to it. Because you cannot come here and chant half-truth. Other than that, will be deceiving you. So if you, it's only when you give it a specific, then we see whether they are in line with those that we heard, that they have turned out to be false. Then we can talk to that. So the mention of NDC and people doesn't change anything. Till we have the facts, we cannot talk about issues that we are so sure of. And don't think that any information you see in the social media is the truth. Be very careful about that. So you too can also find out, cross-check and be sure that what you are hearing or seeing, are they the truth? So it doesn't follow that once it has been in the circulation, that means they are the truth. With respect to the Nyampara shooting incident, we've heard of that. We have contacted the IGP. They're also working around it. So now we have also been confirmed that one person has been shot dead, but the security people are doing the investigation and they are on top of the situation. So in order not to make any comment that will escalate issues, let's allow it and let the security people work on that. The voting is ongoing. Mr. Te will now talk to the Yendi issue.
Okay, so with respect to the Yendi issue, we've spoken with the regional director. We've also spoken with the district electoral officer and then the returning officer. Currently, voting is ongoing at all the polling stations, and we have not had any reported incidents of ballot shortage. So that is the situation. There was an earlier mix-up with the validating stamp, which we need to correct. Yes, it has the presidential as well as the parliamentary embossed on the validating stamp. But as explained earlier, it does not render the ballot paper invalid. You can clearly see the presidential ballot as well as the parliamentary ballots. So the swapping of the two does not invalidate the ballot paper. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming. Our next press update will be at 6 o'clock. 6 p.m., yes. 6 p.m. we are meeting here again to give you an update on the latest. At this point, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, directors. Thank you.
Right, so that was the press conference from the Electoral Commission addressing some issues there and updating us as to what is currently happening. And you heard from Dr. Siribo there saying that, as of 2 p.m. This afternoon, the turnout, it's not, actually it's been more than 50% as of 2 p.m. according to the Electoral Commission. And I'm sure that there will be further updates on the entire turnout soon when everything is said and done. That's going to be just in the next 28 minutes or so when voting will be done in all the voting centers. But let's pick an update coming from the police service, and it's going to be addressed by the IGP, who is the head of the Election Security Task Force. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Nipa and 9 say eka hu bi na saa ewudi sem yi esi nyankpala krom ko na obi ekobotu e ma nipa baako ahwe ne nkwa na baako so epra na mra ye kasai ye de ufo no akope baby akra no na ne awepra ne so eji ayarehwe na nipa ennan no susu se omoka ho na saa boni e wudi semi eba ye no posifo ensa kam na omoboa yen amaya yen hwehwemu no saa nipa nan no omudini Majid Isa, Fodi Isiage Kamara, Yakubu Smaila, Ene Alhaji Bashiru Mohammed.
This was the earlier statement I read from the police service concerning the 4 that have been arrested in Nyankpala. Unfortunately, one person has been shot dead, another person injured, and these 4 people have actually been arrested by the police. And according to the police investigation, it's currently ongoing. And that was an update given and coming from the Ghana Police Service. Let me quickly take you over to Ho to talk to our correspondent Jones Alima, who's standing by. Okay, we're working to get hold of Jones. Let me just go for a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Jama, you haven't carried your me hekuta. Pampana dunenga timbenga. Bonga na sara mbona information. Muna mbije jang, kinandi phone, kinankara TV, kinambi internet chung ana bambona information. Election world ngang te ja nyere yelhi mine mambanjimi alok so ma san kanka yelenga mo en kanna anyere internet nga yelenga mo labi grilla sanga tingara election na setum bang ayele mehe anan gri tan anyo awele heta kana na bambo yela akutemehe to bobo tun na bantu abo yelenga an yele mehe ayi amahenga an gri pon anamanya wuliyena Gelanga in Kananga, amo yellow kisardi, Kablama say Emma Anlo, Kanye, Kalamangala di Kagrilla. Ayalenga in Kananga, Ayala mo near Manga Yella undi binebi Yelamehe on Yella, Chabe, Amine Kanga, Sie Kadana de Era, Among Yella and also Karabang. Ayalenga, Numbo some more Anyi, Adana, Chabe, Jin Anyi Wanana, Ajibalabe, Adana Enyanga, Antara. Yala manganga anguluwa setan sabudi ayele na ambi ayele pun yala mehela atare yala manga apun ayele na impana won abaha se in lokanye dijana man an eji yala me amman banji wa amen yala ayele ngabe baba yala bla kinan pana waka amahinga pun anyaka sige kana biebe ekomban blana ban yala na to da yala in social media and bunga na saram bona share aduko ninjana njorola abduhai movement man mantia han share bon social media kena mampana
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
All right, welcome back, and it's our coverage of the 2024 general election, which is just about 32 minutes away for it coming to an end across all the voting centers. And it's getting quite interesting if you're monitoring information and news out there, especially if you're out there on social media. Now, just a quick one coming in. The Nungwa Manche and the president of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chief has called on the electorate and candidates and political parties to be tolerant of each other. The Nungwa Manche made the call when he cast his vote this afternoon. He also asked all parties to accept the verdict to maintain peace in the country. Meanwhile, the former Greater Accra Regional Minister who accompanied the Nungwa Manche to vote said it's important to respect the views and choices of each other. That's very much important when it comes to political diversity.
The most peaceful election so far from 1992 up to date. And I'm seeing the symptoms of it. What I want to say is that the levy na jeshi ne kwashi amotone no more than they come on. No more than they can Ghana man. One look on Nabaku Yako, one look at Gidi Yako, what Pamoji body would not like a lady, Kashi Beke Shinakai. And when the people take a decision on you based on your action and inactions, you can't tangle with them. If it is good, then it is good. Then it means you have worked well or you have done the right thing. If it is not good, then you shouldn't blame anybody. You must blame yourself.
All right, welcome back. Let's go over to Ho and talk to Jones Alima. Jones, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, and I hope you're also well too. Thanks a lot for joining us. What can you share with us, Jones?
Okay, so here in the voter region, voting is still ongoing, and in 2,351 polling centers with over 1,023,836 still as eligible voters in the ongoing general polls. As far as when I started visiting some centers, people had already queued in anticipation to be the first person to be able to, cast their ballot. And officials of the EC were present at that time, as at 6:30 thereabout. But then they told me they were waiting for the arrival of the party agents as at that time to analyze their preparations before the actual process of voting commences. So at some police stations, example, the Ho Regional Museum, Ho Anhoi, Smith Flat, Nuria, JHS. Later in my second batch of rounds, I realized they all started on time, exactly 7 o'clock. And as per what I was told by the presiding officers from all these polling stations, and then indication I got from them was that generally the exercise has been very smooth and peaceful. They did not face any logistical or material challenges. There had not been any incidents, and they were also praising and commending the voters who had comported themselves to ensure that the exercise in these areas that I mentioned earlier had been or were ongoing successfully or in a smooth atmosphere. By mid-morning, voter turnout around all these areas that I visited in the whole central constituency of the voter region, the turnout, according to the presiding officers, were encouraging a bit. But then from 12 o'clock, when I moved outside the whole constituency to Whole West, I realized the enthusiasm level among certain polling stations were a bit down. I mean, at 12:30, at the polling station, the EP primary school at Dolokita, where 414 voters are expected to cast their vote. As at 12:34, only 140 had cast their ballot at that time. And then when I moved to the EP primary school center B of that same place with 413 and 413 registered voters to cast their vote, only 160 had cast their ballot as at 12:52. So I engaged the presiding officers, and they told me some of them are waiting to come later from 3:30, 4 o'clock going, and that will in a way also put pressure on the EC officials who are, helping people to undertake the exercise. So generally in the voter region, and in particular O Central, where I started my movement from, the exercise was peaceful, it was good, and without any major incidents.
Centers you visited so far, how would you say the turnout has been? I mean, you've had mixed turnout in here, but on average, how would you say it has been from the centers you visited so far?
So, my own observation, I would say the turnout is that's a mixed one. I mean, for example, a polling station like the Nuria Zongo in Ho have about 730 expected voters. When I went there around 8:05, over 100 people had cast their ballot. So in such a polling station, one could say that the enthusiasm among the voters was high. But then on the other hand, if you go to a place like the whole regional museum, where about over 500 people were also expected to cast their vote, after 8:05, only 26 people, after 8:05, only 26 people have been able to cast their vote. So on that score, one can then say that the enthusiasm there is not as high. So it is a mixture. It has been a mixture of both high and low levels of enthusiasm among the voters here in some polling stations in the constituency.
Said that maybe they are waiting for just within the last 1 hour, 30 minutes for them to come out and vote. Per your observation again, does it look like they're actually coming out now that we are just about 24 more minutes for us to end the entire voting process?
I'm about to go out again to observe, go rounds to observe the closing sections. And according to, since I'm not out yet, and if I'm to take the comments from the presiding officers I engaged earlier, then the places where they registered the low voter turnout should be having high numbers now. because, as you said, I mean, we are barely about 30 more minutes for voting processes to come to an end. So I should suspect that those cities should be having the numbers to show up the level of enthusiasm in the processes.
Thank you very much, and we'll get back to you with further information when you have some for us. That's June Salima, who is our correspondent who joining us there. Let's get back to the studios here whilst we get ready to wrap up with our guest here, Dr. Fred Jakudru, who is a governance analyst, and we're also waiting patiently for voting to come to an end. And then after that, we'll move into a whole different mood of the election, which has got to do with the sorting and then the counting. I've noticed, I mean, so far, shootings here and there and all that. But simple question, where are the guns all coming from?
There is a commission for small arms in this country.
Yes.
I think we live in a very volatile region. I mean, there are countries with wars around us, and we have porous borders. We also have people manufacturing guns locally. There is room for people. There's opportunity for people to get it when they want it. I mean, recently there have been some. Was it the customs or some of these security agencies have
seized guns?
Seized guns
customs,
and all that. So it tells you that before you can seize one, it tells you loads might have gone through. And I am not too surprised that there are guns, but I'm very surprised that people will be bold to go to polling stations with guns. That is what surprises me. What were they anticipating? But you see, impunity is bred when people do the wrong things and nothing is done against them. You see, we are reaping what we sowed in 2020.
We are reaping what we sowed in 2020. What did
people were killed in this country. Until date, nothing has been done about it. No serious prosecution, if there is any. And people feel that, look, I can do it and nothing will happen to me. So I'm so sad. This, I mean, you know where I stand with people coming out to vote and all that. So to see people being killed, murdered, just because we're going to express our opinions about who should lead the country, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't.
It's difficult to even understand.
And it is sad. Hitherto, BBC was looking to Ghana as they considered our elections as boring. But now, do we want to be seen as violent? I've always said that peace is a currency that you can never buy with money. We should guide, or we should guard our peace so well that, because if we lose it, we don't have anything else. I mean, in some few weeks ago, I was away from this country and I was so itching to come back. Because even the food I was being served, I couldn't eat. Save some kenke I took away with me. Otherwise, for the short period I was away, I never had any proper meal except my kenke.
Can you imagine?
So this is a beautiful place. In spite of all the bad leadership we've had over the years, I still love to be in this country. But if there are going to be guns, after the elections, what will they use it for? They'll be attacking us in our homes, on our streets, and all sorts of places. So our political leaders, we've lost a life.
Yeah. With something just unnecessary.
It should end just there. In the counting process, in the collation process, young people who die, the people you die for, may become political leaders and you will not be there to enjoy with them. So wise up. Don't allow yourselves to be used.
Okay, all right, okay. Look, we'll take your final words and we can wrap it up here.
Well, I will say that, I mean, we've had quite a number of challenges, but I think none of them were insurmountable, except the lives we've lost.
We've lost. But there are also lots of reports about being ballot papers seen somewhere, being tampering.
So we must have the police conducting thorough investigation. Their failure to do some of these things leads to the impunity I'm talking about. If people are not punished when they do the wrong things, they think they can always do it. And in this country, when people commit crimes under the cloak of politics, they seem to get away with it. Let us punish the people who are doing these things. And if they are also fake information being fed to the public, I think misinformation and disinformation are also not good for our democracy. So let there be thorough investigation. Let us establish whether these things are true, but they don't speak well of us. We are better than that. So I wish the country very well. Look, whichever president we elect, whichever member of parliament we elect, Ghana is still Ghana. It is the most beautiful place on earth. Let us preserve our peace. Let us live in harmony. And I'm quite sure we'll get over some of our challenges. But beyond the elections, we should begin to think about building this country properly.
Which is very important. Look, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We wish you all the best. I'm sure you're going home to observe the counting and the figures that will be coming in.
I'm going to. I'm going. I have some few assignments. I'm going to try and complete them and go and lie in my bed and watch about 2 TVs and have about 3 radios around.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that's Dr. Fred Ejakodro, who is a governance analyst. He joined us for us to have a brief conversation, swing raging strongholds, and of course reports also coming in various centers and incidents happening. We have about just 16 more minutes for voting to come to an end at the various voting centers. Let's move over to join Doreen and find out what's happening. What I usually describe as a public compound house. That's the social media front. Doreen.
Well, George, thank you for coming over to me. A lot is trending on social media. Because today's election day is all about elections. And so we'll take some of the trending issues on social media. And mostly, I mean, it's been largely issues that the police have been talking about. And we know the incident at Nyankpala where the police say that 1 person has been killed, and Sika official says the Ghana Police Service has confirmed the death of 1 person and 2 others critically injured following a clash between NPP and NDC supporters at Nyankpala in the northern region. And that's what's trending. Sika, and this, some of the, I mean, footages are quite graphic, and we do not want to share all of that because, I mean, we'd want to avoid people seeing some of the things happening in certain constituencies because they are too graphic. There's also, this is one of the incidents, there's, Nyankpala is still trending. In fact, Nyankpala is in the trends. It's in the trends. And there's Kali J, he says a lot has happened in the last 8 years. This is all I have to say. May history be kind to our generation for fighting for the second independence. There's Akwesi, who says the soldiers were too many. He was alone. They wanted to kill him. I mean, these are things that are happening on social media. We cannot confirm that. And he says all he did was stop the military from entering the polling station, but he survived in the hospital receiving treatment. I don't know if this is Nyankpala or this is the incident that happened at Obuasi East. Let's take some more. And this is actually the incident that happened in the Obuasi East. And Akwesi says NDC Kuma officer has had a tough time with military men as he sought to let them know they can't get to a polling center. He's resisted attempts to stop filming and equally asked the military to stop filming gunshots everywhere. This one, that's Opari, Miss Opari Pablo. I'm sure that the NDC's, I think, national organizer or national youth organizer, and the public confront some EC officials in one of the polling stations at the Esu-Jaman constituency on their negligence and positioning of agents further away from monitoring the process. There's still there's also something trending that's saying that hashtag Ghana versus MPP. I don't know exactly why they decide to use that trend, but it's also trending. This one says it's hashtag Ghana versus MPP, and our mothers in Faroe Mecca are offering prayers for victory for the NDC. That's he says MPP never again. Also, they're using the hashtag Ghana versus NPP. There's a lot actually trending. There's one touch for Baumia, which is also trending on social media. So it's quite a mixed bag of those in support of the government, those against the government, those in support of the NDC, those against the NDC. But largely it's been about the elections today.
Okay, all right. That's an interesting one. Told that we have Nicholas on the line. We'll pick that of Nicholas, get a report from him, and then after that, we'll go for a quick break. When we return, our next batch will actually join us for the next coverage and continuation of this particular program. Nicholas, good evening to you.
Good evening, George.
I hope you're doing well.
By God's grace, I'm well.
How is the Ashanti region?
You and your team there. Everything has been very calm.
Okay.
The process has been smooth sailing. We haven't had much of an incident in the election so far.
What can you tell us about the turnout?
From observation, it looks like we are going to record a low turnout compared to what was recorded in previous elections. That is the casual observation I've made over. Now, as I speak, I'm coming from the Mampong constituency, where I went to cast my ballot at 19, one of the communities within the Mampong constituency. So far, that is the only place I've visited. I've observed a very impressive turnout. If you indulge me, for in RC primary, there are 517 of the registered voters on the list. As at 2:10 p.m., 344 of them had already gone to cast their ballots. Out of 570, 344 had already cast their ballots as at 2:10 p.m. Then at the 19 MA primary, MA junior high school, out of the 468 registered voters, 314 of them had already voted as at 2:30 p.m. And as I was leaving the place about 30 minutes ago, there were still quite a number of voters who were in the queue waiting for their turn. That is the only place so far I have personally observed there's been a very high turnout. And I'm not that surprised because there was an announcement. The assembly member caused an announcement to be made for everybody to turn out, because you can't leave a country where we don't have leaders. Just like they have in their families. There cannot be a family without a family head. So they were encouraged to go and get together Ghanaians to have a leader from 2025. So that is one of the reasons why we have that high turnout at 19. But from already gone through about 15 communities along the route from 19 to nothing. And whatever we've got, you either see about 2 votes in the queue waiting for their turn to vote, or the electoral officials have virtually nothing to do at all. And so that is running through all the places I've visited so far. So if you ask me about the turnout, I'm afraid we may record a very low turnout compared to what happened previously. Hello, George.
Nicholas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Well, generally, what do you make of the atmosphere and the entire process? Because it's been a totally different story on social media concerning some ballot papers identified or found somewhere and all that.
George, I beg your pardon. You know we are in a very sensitive time. And what I'm not privy to, what I don't have evidence of, I cannot speak to it. Unless we face some level of problems for the society. So please pardon me for this. I'm not aware of any happenings anywhere in the region.
Okay.
So that is it.
Okay, Nicholas, we'll leave it here. Thank you very much. We'll get back to you when everything is done, and obviously counting also started. But thank you very much for joining us. That's Ashanti Regional Correspondent Nicholas Sewusu, who joined us there from the Ashanti region, and you heard him based on his observation. It looks like there might be low voter turnout in the Ashanti region based on his observation so far. It's been a battle of press conferences so far. We've had a number, about 2 coming from the NPP. The NDC has also had 1 press conference in response to what the NPP said in terms of the issues raised and allegations raised by the NPP. We're also told that the NDC is getting, the NPP is getting ready for another press conference. It's our coverage here on GTV and GBC News. We'll go for a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Ado, the General Secretary of the Gimpa Law Students Association. It is that time of the year again, and we are here with a peace message. The Gimpa Law Students Association, in collaboration with the Gimpa Law School, is organizing a peace campaign dubbed Peace Through Democracy. Are you ready to vote on the 7th of December 2024? If you are ready, let's do this peacefully. We need you alive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kweku Ajiman Budu, Dean of the Gimpa Law School. The peace and stability of our dear nation, Ghana, and our democratic credentials is what is at stake on 7 December 2024 when we go to the polls to choose a new president and members of parliament. Here at the Gimpa Law School, where we are training the next generation of leaders of Ghana, we believe that it is imperative that we protect and preserve the successes chalked so far in our Fourth Republic. The truth is that democracy has not solved all of our problems. But to quote Winston Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So as we approach the 2024 general elections, we at the Gimpa Law School pledged to choose the path of peace. And we encourage all Ghanaians that as we exercise our franchise, let us do so in the knowledge that the ultimate winner is Ghana. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our dear nation great and strong.
Hello. My name is Lukman Mahami Adams, and I'm the president of the Gimpa Law Students Association. As we approach the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election, let us all remember one thing. Peace is the bedrock of our democracy. Without peace, our election will be meaningless. To the various stakeholders in this presidential and parliamentary election, including the various political parties, the Electoral Commission, and the Ghana Police Service, as well as all other law enforcement agencies, let us all remember one thing. Let's be responsible. And to my fellow youth, let us all be responsible for peace during and after the 2024 election. I stand for peace. How about you? God bless our homeland Ghana.
My name is Jael Godfrey Akwasi. I'm the chairperson for the Law Students Association Congress. Peace is the hallmark of many Ghanaians. An attribute not spoken of well enough. Peace doesn't benefit just me. It benefits you, the old man and his wife, the young ones going to school, and the generations unborn. There's nothing more soothing like walking with no fear of harm. As the elections draw nigh, and we are determined to choose the right leader for ourselves, let us make the sanity of our beloved Ghana our priority. We should not let the red exceed the yellow and the green on the flag. We are one people choosing the leader, not enemies battling on whose leader wins. There's nothing more like home. Let's love lead, let's peace lead, let's Ghana come first. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Naribonajiwi. I am the Chief Justice of the Judicial Board of the Gimpa LSA. As a student of the law, I would like to borrow the words of the Venerable.
Comes up. Thank you very much. Akamritie bi na abatuo no abawieye na senia ye nyina ye nitue mu no apart from baby bakumienu bi a issues bi eba app no baby akenya na bibia akoboko na emretie bi na abato na bewie ye no mafiase kan abano na samre na yestress obia enye boko no kana kuma entu yeyem sempo se bibiba na openchechemu na se wonte wo ho asibia but modern se one police for no ene ibambo nyumakuo ahodoa akano any EC any party officials war various polling centers any collation centers no yenyina yenka yetimbom na yemfa asumdwe pese yebenya solution to issues bi ebeba instead say yebeye basabasa ye na yewie no na yesrega na fo nyina yabedu samre mayema obi anye bibia ebese asumdwe a ene yada nedi no ye beda mase na yebesre se monkoso a enka ye ho na mreni mremu se bibia si a sene ene ya ye no yebema maso ate yeda mase.
I'm active. All right, welcome back. We have just about a minute to end polls across the country. And then after that, 1 minute, everything will be set and done concerning the voting. Then we move to the next stage, which is got to do with sorting out. And then after sorting, the counting begins. After the counting, we get to know the figures. And then we get to know the percentage and see how everything is going to go at the end of the day. Let me go back to Doreen and pick some of what's happening on social media. And then we'll be going to the field, be talking to our listeners, our correspondent actually, on what's happening after polls has come to an end. Doreen.
Yes, George, we'll still stay on social media because, and actually the police, they were given an update on incidents that have been reported across the country, particularly the incident in Nyankpala. And the police issued a statement on this. It says, please arrest 4 persons in connection with a shooting incident at Nyankpala in the northern region. It says that the incident happened this afternoon. The 4 persons were arrested, namely Majid Issa, Fodi Isiang, Kamara, Jakubu Smaila, and Alhaji Bashiru Muhammad, in connection with the shooting incident at Nyankpala in the northern region, which led to the death of 1 person and the injury of another. The injured victim is currently receiving medical care while the body of the deceased is taken to the morgue for preservation and autopsy. The suspects are currently in custody and assisting the police with investigations. And
Sorry, just hold on for me. Let's go to Abate from the eastern region.
Okay.
We'll pick a report from him and then we'll continue what we're doing here. Amate, good evening to you.
Good evening.
All right, it's exactly 5 now. Has voting come to an end there?
Yes, thank you very much. I am speaking from Ofuanse Ayubi constituency where the voting is taking place. Just about some few seconds for us to go. And today, 52,516 are expected to cast their votes in 111 polling centers. And so far, I've visited about 9 centers in Ofuanse Township. Now, all the police stations I've visited show that the turnout is encouraging. Some police stations, like Town Square Ofuanse Center, 668 people are expected to cast their ballot. And that's at 248, 341 were able to cast their ballot so far. Ofuanse, I would say primary, 501, and that's at 3. 350 were able to cast their ballot so far. DAGHS, Kukwanse, 657 voters are expected to cast their ballot there, and that's at 3 that have visited the center. More than 400 people were able to cast their ballot. So as I'm speaking to you, Ghanaians with their last-minute behaviors, just about some few seconds for us to go before you see people rushing in to cast their ballot. So far, all the centers that I've visited, everything is went peacefully. The security personnel at the various centers that I've visited, the party agents, they are also there monitoring the process. So from the voting started exactly 7 a.m. and almost all the polling stations started the voting at a go. Unlike where other constituencies, where some polling stations will start before others will start. At Kwanzaa Review constituency, they all started the voting at the go. So everything went on peacefully in Kwanzaa Review constituency, which happened to be the stronghold of MPP, and then the candidate Kojo Point Kroma, the Minister for Works and Housing. So we are about to go. They close the poll, and the counting is about to start at the Kwanzaa Review.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Amati. Observe the process and we'll get back to you. Let's move over to Lada Dekutopon and talk to Rufina, who is standing by. Rufina, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Has voting ended?
Not yet. People are still in the queue.
Okay. And if you look at the number, just by observing, what's the stretch that you can tell us, the number of people in the queue?
Actually, the voting is generally low. A lot of people came early in the morning, but now it's low, though a few people have voted. Yes, so they are still anticipating for people to come, but it's almost time for the closing of the vote.
Okay, all right, okay. And I'm sure that when everything is said and done, those in the queue are done voting, the next process will start. So when that begins, we'll get back to you and get further information from you, Rufina. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so that's Rufina, who came away from La Dadekutupon. Doreen, let's finish up on social media.
So I was just sharing some of the images the police shared on social media on the suspects arrested in the Nyankpala incident. These are the suspects. So we'll take some more statements from the police on other incidents that have been reported. And polling station agents arrested for double voting at Wase Kopong, Apiakron polling station A in the Western region.
All right.
So
just hold on for me. Let's go to the Bono region and talk to John Samantha. I understand that they've actually even started counting. John, good evening to you, and you can take it over. Hello, John. John. All right, Doreen, just continue. When we get John, we'll put him back.
So still in Wase Kopong, the police says that arrested a polling station agent for double voting at the Wase Kopong Apiakron polling station A in the Western region in the ongoing general elections. The suspect, Kofi Stephen, is currently in custody assisting the police with investigations. And this is the suspect in question. So as the police continues investigations, we would hold our breath and wait for what they come up with. There's also a statement on media reports of voting at Abeka NPP office, and the police is saying that this is actually false. They are debunking that report. It says that the police have taken note of media reports alleging that a group of National Democratic Congress NDC supporters stormed the New Patriotic Party office at Abeka in the Okankwe Central constituency over suspicions of voting taking place at the said location. The police investigations have revealed that the place is not a polling station and no voting is taking place at the said office. It says that the police urges the public to disregard this claim and partner the police as they work towards avoiding misinformation and disinformation during this critical time and beyond. And George, I'm sure that if you're monitoring, you would see that there's a similar incident in Akwetiman, and where some youth in the community have gone onto the streets to protest what they say is the hoarding or capturing of a ballot box. We are not sure whether the ballot box was from a polling station or they are already some printed ballot boxes that have been kept in the house. We are waiting for some updates, and then we'll...
It looks like this whole ballot paper thing, it's a usual thing that has been running through.
Because, George, you win or lose the elections at the polling station. So if you have anything to do, make sure you do it at the polling station.
Right. Just hold on for me. Hold on for me. Let's go to the Bono region and talk to John Samarth. I'm sure by now we have him. John, good evening to you. Hello, John.
Yeah, hello, George.
Yes, just take it over.
Thank you. Welcome once again to Sunyani, and I'm currently at the Sunyani S Canteen polling station. And like I told you in the morning, this station had 3 voting centers. And as I speak, the voting has ended in all these started. So as you can see in the picture, the ballots have been poured on the table. It's action time, and very soon sorting is going to begin. And then if you pan to the left, this is the Center B. Center B, all officials ready to act, do their bit. And then to my left is the Center A, where they are also getting ready to start the sorting. And then to the extreme left this time around is the Center A, where they are also getting ready to start sorting. But just to give you an idea of the turnout, in Center A, there are 461 voters on the roster. And no, I don't have that figure yet. But for the Center B, 460 are on the roll and 321 turned out to vote. It was similarly high in Center C, 612 on the roll, and almost half of them, 306, turned out to vote. So I don't know what the mathematical equations are, but for me, from where I stand, it looks like quite high turnout. So very soon the counting will start, and we'll start getting somewhere so far as where this election is ended is concerned. And in Sunyani, this year's parliamentary race, for instance, has been very, very hot and interesting because, you know, the NPP candidate, the incumbent MP, has been on the parliamentary seat for a while now, and he had a very stiff challenge from the NDC, Sid Mubarak, and then the independent candidate, Ransford Entry. And I'm sure that is what pushed the turnout very high because of that dramatic and very interesting race that ensued this year in the parliamentary race. So very soon, we will start getting the figures, and then we know where we are headed so far as the parliamentary race in Sunyani East and the presidential race in Sunyani East as well is concerned. So for now, it's back to you in the studio.
All right,
George.
thank you very much, John Samarth, reaching us from Sunyani East. Voting down there, they're just about sorting out, and then the counting will start. Let's go to Amasaman to talk to Lindsay Abe. Lindsay, good evening to you. Has voting ended?
Yes. Hello, good evening.
Lindsay, has voting ended? What can you share with us further?
Hello, George.
Lindsay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, the voting has ended so far. I am currently at the Amasaman Post Office 2A and B, and then Post Office 3A and B. And so voting has ended, and the counting process is about to start. And we have some electorate gathered here to witness the counting process. And there are also security personnel here to ensure there is law and order at the polling center. And so with polling station 3A, voter turnout expected was 592. But the number of electorates who voted are 323. Out of 592, 323 electorates voted here. And then for Center B, they were expecting 610 voter turnout, but 297 voted. So we got the information that the turnout for the process was very low. Hello?
Okay. All right, Lindsay. So what's happening currently? Are they sorting out?
They are sorting out to begin counting. But the counting hasn't started yet, but they are sorting out the ballots, ballot papers for counting to begin.
And what's the mood there currently?
The mood, I can say, electorates are so vigilant to see how the counting process will begin.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Lindsay, we'll leave it here. Thank you. When the counting starts and figures actually start coming in, we'll get back to you, Lindsay. So, right. So that's Lindsay Abe reaching us from Amasaman. Of course, voting has also ended there. We'll move further to pick other reports from our correspondents. Let's talk to Kingsley Nanabodu, who is in the Central Region. Kingsley, good evening to you. Good evening, Kingsley.
Hello, good evening, George.
Good. Take it over, Kingsley.
All right, thank you very much. So it is all over here. Voting has ended almost across all the polling stations at the various constituencies within the Central Region. I am currently at Himai, Lower Dentra, one of the constituencies here, and the constituency is Apenkru. As I speak with you, it has come to an end, and behind me is where the officials are. They are sorting the ballot before they will count it for the audience out there to also come around and say it. But George, interestingly, here in particular, the polling station, there are 729 people that were expected to cast their votes here at the Apenkru JHS polling station. But at the time of the end of the ballot, there were 495 people that, of course, cast their vote. So you can do the deduction. It points to the low turnout that we have been talking about. And it looks as if it cut across almost everywhere that I'm coming from. So that is basically what it is. So I can report to you that voting has ended in the various polling stations.
All right, sorry about that. We lost Kingsley there. We work on this line and just re-establish contacts with him. Let's get back to Doreen and still pick comments coming from social media, whilst we also get reports from the ground from our correspondents of various voting centers that as of now, voting has come to an end. But if there's a queue out there and we still have people in the queue, they'll be allowed to vote, but new people will not be allowed to join the queue. It's 14 minutes past 5 after voting. Yes, Doreen.
Well, George, I was saying earlier that a lot has been happening during the day in across the country, and the police has continually issued statements. So this one was about someone who was arrested with a weapon at the St. Teresa School polling station in Okankwe South constituency in Accra. And if you look at the picture shared by the police, it seems the person is a party agent. We are not clear which party he is from, but I mean, you can obviously see that he had a weapon on him, and the police statement said that they've arrested the person, Michael Alute, for possession of weapons at the St. Teresa School polling station in Okankwe South constituency in Accra. He's currently in custody assisting police with investigations. And there's also another one, one EC official arrested at Kintampo South constituency in the Bunu East region for electoral offences. Now, the police statement says that the Ghana Police Service has arrested an Electoral Commission official at Kintampo South constituency in the Bunu East region for electoral offences during the ongoing general elections. The suspect, Derry Joseph, is under investigation for issuing about 15 ballot papers to voters that omitted the first presidential candidate at the Ampesika Baire polling station. I know this issue has become a major topic for the political parties because during the MPP's press conference earlier, they made mention of those ballot papers, which they claimed that the EC official had given out to voters and had torn off the part where Dr. Bawumia's pictures were. But the NDC came out to say that, well, that is not really the case. And so, I mean, we wait to see
NDC's press conference said that that's an EC official, not a member of the NDC. That's quite, I mean, it's been a back and forth press conference coming from the two political parties anyway.
Well, so George, so far this is what we've gotten from the police. We'll try and scan other social media platforms and bring our listeners up to speed on what's happening on social media.
All right, let's go to Morris joining us at Kwabenya. Morris, good evening to you.
Kwabenya constituency. I just spoke to one of the electoral officers at this particular polling center, and he's saying that out of the 558 persons who were expected to vote in this particular polling center, only 300 plus of them voted, which is laying credence to the trend we're picking and monitoring across the country about the low voter turnout. This particular polling station has not been an exception. It is what we're hearing across the country about low voter turnout, which has become of concern to many. So here in the Dome Kwabenya constituency, it is the MPP candidate Okoye Jr., who is standing on a ticket of the MPP. And then we have Elikpilim Akulugo standing on a ticket of the NDC. She'll be doing this for the second time, trying to snatch the Dome Kwabenya seat. Given the fact that this particular constituency belongs to the MPP. They voted the MPP since 2004 when this particular constituency was created. Some of the major issues that the constituents here will talk about is the bad nature of the roads. Even though the DRIP initiative has kicked in and some of the roads which were in bad shape are beginning to take shape, they'll still talk about much more improvement of the other roads which have not benefited from the DRIP initiative. So we are here. Voting has ended. The Electoral Commission officers will begin to sort the ballot papers, and then counting will begin. If you can pan to the other side of the road, you realize that it's the same process across the road at that particular polling center. They are also beginning to put everything together so that voting or ballot counting will begin. Here at the Kwabenya side of the Dome Kwabenya constituency, pretty much a stronghold of the NDC. A typical Ga community, even though it has a cosmopolitan feel, but Kwabenya itself is a Ga-dominated community, and so the stronghold of the NDC in the Dome Kwabenya constituency. If you move to the other side of town, you'll be heading towards Hacho. You'll be going to Taifa, and that's the nerve center of the MPP. The MPP stronghold in the Dome Kwabenya constituency is the Taifa area, the Burkina area, the Hacho area. A mix of business men and women who do a lot of trade in other parts of the Dome Kwabenya constituency will always vote for the MPP in their numbers. So we wait to see whether the trend will change or it's going to remain the same in the Dome Kwabenya constituency. The Dome Kwabenya constituency borders the Ayawaso West Bogon constituency from the Hacho area. With the Adenta constituency as well. We also talk about Abukobi, which is part of the Dome Kwabenya constituency, a very huge constituency, and there have been discussions about trying to split the constituency, looking at how vast it is and how somehow it becomes difficult for the MP to manage the many needs of the people. That conversation still remains on the table for discussion. But as I speak to you, voting has ended. The process in this particular area has been seamless. It's been smooth so far. I have seen there was no major issue or major incident here at the Dome-Kwabenya constituency. So this is what we can report. We're waiting to begin to monitor the counting of the ballots. So you see at that particular polling center, the electoral officers are ready. The observers or the party agents looks like they've wrapped up the whole process. Any moment from now, sorting and counting can begin, and then the whole process of getting to know who will be winning the Dome-Kwabenya constituency will be revealed anytime soon. So one of the electoral officers there beginning to cut open the ballot box so that sorting will begin. There we have in your pictures the sorting of this particular ballot box is going to begin any moment from now, and then the counting will start, and then we get to know what the figures look like for all the 12 contenders, the presidential candidates in this particular election. So at this point, we want to hand over to you in studio as we begin to monitor the sorting process. We'll come back to you again as and when we have any more detail.
Okay, thank you very much. Maurice submitted there from Kwabenya. Well, they turned out not that significantly as expected, but at least it just crossed beyond the half mark, looking at the number of people expected to vote at that particular constituency in Kwabenya. We're going to join Golda, who also going to report to us, and of course, voting ended where she is now, and get further updates coming from him. Golda, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Tell us where you're located and what's happening there as voting has come to an end.
Okay, so I'm currently at Joromont in the Adenta constituency, and over here at exactly 5 p.m. the voting ended, and the polling agents and all the elections officials had gathering their materials up for counting. So we are currently about to begin with we'll be beginning with the presidential candidate, and then we'll move on to the parliamentary candidate.
And what can you tell us about the turnout?
I'm sorry, please come again.
What can you tell us about the turnout?
Okay, as at the time we got here around, we came here earlier in the morning. There were quite a number of people here. Where we got back again around 4 getting to 5 p.m. Voter turnout here hadn't been as they had expected. But towards 5 p.m., a lot of people kept on trooping in. So I would say for the constituency here, this particular phase, voter turnout has been quite good. It's been fairly okay.
Was there any record of any incidents at all?
No, there were no incidents here, no chaos, no conflict. Everything here went on smoothly. For anyone who came in wanting to vote, they had to just join the queue. When it was their turn, they were also ushered in and all of that. So everything over here was good and okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Golda. And Golda joining us from Adenta. Let's join Swala, who's joining us. Swala, good evening to you. Hello, Swala. Okay, I think happening now, it's got to do with the sorting, after which counting will take place. And that's Swala in your shot. Swala, talk to us.
Yeah, so voting ended at the one circuit courts, A and B, and behind me is the circuit court A. Sorting is currently going on, and in front of me is circuit court B. Sorting is also going on. They are going to do the sorting first, then after that they do the counting. But the presiding officer at the circuit court A here has just announced that if they find any ballots for Equiadonco, it is going to be treated as rejected ballot. So And in front of me, far end there too, is another polling station. That one is Circuit Court B. They have also finished with the voting, and they are now doing the sorting. So I want to believe that at the moment, all polling stations that are done with the voting will be doing the sorting, and we'll be here to give you an update when the counting begins. But for now, everything is going smoothly. When you look at the far end there are some of the voters who were here earlier to cast their votes, and they have come back to witness the counting. So they are waiting there patiently while the officials sort out the ballot. So that is what is happening now, George.
Swala, can you hear me? Hello, Swala.
Yes, I can hear you.
You know, we're told by the Electoral Commission that, I mean, during the sorting and the counting, the EC officials are going to be allowed to put on gloves to help them do the sorting and the counting. But we are seeing that some of them are actually doing that with just their bare hands. Any reason for that, or have you found out why they are doing that?
George, you are right. We also had that same information. We were expecting to see them using gloves. But as we speak now, you can see that they are not using the gloves. We are yet to be given the reason they are not using the gloves. But for now, when they are a bit less busy, we'll find out from them why they are not using independent. But for now, we can confirm that yes, voting has ended, sorting has started, but they are not using the gloves. And no reason has been given for not using the gloves for now.
Thank you very much. And we'll get back to you when the counting is done. So that's Swala Abdul Wahab, who's reaching us from Uwa. But as we can report now, and also just confirm to you that voting has actually come to an end throughout all the voting centers in this country, over 40,000 of these centers. And well, if there's a place that voting is still going on, that means that we had people in the queue just before the hour 5 knocked. So after 5 o'clock, everything comes on end. No one is allowed to join that particular queue until the queue is done. Then sorting takes place, and then further counting continues. Now, this is where it gets very interesting, getting very much intense when the figures starts coming in, and the counting, of course, also starts coming in. Doreen, any social media stuff in there?
Well, not yet. You can see from at the app over here, we are waiting for counting to start, and then we'll have some figures from our correspondents across the country, figures trooping in, and then that would help us build a chart and understand who is winning where, who is making inroads in which constituencies, and who is leading in the presidential election. So we're just waiting for sorting to be done, figures coming, and then we'll start populating them.
Okay, so what's going to happen is that we'll still be waiting for the figures coming in, and there's a new team going to take over. We'll have Multiti together with Sarah. We also have Kafui and then Thelma also taking over. But I think that we'll go for a quick break. When we return, it's going to be Kafui and Thelma that's going to take over from us. So Kafui, I'm actually Kafui like I'm pronouncing the Brazilian name Kafui. All right, so Kafui is going to take over together with Thelma as we continue with our coverage, and they're going to get you all the figures, get you whatever you need to know from now till whenever everything is said and done. Hopefully we'll move into Sunday. Who knows, we might move into Monday. On behalf of Doreen, stay with us, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This to trust me will be a hole. Emra ye kase ye gusua ye shishomu na ni aye paka chega na fu nyina ni se ye bekoswa shishomu ekwesi se yensa ebekamu na ye de omafa emra kwanso senia ese ye damase.
Minutes out of the end of the polls. You're watching GBC News and our continuing coverage of election 2024. My name is Kapri Day. Thanks to the team who held it all the way till now. And I'm here with Thelma Taki. Thelma, hi.
Hi,
Did you vote?
I have voted.
Let's see the evidence.
Yes.
Yes. No, it's here. So I was in the queue with a man who had voted since 1969.
69.
The Buzia time and all that stuff. So he's done 10 elections.
So how old is he now?
He should be in about his 70s. And I was asking him how it was. He said, well, in that time, the ballot box was opaque.
Yeah.
And there was no photo ID. So you basically came and there was a foil. So they gave you, they took off a piece of paper and that was your evidence that you had come to register and everything. And then you went and voted. And so it was very interesting speaking to him.
I wonder if Michael ran into any such persons where he is at the Tema West constituency, where he's been monitoring proceedings since morning. As you may be aware, almost all of you should have finished voting by now, unless there's a special reason why the polls extended at your location. But let's see what Michael has to report to us. Michael, thanks for staying on. Initially, we heard a report from you from the Tema West constituency. What can you report about where you are now, and what are you expecting?
Thank you so much, and a very good evening to you. Like you readily said, earlier on in Tema West, when I was reporting earlier in the morning, there were some few skirmishes that has to do with the positioning of polling agents, and some party executives of the NDC were not happy with where their party were monitoring the situation from, and that was resolved, and then elections began. Also, the BVD had a few issues and they didn't start on time, but issues were resolved, and then the elections began. Like you know, the numbers at the various polling stations are not that high, so by this time every single person that is supposed to vote has cut the vote. But I can tell you that the voter turnout has not really been encouraging. It's been voter apathy all over here in Tema, and where Tema East, where I have moved to currently, and I'm at Manteding, where there are about 8 polling centers. As you can see behind me, the voting has ended and the counting has really started. And just a few minutes ago, that of the New Patriotic Party was counted, and the figures that was mentioned, these are not confirmed figures, these are provisional figures. The figures that came out 111 for the NPP. Currently, as I speak to you, what they are counting now is for the NDC presidential candidate, and they are still counting. And so that is what is happening currently as I speak to you. There are 8 centers here. Some of them are counting, others are still sorting out their ballot to begin counting. And a number of people have also gathered here. One person who have come to monitor the situation here. He's been telling me he doesn't know. What do you say about the voter apathy? Does it shock you? This is a tema, and we know how places are like. How do you see the turnout as you can say?
I don't know why what has accounted for this, but because Tema is noted of voting. Since I started voting since 1996.
Myself, since I started reporting here in Tema, I know Tema is noted for high.
Tema is noted for that, but I don't know what has accounted for it. Generally, people don't vote on policies.
Sure.
That is what I've realized, that we don't vote on policies, but I don't know why people didn't turn up. And others too have traveled.
Sure.
Others too have the view that, let me come at the 11th hour. By the time they realize the time has gone. So I think that personally, they have reasons why they didn't vote. But others too wanted to vote to make a change. But I personally, I travel all the way from Kumasi to come and cast my vote. So I think that it's individual differences that are setting. But moving forward, we pray that people will turn out at various polling stations when it comes to voting. And one uniqueness about this election is that the presidential, that is my personal observation from what I read at school. What I see about this election, whoever loses, that's the end of your political career, because you will not get the chance to come again. You can. It's debatable, but that is that's my very.
So the counting is still ongoing, and I think, let me see the 164, NDC 164 at Mantedin A. That is for Mantedin A polling station. Like I said, there are 8 of the polling stations here. The NPP 111, and then the NDC presidential got 168. So that is it for here. But let me say that Tema East from 1996 has been a major place for the NPP, except in 2020 when Asai took the seat from Titus Glover, and since then the NDC has assumed majority of this particular, has been winning this particular seat. But for a very long time, it has been in the folds of the NPP, except in 2020, like I said, that Ashai Odamting took the seat from Titus Glover. Sure. So the counting is still ongoing. That is for A. The A is completed. They are counting the other ones. But you see, once they finish the major parties, the NPP and the NDC, they move to the other centers to have a listen to what is going on. So although the counting has not completed for the other parties, a number of the people who have come to observe have all moved to the other center where they are counting the NPP and the NDC. And so the counting is still ongoing. I think the other centers are still sorting their ballots, and they are here to get yes. So we will also just get there. I want to get there and see what the counting is like here. Okay, so what they are counting now is presidential for the NPP. Okay. So they have just started. Let's go. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let me say that the process has been so smooth right from the beginning. so throughout to the end, right here in the Mantedin and also in the Tema East constituency. For the whole of Tema, we didn't record any major incidents or any major issues, and we are just monitoring and also gearing up to go to the coalition centers to also bring our viewers and our listeners what the major things that will be happening in the various coalition center. Exactly 5 o'clock. Exactly 5 o'clock p.m. I saw the Metro Electoral Commissioner here with the special voting heading towards the coalition center, and it was also being followed by the party reps and others. And so for the special voting, all those ones have moved to the coalition center already at Olams. I can tell you that is for Tema East. That is where the coalition center will be for Tema East. Yeah, so what is happening currently on this particular table is that the parliamentary, they are sorting out the parliamentary sheets, they are sorting out the parliamentary papers before they go into the counting. They are done with the presidential counting and they are now sorting out the parliamentary, and we will still be here to see what the figures will be for the parliamentary. This is just one of the polling stations, the many polling stations in the Tema East constituency, and the counting has begun and people are just coming in and observing and taking note of what that is happening here at Telma.
Michael, thank you. We'll keep up with you and we'll try and get a clearer picture of what the figures look like for the parliamentary side when you do have them capped. So Tema is very much active and very engaged.
Yes.
Again, low voter turnout, a cause of worry for many, many people. And I'll be picking your thoughts on that, and we'll engage our phone lines as well, try and get a bit more perspective into why this is happening for an election that a lot of people say is crucial. So we'll be touching base with another one of our reporters who is at the Ablekuma South constituency. Shirley Annan has visited polling stations in the Choko area, in the Mamprobi area, in the Kolegono and Kolibu areas, and she'll be giving us a sense of what has transpired there. Shirley, thank you for making the time. We know that just like in many of the other constituencies, is the candidates for the NDC and NPP that are front in the race to a seat in Parliament for the constituency. What can you report now that polls have largely closed? We're still trying to engage with Shirley, who is in that Mamprobi area. I mean, the Kolebu area itself, the network challenges, even on a regular, they are quite bad. You are very much aware of what that is. But we'll get to Shirley. But on the larger conversation about voter apathy, you went to vote yourself.
Yes.
Was that a similar trend that you saw? And when you engaged people, what did they tell you? Someone told me something I found very striking, but I want to hear yours first.
Well, I went quite early, so by 8:15 I was done, and people were coming in to vote. They looked quite enthusiastic. I realized that a lot of the voters were elderly people, a lot of gray hair. I saw 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds who came there to do their thing. I didn't have a sense of apathy, but maybe it was too early. Although by the time I went around, because I was in Pantang, I was in Oponglo, all in the Greater Accra region, and I realized that a lot of people were not there as was the case the last time round, you know. And I was asking the electoral officers, they said, well, it doesn't look like there's a lot of people coming out to vote today. And I remember speaking to one political marketer, and he said, listen, the benchmark for this election should be the one 8 years ago, the one 16 years ago, and the one 24 years ago. So the 2000 election, the 2008, and the 2016. You know, when an incumbent has come to the end of the second term, you normally have this kind of apathy, you know, and it's apathy not only from the ruling government's supporters, but even sometimes from the the people who want to come into power. There are so many reasons why people will not come out to vote. And one of them is absence in trust of leaders. People just don't trust the leaders. And their thinking is, why should I go spend my time in a queue to vote for somebody who will do nothing for me? They don't trust the leaders. They don't trust what they say. They don't trust the promises. So it's basically an absence of trust in leaders.
I read an article on GBC Ghana Online which said this exact same thing during an interaction between some of our reporters and voters who were out and about, even before the election, with many of them saying that they will not vote. It does not appear that that is the case in Ho Central, where even though officially polls have closed around the country, Jones Salima, our reporter in that constituency, is telling us that the queues are still on, and the electoral law or provision which says that if you are in the queue before 5 p.m., you will be allowed to cast your ballot. Let's see what Jones has to tell us about the development in Ho Central. Jones, thank you for making the time. What has accounted for the extension of time in this particular center where you are?
Yes, so currently I'm at the Nuria Zongo JHS, and the polling station that is still allowing people to vote happens to be the polling station 2B. Now, at the Nuria school, there are 3 polling centers, and they all have huge number of, eligible voters. We have 730 for the 2B, we have 600, and we have 710. So the 2B presiding officer, Mr. Sani Bayo, in my interaction with him, could not himself give me any, reason why they are still the process is still ongoing. All that he could tell me was that per the law governing elections, once even it is 5 o'clock and there are people in the queue, the police person or the security officer in charge should stand behind the last person to signify that after the last person votes, then voting closes. And so currently I can see about 50 more people to cast their ballot in that station center B before closing the voting processes. So that is what is I'm observing here at the Nuria polling center B of the whole central constituency in the Volta region.
What situation there, and are people gathering to wait out the sorting and the counting of the polls, of the ballot papers?
As stated earlier, there are 3 polling centers. Polling center A and B are done with their sorting. Counting is ongoing, but then my attention happens to be the polling center 2B, where I observed that the voting process was still ongoing. But then the 2 other centers, sorting and counting is ongoing.
Jones, thank you for making the time. We'll catch up with you again once we get a clearer sense of when counting actually starts in Ho Central. Jones Salima is one of our correspondents in the Volta region, giving us an update on happenings at one particular polling center in the Ho Central constituency, where voting is still ongoing in spite of the fact that the polls have officially closed across the country. And remember, it is a directive, it is a provision in the law that if you are in the queue before 5 p.m., you will have the chance to vote. But if you arrive after 5, even if others are in the queue after 5 and they are voting, you will not be allowed to join the queue. So you would have lost out on the opportunity to exercise your civic responsibility, which, according to some of the people who are speaking to us, is for a number of reasons. So I went to vote in the Amasaman constituency, and I was amazed at the uneasy calm which was on the major highways into the constituency. So once I approached from the Pokwase interchange and I went over and made my way towards, the Amasaman area, there was very little traffic until I approached the area of the market and the Amasaman police station proper, where, of course, because of the market, brisk trading activities was ongoing. But the calm and orderliness in the queue, I spoke to some young people who said they were not voting, and I asked why. And this was the theory, and this is an interesting one. 2 of them actually said they belong to party Y, but they don't trust party Y to deliver. But they do not want to go and vote for party Z. So they would rather not vote at all.
So absence of trust in leaders.
So it was interesting to me, because I would think that if Party Y was not delivering for you, does not have the message that you want to hear, does not have the policies that you want, and the Z party provided those alternatives for you, why not take it? But you see, some people, and they call themselves loyalists to these parties. They think that I'm too loyal to this party to vote for another, even though I know that that party does not have what it takes.
So I'd rather not do anything at all.
So they would rather do nothing.
Maybe they've bought into the argument. You know, a lot of the parties outside of the MPP and NDC kept saying, vote for me, because they are all the same. They are all the same, to the annoyance of the MPP and the NDC guys. But maybe they've bought into that, listen, they are all the same. Whether it's my party or the other party, I don't trust them. So you know what? I'll just stay at home and I won't do anything. Maybe that's what's playing out today.
Quite sad.
It could also be a perception of corruption. So you're thinking, well, people are just going to buy their way in. So why do I be part of this? I'll rather not play the game, because it's skewed in a particular way, money changing hands. So you know what? I just won't be part of it.
I don't want to be a part of it. Exactly. We'll get some of our political marketing analysts to examine some of these issues in a bit more detail for us. But as you studied the flow of the day from when polls started, from when we started, just after 6 a.m., and we handed over to our team of 4, Morris and the rest, and they've carried us throughout this whole day. What has stood out for you? For me, it's happenings in Weijagbawe, and the fact that some pink sheets for the parliamentary ballot was mixed up, and it led to several instances where in many polling stations the vote had to be halted until those issues were resolved. So we spoke to our correspondent Valencia Tete, who was going around that constituency. She did confirm that that indeed happened, and so it makes you wonder, was this a mistake by the EC? Of course, they were the only ones who had the papers before the polls started. So whose responsibility was it to have made sure that the right pink sheets ended up at the right polling stations? Indeed. And I must say that our reporters are still on the ground monitoring situations in Weijagbawe, and we'll bring you more details when we get them from our reporters. What has stood out for you during the day?
Well, I just did not want to hear of somebody being killed because of an election, because we still remember those 8 souls who perished in 2020. And then we find out that a clash between political party opponents in Nyankpala in the northern region has resulted in 1 death and 2 injuries. In fact, the police on their website, on their social media, have a statement to that effect, and police arrest 4 persons in connection with a shooting incident at Nyankpala in the northern region, and they've arrested 4 people. They've named them: Majid Issa, Fodi Isiage Kamara, Yakubu Simaila, and Alhaji Bashir Mohammed, in connection with the shooting incident at Nyankpala in the northern region, leading to the death of 1 person and the injury of another. The injured victim is currently receiving medical care, while the body of the deceased is taken to the morgue for preservation and autopsy. Suspects are currently in custody, assisting the police in investigations. I mean, this is not the first time we're doing this. In the Fourth Republic alone, this is our... Is it our 8th election? Yes. 9th election.
We've done 8.
We've done 8.
We have 8 in the bag.
Yeah, so I think we are experienced. In terms of elections, we are the Messis and the Ronaldos of elections in Africa.
We know the game.
We should get this right, yeah. But for somebody to die, needless. Why die for somebody?
And the police has said from day one that in this election, if you do get yourself entangled in any untoward acts, you will be dealt with. And so I expected a bit more caution as we all went about voting and observing and monitoring situations as they unfolded during the day. But our condolences go out to the families of the deceased and also those affected by this tragic loss.
Okay, you're watching GBC News. We are covering the counting that's underway, election 2024. And let's now go to Okaikwe South for a report from Ramatu. Ramatu, assalamu alaikum, good evening. What can you report from Okaikwe South? Hello, Ramatu. Can you hear me loud and clear? We are excited to hear from you. What can you report from Okaikwe South?
I can hear you clearly. I'm currently at the Kanishi Bishop Point where counting is underway, although there are some provisional results already available here. But then, this place comprises of 3 polling stations. We have A, B, and C. A has declared the parliamentary results, which NPP had 171 and NDC had 186. That is for parliamentary for polling station A. Polling station B has declared that of the presidential, and NPP had 173 and NDC had 210. Also, polling station C also had NPP 155 and NDC had 160. Cheddar had 4. But counting is underway. These are provisional results. But from what information from the ground, I am told this is an NPP stronghold. There hasn't been any time, any day for the past 28 years that the NDC has won at this level. So I think this election is taking a different dimension, though counting is still underway. That's all I can tell you now. So I'm moving to other polling stations to see happenings around the place.
Well, thank you very much, Ramatu. If there are any changes, I'm sure you will be the first to call us and let us know. So, yeah. So you're watching GBC News. My name is Kafu. I'm here with Thelma.
Yes.
And things that have struck you so far, apart from what you spoke about earlier. Anything else?
I think, truly and fairly, the 2 major political parties need to help us keep the tensions down in the country. I think that it's good that both parties are so vigilant and they want to make sure that every single person who voted for them it has the opportunity for their votes to count in the grand scheme of things. However, the allegations and counter allegations and the investigations should be left with the law enforcement agencies. I think that legitimate concerns have been raised by both sides, because if you go into a polling station where it is alleged that the presiding or the EC officer tore the sheets to people, leaving out, the candidate of the NPP who is at the top of that list, and then giving the paper to them starting from number 2, which is the GCPP candidate, then obviously that is a problem. And if persons in certain constituencies are deemed to be facing some levels of intimidation, then that should also be brought to the attention of the law enforcement agencies. However, what makes me slightly uncomfortable is, the press conference after press conference after press conference. I feel that the call really should be urging the supporters to remain calm and allow the due process to take its course.
There was also an incident in Obuasi involving the military. And for me, when I see soldiers at the polling station, I'm worried, because we're not supposed to see them. You can go to certain countries and you never see a soldier in public. The entirety of your life, you will never see a soldier. But our
dynamic is slightly different.
We don't want to see them.
And we may not want to, but for some people, and the stubborn academy, those who feel that the fear of God needs to be put into certain people, and that can only be done by the military have that opinion. And there are those who also feel that we are a civilian society and maintaining that law and order should be left to the police.
Yeah.
So there are two schools of thought here. I belong to the school of thought that says, listen, respect everybody's territory and just follow the due process, follow the law, and don't get caught on the wrong side of it. Otherwise, you face the consequences as the sanctions have been stipulated.
I can see where you're coming from, but I also think that we should be careful not to give the police like an inferiority complex, because it's like people think, okay, when it's too much, the police can handle it. Bring in the big boys with the big guns, you know. And I think the police should be able to handle anything internal. And let's leave our soldiers to do peacekeeping abroad.
And protecting our territory.
Yes, and build bridges and roads in civilian, in peacetime. Yeah, and just let the police do the policing. Yeah, that's my view. It's just, and it's really uncomfortable to see civilians fighting with armed military people. You know, a gun could have gone off any time.
It's bold.
Yeah, and it's risky and it's crazy. You could die for free. You know, you could die for free.
We don't want you to do that. You're watching GBC's coverage of election 2024. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll touch base with a lot more of our correspondents across 276 constituencies. Polls largely closed across the country, counting largely underway. The results throughout the night will be here, and so should you. We'll be back.
Watching GBC News' continuing coverage of election 2024. Polls closed 1 hour and 5 minutes ago, and counting is underway. We're going to go on the lines right now to Dade Kotopo and speak with Mabel Annan, who has a report for us shortly. Mabel, good evening. Welcome to the show. What do you have to say to us this beautiful Saturday evening?
Okay, I'm currently at Dade Kotopo at Namwale, La 1. It's La 1 and 2. Yeah, this is where the former Namwale, the former MP of NDC votes, and then the current NDC MP, which is Na Udoli, this is where they vote. And currently, we are sorting out the votes to count. But what is happening right now is that there's been misunderstanding, because the presiding officer says that any ballot paper that has an ink at the back of the paper will not be accepted. And it has created a lot of mishap. The people who are agitated, they are angry because they feel maybe most of the votes cast will be thrown away. Right now, I have with me a gentleman. Please, what's your name? Paul. Okay. He is here with me, and he will narrate what went on. Paul. Hi. You're welcome to GBC News. What went on right now?
Okay, so we are currently at Dade Kotopo Namwale police station, LA2. So we finished casting the vote. So we were doing the sorting out. And the PO rejected some ballot papers on the grounds that there are inks behind the ballot papers, but those inks were prints of their thumb, but they were at the back of the ballot papers, not inside the ballot papers. So he rejected those ballot papers, and there was misunderstanding, because we said that the prints are not affecting the images within; it's at the back. So there was some sort of confusion, but then he called his boss, the PO called his boss, And then the board said that is not a rejected ballot, so it should be counted. So now everything has been sorted, counting has been done. So that's it.
So, George, as you can hear, Paul, right now they are counting, but I am currently at the early one, which they are done with the counting. Baumia had 58 votes, and Mahama had 197 votes. I'm yet to go to the LA to where the misunderstanding happened, but from what I'm hearing from the people, I think Mahama also won by 200 and something. I'm yet to confirm, but the La 1, APC had 2, and then Cheddar also had 3. Rejected ballots were 4. About 268 people voted, and according to them, voting was slow. The voter turnout wasn't impressive like last 4 years. Earlier in the morning when I came, they were hoping that voters would turn out quickly, but getting to the latter part of the day, we realized that they were not turning out like expected. So right now, that's what I can report on. Hello.
Mabel, thank you so much reporting to us from La Dadekotopon in the Greater Accra region. You are watching GBC News, and we are giving you our continuing coverage of election 2024. Hashtag Ghana wins. Hashtag decision 2024. SCAF and Thelma. Normally we're doing this in the morning, so we migrated to the evenings.
And on the Saturday.
Not a bad time at all.
And on the Saturday.
Yeah, good to see you here.
Good to see you.
Feeling excited?
I am actually, because I know that our legs, our boots on the ground, as we speak, are scrambling, and we are hearing the pings and the pongs. Our systems are coming abuzz as the figures begin to trickle in from over 40,000 polling stations that opened today for voting for a president and members of our legislature, members of parliament, to be made. And that verdict will arrive in the next few hours, hopefully. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, most likely tomorrow, most likely Monday. But we are here to ensure that we keep you updated with all the latest information as this election comes to a close. La Dade Kutupong, our good neighbors not too far from us, where Mabel reported, everything appears to be going well there.
Indeed. And I'm just looking at the Electoral Commission's X page, and they will be giving us a press briefing pretty soon.
Yep.
So we're standing by for that. As soon as we get that information, that the feed will switch over straight to the Electoral Commission. But for the first time, the media has been accredited to the National Coalition Center, aka the Strong Room. So that's a first. And then we have about 10,000 journalists accredited to cover the elections all around the country. So I mean, it's all in the interest of transparency and fairness and integrity. So I think I like the sound of that. The media should be able to see what is going on, and that allays the fears and makes people think less of, oh, there's something untoward happening in terms of the counting, you know. Because it's not just the voting, it's the counting as well.
It is the counting,
the counting
really,
that matters.
because if you vote and in the counting process that vote is not registered, then you may as well not have voted, which would feed into the voter apathy, which would feed into the reason why some people did not step out of their house. I mean, I was able to drive through several constituencies from Amasaman to Accra, and I went through Ododo because I had to monitor situations there. And the loss of traffic on a Saturday in December in Accra, if that does not signal to you that something, you know, mighty, something major is happening, then I don't know what will. I think that all of us are invested in this peace that we so desperately want to protect. And the media are a key part of making sure that the people see that the peace was a transparent process. The road to the Jubilee House was straight, crooked, whichever it is. We told the story. I think that's what the legacy should be for the media.
Okay, we're going to go now to Ododo. I love the sound of that constituency. Kwame Nkrumah was the first person to be on that seat. Yes. Theophilus Sampa is reaching us from Ododo in the Greater Accra region. Theo, good evening. Long day. What do you have to report as the counting is underway? We should be connecting with you pretty soon. He is at the Ododo constituency in the Greater Accra region. Theophilus Sampa, ready to give us a report. Night is falling. Votes are being counted. Over 40,000 polling stations, and all the numbers will stream in from all those areas into one big pot for us to now declare what's in the soup, right?
Yep.
Yes. Who gets to sit in the Jubilee House on the 7th of January 2025? We will find out in 30 days who sits there. But we'll find out either today or tomorrow or Monday, and then we'll know who becomes the next occupant of the Jubilee House. Theophilus Sampa, Ododo, can you hear us and report what you have?
We may have lost Theophilus there, but we know that once again, Ododo will be one of the constituencies that matter in this election, known for keeping a candidate and known for kicking a candidate out. And once again, the two main political parties are in a hot contest in that constituency, and Theophilus will give us all the details about how that race is heating up and how it's likely to conclude, and we'll connect you to them pretty shortly. A few facts about Ododo constituency, and then we'll move on and see if we can get Theophilus back on the line to give us the live reports as he has them to offer today. So close to a seaside constituency, an ancient town, old cities like Jamestown, and you find the Accra Central District, much of it in there as well. So it's a major fishing community around Jamestown, the Ashafort area, and going down to the Kole Beach. The main issues for people in that constituency, CAF, employment, as it is for a lot of young people across the country, and the prospects for a better future. We'll get some more details when we get our correspondent on the line.
Sure. Let's skip across the town to the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, where we have Godfred Amuafo, hopefully on the line to tell us exactly what the situation is with that constituency. Godfred Amuafo reporting from the Ayawaso West Wogon area. I was there earlier today to witness Mr. John Dumelo and his wife vote basically in two polling stations, which were divided by a road. So the husband voted here, crossed the road over, and took his wife over for her to go and vote. So quite romantic and very interesting. So Godfred Amuafo, Ayawaso West Wogon, you are live on GBC News.
Okay, let me welcome our listeners and viewers to Ayawaso West Wogon. Voting has ended exactly 5 p.m. And currently, I am at La Baweshi Primary School. If you can hear from the background, counting is underway. We are done with La Baweshi Primary School 1, polling station 1. Now, the 2 is underway, as you can hear at the background. If I should quickly give you the results for the presidential and the parliamentary let me give you the presidential for the primary school 1, because both parliamentary results are still underway, being counted. They just finished the NDC's own, which is for the polling station 2. So for the presidential, for the La Baweshi Primary School 1, the MPP had 92 votes. The MPP had 92 votes. NDC had 228 votes. 228 votes. LPG had 1 vote, single one. Nana Kwame Bediako had 7 votes. Nana Kwame Bediako had 7 votes. And then Alan had 1 vote. Alan had 1 vote. And we had 3 sports ballots. 3 sports ballots. So in total, we had total vote cast as at 332 out of expected of 612. and total valid is 329. This is for Labaoleshi Primary School 1 presidential. The parliamentary is still underway. So when that is done, I'll prompt you and give that result to you too. But then for Labaoleshi Primary School polling station 2, the presidential, NPP have 85 votes. NPP have 85 votes. NDC have 168 votes. 168 votes. Alan had 5 votes. And Nana Kwame Bediako had 5. APC had 1. And rejected ballot was 1. So in total, we had 265 votes, but then we had total of valid votes to be 264. That is it for the Labaoleshi Primary School 2. You were expecting 458 people. We are expecting 458 for Labaoleshi. For the parliamentary, they are still counting. So I'll get the figures and quickly update our listeners and viewers on that score.
Godfred Amwafo reporting from Ayawaso West Wogon. If you're wondering which communities are in that area, looking at Legon, East Legon, Joulu, Airport Residential, parts of Roman Ridge, parts of Tesano. It's a huge place. University of Ghana is there. Gimpa is there as well. And it's an urban constituency. Considered an MPP stronghold. Will the situation change? We live to see. You are watching GBC News. Numbers are coming in.
It's interesting when you think about